after all! You're going down, Snake, with this tanker!
Proceeding as planned, sir. Yes, at the location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's news flash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
All right. Top Ramens with 1,000 bits. Thank you. So obviously, I see some confusion in the chat, as is usually the case. People go like, "What the fuck with the arm?" And this is where things get a little complicated, not because of the game's story or anything, but because of the direction the series took and the intention and the development process of things. If you're looking for answers as to MGS2's seemingly nonsensical things, and you looked at MGS4's explanations, you're gonna have a bad time. Because MGS4's explanations are pretty much only made up forcibly to shut those people up who absolutely needed some sort of in-game logic canon explanation. Now the problem with that is those were never the things that they were trying to convey through MGS2 itself. So every time you want an explanation about MGS2's events, there's two ways to look at it. Either you look at the original intention and why things are the way they are in MGS2 itself within the development of MGS2, or you start taking into account the MGS4 nonsense that they pretty much just came up with just to shut people up. I like to stay within MGS2 intentions when looking at MGS2 because it's a thing of its own, really. There's a whole fact with Kojima wanting to not work Metal Gear anymore, pass it on, MGS4 never should have happened the way it did, and all of that, blah, blah, blah. So that's the way we're going to look at things. Not MGS4's explanations. The original intent of what they were trying to do and convey in MGS2, which failed, but that's the real question. I mean, that's the real answer as to why things are the way they are in MGS2, no matter how you look at it. Obviously, what they were thinking during MGS2's development. So, first things first. MGS3 retcons Big Boss's age. Let's get that out of the way. When Liquid/Ocelot here says Big Boss was in late 50s when they created his copies, that was probably the original intention. And then MGS3 comes out, retcons Big Boss's age. So he was actually, 37? I need to do the math, but he was definitely not in his 50s. It was in his 30s when it happened. 37. He must have been 37 because he was 39 in 74. The clones happened in 72. So yeah, around 37. So that's one of the many things that MGS3 retcons, and it kind of saddens me, but you always see people going like, oh, this game's a series story, this timeline is a mess, blah, 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 and nothing makes any fucking sense. That kind of starts when they start trying to satisfy people's requests of any kind of logic in things and in a set timeline, and basically just piling up bullshit upon bullshit to explain things that people just didn't like the original intention of. Every fucking name is taken. Thanks for the 28 months reset. I guess we're going to sit here a while. Anyway, now we learn specifically Big Boss's age is a reference to Che Guevara in Peace Walker. So, in order to, add to the whole theme of, reflection of Big Boss and Che Guevara and in Peace Walker, we learned from Zadornov actually that when he thought he was about to kill Big Boss, he says, dead at age 39, just like El Che. So Big Boss was 39 in Peace Walker, which means he was 29 in MGS3, which means he was 37 in 1972 when the clones happened. But anyway, this is just nothing compared to all the other shit that gets confused and convoluted. And unfortunately, I find that all of that starts with MGS3, and then MGS4 takes it even further. MGS3 trying to explain who the Patriots are, and very tiny line at the end of the game in the credits and timeline, and MGS4 and MGS5. Let's not even go there. Let's just move on to Raiden. But as for the ARM, you sort of have to keep in mind that they're not just fucking with Raiden as the character. they're fucking with the player as a whole. And by they, I mean the Patriots slash developers, if you want to look at it that way. I always found some sort of parallel between how, the Patriots obviously are fucking with Raiden, and Kojima is fucking with you throughout this game. So you can look at it that way. So even though it's not the Raiden part of the game yet, technically, I see all the apparent nonsense in MGS2 as part of that experience of giving the player, and not just Raiden, but the player, this whole sense of confusion and things that not necessarily make sense and are supposed to make you feel unease. And I think the ARM just fits in there with Fortune, with Vamp's unexplained powers, with all that crazy stuff that people like to complain about. The things that Raiden calls a nightmare you can't wake up from. It's not unusual for it to actually start here for the player, and later we'll go over all the parallels between Raiden and the player. So the closest thing to an actual explanation with original MGS2 intent in mind that you'll get is this. They are literally fucking with your, not literally, because I don't think they're putting a penis in anybody, but they are really messing with your memories, expectations, and from MGS1, and overall this sense of confusion that Vamp and Fortune, maybe Fat Man, maybe Solidus, and definitely Ocelot's ARM bring into the game. And an interesting way, at least for me, to look at this is there's kind of two simulations going on, which kind of align for the most part, but not really. And we'll go over this after the Raiden intro here, but there's a simulation in which Raiden as a character might be going through, which, they talk about at the end of the game and they explain. But at the same way, there's also that kind of simulation. By simulation, I just mean, software arrangement of events that you're going through, which is the game itself, the piece of software that you're going through, in parallel with Raiden going through his, simulation that they talk about in the game. You're also going through whatever MGS2 puts you through in a piece of software. So those two, let's call them simulations, go align for a long part of the game where you're playing as Raiden and you're going through MGS1 events, recreations. But there's more to it. Because obviously Snake is supposed to be there because they programmed him into the game. They wrote it into the game story, even though the Patriots say he's not supposed to be there. And you play the tanker part, with largely made with MGS1 fan service in mind. Just everything that fans wanted from, another Solid Snake story. So we'll go over all of that a little bit at a time, because getting to the Raiden part, there's a whole lot of why and a whole lot of how did this happen, and trying to look really at just the original intentions, why things are the way they are. And right now, Raiden's voice sounds cool.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The Big Shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the Big Shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the Big Shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the Big Shell under complete control.
their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the Big Shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have two mission objectives. One, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And two, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the Big Shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the Big Shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
Oh, Lax, thanks for the 37 months resub. We also got a sub from Stormwall187. Thank you for choosing to support us. Oh man, where do I even begin? I love and I hate this part, not for the reason that you may think. I hate getting to this part because It's like, where do I even begin? What happened? There's so much to go over, and it's so loaded that people don't even, I don't even know who listens to me rambling for an hour about what the fuck happened. Why are we writing now? What's going on? There's so much. This is seriously the only part of the series maybe that I would consider making notes about, to talk about things, because this is such a big thing happening here. But hopefully it's where, you know, I'd like to believe that we can shed some light on what the original intentions are, whether you like it or not. It's still up to you, of course. But I just feel that a lot of people don't even like know why. Just as soon as you see that you're not Snake, oh, this guy is gay, I don't want to play as this guy, or this game sucks. That's about maybe 90% of the people out there about Raiden. So hopefully after 20 years we'll realize there's a little more than that to it, to Raiden. But yeah, I mean, that's the problem with Raiden, right? Maybe after 20 years somebody will start to wonder why this happened. So I thought it was Liquid. I thought we were playing as Liquid when I first played it. Like, I'm blonde now. Snake, blonde, I must be Liquid, right? Nope. So, Raiden happens for a multitude of reasons, which you may or may not agree with, may or may not make sense to you. And keep in mind that this was made by, you know, Japanese mentality. So, first reason of, I don't know if it's the first reason according to Kojima, but knowing him, it might have been. Japanese schoolgirls will not like a game about a grizzled old man. Instead, they'd rather play a game about more fabulous, androgynous, and differently handsome protagonists, which is not just an old, grizzled, muscular military guy like Snake is. Apparently, part of the influence as to why Raiden exists, they interviewed a bunch of Japanese schoolgirls, and that's what the answer was. I would never play a game about an old man like that. So instead, you get this different kind of handsome, you know, fabulous, androgynous, handsome beauty that Raiden has, and it doesn't make any sense to most men, but doing this for years and years and seeing a lot of different people in the chat, I can tell you that there's a bunch of females out there who apparently agree with it. This works. I don't understand, but it works. They find Raiden fucking, like, handsome and attractive. So, it works. It's not something that guys can necessarily understand. But I can tell you that to some degree, at least, it works. I've seen some shit. So that's a tiny reason, probably not the vast majority of the reason. I wanted to start you guys, like, slowly on such a tiny reason. That's part of it, but it's safe to assume it's not the main part of it. Another reason is and this is a more important one, to gain, to have Snake gain in stature as a character. When Snake shows up as this, you know, almost opposite figure, right? Again, grizzled, military, badass, old man, mentor figure for Raiden in a way. You look up to Snake even more when he's on screen. You're really waiting to see what happens next with him, what he says, what he does. And so is Raiden. Raiden, you know, constantly calling Snake his hero that saved Shadow Moses, whatever, all of that. That's sort of done to give Snake more weight when he is on screen, when he is talking. And ultimately, and here I'll be talking spoilers, I'll be talking the entirety of the game. And ultimately, it's done to have Snake deliver Kojima's ideas and speech at the end, specifically in MGS2 about finding something to pass on. And MGS2 is entirely about information, how information propagates itself, how it's passed on, how it's filtered, and how Kojima wanted to pass on the series. A common misconception is that the series was supposed to end of MGS2. No, the series was supposed to be passed on to a different team, to the next generation of developers after MGS2. No more Kojima, but the next generation of developers. And that's what they tried to do, and it failed miserably. This is also in contrast with, since I see somebody mentioning it in the chat, the genetic information of MGS1. MGS1 is about genes. MGS2, the key word for MGS2 is memes, which is not pictures with text on them, but every bit of information, culture, philosophy, like all the things that Raiden lists at the end, poetry, the environment, and everything that you can basically learn and make the focus point of your life. Certain examples are the relationships in this game. In contrast with MGS1, they are specifically made so that they're not genetically, let's get this call here after I wait for too long, they're not genetically connected.
Right. You should be used to the controls by now.
I'd say so. I played this game a bit. So all the relationships between characters who get something passed on to them in this game, they're not blood related on purpose. So you have Emma and Otacon. They're step siblings. They're not blood related, but Emma follows in Otacon's footsteps, learning his same memes of computer information technology, weapons development, nuclear weapons, that stuff. So that's one sort of relationship where she inherits something even though they're not blood related. Then you have Stillman and Fat Man. Again, they're not blood related. Stillman doesn't have any children, and he specifically says, I thought I found a son in him. So Stillman passes on his memes of bomb creating, explosive disposal, whatever, dealing with death. This is such a close hand, and having to do with bombs in general. Then you have Raiden and Solidus. Solidus kills Raiden's parents. They're not blood related, but Solidus passes on his memes of war in general, obviously, to Raiden by forcing him to become a child soldier. So you have all these relationships which are not genetic, specifically because we moved on from genes to memes, and then from MGS1 to MGS2. MGS1 was all about what is passed on in our genetic information, and MGS2 is about what's not passed on in our genetic information. And to a degree, I guess you could also say Snake and Raiden. Obviously, Snake tries to pass on something to Raiden. What it really is Kojima is trying to pass on to the player at the end. So all non-blood related, all learn something from their mentor figure, all inherit whatever knowledge, whatever focal point in their life that defines their existence. And so a large part of MGS2 is how is this information processed, filtered, decided to be passed on to the next generation, which is in theme because that's exactly what Kojima wanted to do. I'll go over the VR theory in a way. That there's some credit to it, but there's a lot of misconceptions as well. So this is what Kojima wanted to do. Exactly. He wanted to pass on his memes for, there is a better word, information. He wanted to pass on the focal point of what defines, well, I wouldn't really call that for Kojima, because apparently 70% of his existence is movies, to quote him. But obviously, gaming-wise, the focal point of Kojima's existence is Metal Gear, and that's what he's been working on his whole life. So he wanted to pass that on to the next, whatever, generation of developers of Konami back in the day. The same way that all these characters pass on their, let's just call it the focal point of what you studied, learned, went through in life, what you made your life about, and what is worth passing on as a skill or as memories or whatever. That's what Kojima wanted to do. Over and over and over, repeatedly. That's the focal point of MGS2. We now know today that it failed miserably. Because all people saw is, oh, this guy isn't Snake, what the fuck am I doing as this gay guy? And, what the fuck, Kojima isn't making Metal Gear anymore, and now I'm calling back for MGS3. That's where all of that went. What the fuck is this vampire guy? That's what happened at the end of the day. People just wanted more badass action hero, go in, rescue the hostages and save the world little story that you take at face value in a game, as an action movie, more than something about information and how it's passed on. So that's the huge backlash that MGS2 suffered, and unfortunately, at least if you ask me, it shaped everything after it and the series. Kojima, either people bitch so hard, or Kojima really let it get to him to the point where every single thing after MGS2 in the series has the subtext of people didn't like MGS2. There was a huge backlash for MGS2. There is going to be some sort of apology, some sort of sacrifice, some sort of failure to pass on somebody's will to be misinterpreted to future generations. And obviously I'm referring to the boss, to Naked Snake, killing her when he wouldn't have normally, being put in a position where you have to do something that you normally wouldn't do, which is the keyword for MGS3 is scene. So we have meme in MGS2, Gene in MGS1, meme in MGS2, scene in MGS3. And these words, I wish these words were really fucking plastered all over the stupid game title screen or something, because these words are important, and they're what triggers you to go do the research and what do they mean by these keywords for each game, and only then you will see what's really behind these games. So genes in MGS1, memes in MGS2, MGS3 is scene. The scene is the combination of events, maybe political environment that you're forced in, that, you know, makes you act like you wouldn't. Like enemies turning into friends, turning into enemies. Actually, MGS3 also has a little bit of the opposite. Enemies turning into friends. So, doing something that you normally wouldn't do. Kojima is now called back to make MGS3, because God only knows what the fuck they were doing without Kojima. But apparently it was so bad, they called him back, and he, you know, made the whole game about the boss's sacrifice, the boss's will, and then later we know that it's, you know, failed to be passed on properly, and Naked Snake doing something that he normally, under normal circumstances, would not do. So that's the scene theme in MGS3. It's very well hidden. I'm talking about MGS3 now while we're playing MGS2, because everything is influenced by MGS2. And it goes absolute apeshit with MGS4, and then, you know, Peace Walker and MGS5, the whole thing with Cypher and Big Boss breaking apart, misunderstanding the boss's will, the boss failing to pass on her will properly, who else failed to pass on their will properly? What MGS2? Kojima. There, you got it. This guy, you gotta understand, he puts his ideas, thoughts, feelings, worldviews, references to every piece of media that he goes through, reference to real life, people that he met, events that happened to him, and ideas in the games. So him putting, the boss, making the boss this perfect character, oh, she's so perfect, she had to sacrifice everything and nobody will understand her. That's exactly what happened to Kojima. He, he likes to call himself God in this universe, I guess, in a way that he decides what happens in this universe. So in a way, he is God. But then, he makes this perfect character, this Mary Sue, perfect sacrificial lamb that we should look up to, the boss character. She failed to pass on her will. It was misinterpreted. It's not a coincidence. And everything after MGS2 is about sacrifice, failure to pass on one's will, misinterpretation, and ultimately, the world goes to shit in MGS4 because of misinterpreting the boss's will. So everything after MGS2 is heavily influenced by the backlash. MGS3 was sort of made as an apology in surface, with the most obvious element being, Raikov's existence. Hey, look, guys, Raiden is actually gay now. Isn't that what you wanted? Ha ha ha. So MGS3 has this fine line between, laughing at MGS2 with the people who didn't like MGS2 and laughing at the people who didn't like MGS2 rather than with. So it's a very fine line that MGS3 is threading on there. And of course, dumbed down the story, made it easier to follow, very simplistic, simpler technology, simpler events, simpler twists, and it works perfectly. What do we have today? 95% of Metal Gear fans, if you ask anybody, chances are, hey, MGS3 is my favorite. And you're playing right into, Kojima's view of apologizing for MGS2, dumbing down MGS3, and making it easier to follow, easier to understand. And the irony of it being that most people who love MGS3, they probably miss this entire subtext of laughing at / with the people who dislike MGS2. There's endless MGS2 jabs and references in MGS3. With, again, Raikov being the most obvious, but there's more. Hopefully I'll be able to go over a few. But just to list a few, they take every chance they can to go back and, talk about the previous game and talk about how the idiot who played the previous game thought that this thing worked like this instead it works like that. Rations don't heal your stamina. What are you, an idiot? There was some idiot who thought that. There's no laser sights in this game. What are you, an idiot? There's no training wheels in this mission. Don't go to Sokolov with the Raikov mask equipped. Why? He won't like it. But this look should make me more popular. I wouldn't bet on it. These are all calls from MGS3. Sokolov won't like Raikov mask. When you don the Raikov disguise, you call Zero and he's like, this look should make me more popular. I wouldn't bet on it. Also the call about vampires. There's endless little jabs at MGS2 because of that in MGS3. Anyway, it's inevitable that we end up talking about the whole series because this here, realizing that you're playing as Raiden, is what influenced everybody's response and everything in the development after that. But to get back to MGS2, let's look at a few things here. So, we saw how Raiden's voice changed. He was actually referred to as Snake at first. But when they say Snake, and that brief intro where they're still calling him Snake for a little bit, what they're really referring to is the same way that in MGS1, for example, they would tell you, Snake, change the controller port, or Snake, press the action button. Well, they're talking to the player. They're referring to the player as Snake. Snake go into first-person view. Now, if this actually followed game logic of one character is talking to another character in the universe, obviously you wouldn't tell somebody to go into first-person view. So they're talking to the player then when they're telling you to press buttons, but they still say Snake. So this is a really important concept in MGS1 that carries over right when you start. MGS2 was right and they're still calling him Snake. And then you can see that he's kind of on the same page as the Colonel there, goes back and forth asking for information with the sort of badass voice that he tries to put on there to talk to the Colonel almost like as equals, kind of like old buddies like Snake and Campbell actually did in MGS1 towards the end, right? And then the name change happens and the voice change happens because of the name change. The second he's renamed to Raiden, his voice, the pitch goes up, it becomes, you know, the Raiden voice that you know and probably hate. And the first thing he talks about is VR missions. I've completed over 300 missions in VR. And this is a very long explanation as probably another heavily influencing reason as to why we have Raiden. So we have the schoolgirl thing, we have gaining stature for Snake's character thing, and then the third thing that I would like to list, the third reason as to why Raiden is a thing, like, at all, it gets a little complicated, because where do I begin? So he starts talking about VR missions and having played over 300 missions in VR. And what's important to understand here is that the 300 missions in VR are none other than MGS1's VR disc. Raiden makes countless references to even specific missions, specific weapon, specific level, specific mission by number. So it's not speculation, it's definitely those missions that he's talking about. MGS1 VR disc, 300 missions. So that would have been, you know, in MGS1 gameplay, MGS1 controls, MGS1 graphics. So Raiden played MGS1, he played the VR missions, but he repeats a bunch of times as well that he went over the Shadow Moses incident in VR, which would of course be the MGS1 game itself. Now the concept of VR, somebody was asking earlier about what I think about a VR theory of MGS2. And the VR theory, if you don't know, basically was trying to promote the conviction that the entirety of MGS2 never happened. It's just a VR simulation in some VR headset out there. The big shell isn't real. The Raiden isn't real. It's just a VR simulation of a higher, maybe Patriots project, whatever, that never actually happened. But and this is where it gets weird, because what does it mean by it never actually happened? Never actually happened fucking where? Because to have events happen, you have to assume kind of like a plane of reality, a universe where events happen, and this is where shit gets weird, because it blends in and out of real reality and game reality. So when they're talking about VR missions, if you assume the game's universe as, you know, its own separate fictional universe where things just happen in that universe because it's this series, whatever, and somebody put on a headset, a VR headset, and did VR simulation of MGS2 in that universe, that's an awfully simple way to look at it. What they're playing with here is that plane of existence where the VR simulation may be happening may or may not be referred to as, real life. And the VR mission that you're going through is not somebody putting on a headset, but somebody firing up a piece of software on a PlayStation. So the VR theory brings up some interesting shit, but do not assume that it's just, its own separate universe where somebody puts a VR headset on and it happens as a simulation. And no. I like to look at it as, VR standing for virtual reality. In theory, strictly speaking, every game is a virtual reality in itself that we experience in the real reality, because it's a virtual world that you go through. And this, setup of a virtual world that you go through and experience in the way that they want you to experience is exactly what Raiden goes through here. He goes through the setup, and you go through the game. And like I was talking about earlier, there's two simulations going on, but largely they are going parallel with each other. So the same way that Raiden is playing the Patriot's setup, you are playing Kojima's setup, because obviously the game is set up to make you go through a certain series of events and a certain experiences that they want you to interact with. So I believe in the VR theory insofar that VR is nothing else than a video game. They use this interchangeably all the time in the series. They refer to as VR simulators interchangeably almost with video games. If you call Miller Liquid in MGS1, after a while he has a call where he talks about there's a big difference between kids who only train through VR simulators and actual soldiers. Trust your instinct as a soldier, as a gamer. And then endlessly, of course, and MGS2. Basically, if you think as VR being used interchangeably with video game, which is what they're going for here, I'm a firm believer that that's what they're going for here. Interchangeably using VR and video game, as they keep referring to the player as Snake or Raiden, and they keep talking about VR simulators. There's even an entire fucking Snake Tale about this. Oh, somebody might be using some sort of device to access our reality in a different world. Yes, a game console. So if you think as VR as a video game, because that's what it is, a virtual world that they put you through. And what does Raiden go through? A virtual simulation, or a series of events set up for him to go through an experience in a certain way. He's basically playing a game. I'm basically playing a game. Everybody's played a game. So this parallel between Raiden and the player is essential in even remotely coming close to understanding. I mean, obviously you guys are watching the game now, but that's a whole different can of worms there, because Twitch makes things even more different today. But understanding this parallelism between Raiden and the player, and Raiden being the player for, in some form, not entirely, but for the majority of it, is essential in even coming close to understanding what MGS2 is about. What MGS2 is about, it is about Kojima trying to pass on the fact that he wants you to find something to pass on as he tries to pass on the series. So it's meta about meta. Like, he wants to send the message out there, find something to believe in and find it for yourself and pass it on to the future. That's what Kojima was trying to do. That's what he's trying to get people to do and look at, and whatever other development team was supposed to be taking over. So simultaneously trying to pass on the series and pass on the message to the fans and the series to the developers. Again, it failed miserably, but that's what MGS2 is about. So, where was I even going with this? Raiden sort of goes back and forth between, acting like a normal person would and acting like a video game character would. because he sort of permeates between the two realities in a way where if he's allowed to know too much, obviously he can't just go around saying, hey, you're a video game character, you're not a real Colonel. He doesn't do that. I'm in a video game. He doesn't say that, but close enough. He says, this is a nightmare I can't wake up from. There's all these nonsensical things going on around me. If you took anybody in the chat right now and put them through what Raiden goes through, you would be just as scared and just as confused as Raiden. Raiden is nothing more, right now at least, at this point when you first start, nothing more than the guy who thinks he can beat MGS1, so he's a cool soldier and he can undertake MGS2 with his MGS1 knowledge and experience. So everything that conforms to that, Raiden is okay with. The Colonel already started changing his lines to exactly match MGS1. When we need to contact you, we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. The endless parallels between MGS1 and 2 are there to make Raiden and the player feel at ease, so that when something else happens that's outside of those parameters, Raiden feels scared, the player feels confused. And what do you know? People did get confused. People did bitch about it. So we have endless parallels between MGS1 and 2. Raiden feels at ease and is completely okay with that. And most of them are obvious. Some are really hard to find. Let's look around this area for a little bit, because right now Raiden is kind of an empty shell. It's just a video game player who's gone through MGS1 and MGS1 VR missions, which, if you're at this point in the game, pretty much that's what you should be. As far as the series is concerned, you're just a guy who played MGS1 and hopefully MGS1 VR missions. But let's take a look at some of the things here. For example, first let's just do the call about his blood.
Raiden, first get to the upper section of the big shell. Take the elevator in the north end of the...
Don't tell me where to go. I'll go over why Raiden doesn't know too much.
You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
So his blood is fake or artificial, not natural. Okay. What about these bugs here? If you wait for a while, they'll start crawling all over the place into Raiden's ass crack. Oh god. Oh god.
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the big shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
So, the bugs are artificial too, they're not natural. They're fake. And this is also a cool little feature here. This is the only time you'll ever see the word ration on European Extreme. That's where the ration is supposed to be. They're gonna eat it, so we have to shake the equipment to get rid of it. And now it's gone forever. But yeah, the bugs are artificial, his blood is artificial. What else is fake around here? What else is just a prop? Obviously the name Big Shell. Originally it was supposed to be called Big Blue Apple, but thank God they changed that, because I don't know, that doesn't roll off the tongue too well. And obviously being a shell, being the front, is part of its name. So that's also fake as a whole, but what else is fake or just a prop, just for show?
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Right, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Yeah, the shaver is actually glitched in the HD edition. So the suit is also, the diving suit is also just a prop. It hasn't been used, doesn't work. Nobody used it, it's rusted all over. So the shaver is glitched because if you give it Snake, I guess we can do that. He's supposed to be clean shaven at the end. In the HD edition, he's only shaven in the codec screen. You look at him in the cutscenes or gameplay, he still has his beard. But in the codec, he doesn't have it. They kind of messed that up. They probably went for a full detailed model of Snake, and they defaulted that model with the beard no matter what. So it's gonna look stupid. Clean shaven in the codec, and still beard during, you know, anywhere else. But we'll get it, whatever. So for our final fake thing, or prop, submarine's kind of like the same story here. I actually forgot to do a call on the tanker, or something similar. You look at a lifeboat and you call Otacon about it, and Otacon goes into detail explaining as to how it works and why it's not suited for your needs, instead of blindly telling Snake, it's not a threat, it doesn't work, just get out of there, move on with your mission, which is what they are doing with Raiden. That's the call in itself is not that interesting, because it's just Otacon explaining how the lifeboat works, but it's a contrast with how the Colonel explains how these things don't work, essentially, and why you should just leave them alone.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the Big Shell and for studying deep sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Yep. So Otacon tells you, look, it works like XYZ and we can't use it because of this and that. As Raiden, you're only told, as long as it's not a threat, it doesn't matter. Return to your duties. You're not going to use it. So that's another thing that's different. So everything here is fake, artificial, not natural in some way. Raiden's blood, or, you know, a prop. The bugs, the diving suit, the submarine. And like somebody was noting in the chat, perhaps realizing it for the first time, that's the way I want you guys to start looking at things. Once you start looking at things this way in this game, your mind will be blown. Somebody even just realized, maybe, oh, even MGS1 begins with, you know, diving and surfacing from water into the dock area. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Because as we move on, there will be more and more things. In fact, the next area, let's just go there for now. There's even more to that. Look at MGS2 that way, and it will open things to understanding.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gorlukovich man.
Gorlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They've become a band of mercenaries, an army
You
without a
look
country.
I mean, it's easy to just notice, oh yeah, it's similar to MGS1, but the question is why? And a lot of people don't think about that. Some people even go as far as saying, oh, they just ripped it off because they're lazy. They just recreated the same shit again. Let me just go through the scene here, and it's one of the most mind-blowing calls about the next area is right there. One of the most obvious dead giveaways was actually going on. And I'll tell you why MGS2 is similar to MGS1. Spoiler, it's not because they were lazy. MGS1 you see Liquid Snake go up the elevator. MGS2 you see Solid Snake go up the elevator. It's okay, I played MGS1. I expect some Snake going up an elevator. I'm perfectly fine with this. That's what Raiden's thinking.
There's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh,
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high. Should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Okay, if you don't do anything here... by the way, Zapfuzz and Epic Android, thanks for the resubs, guys. If you don't do anything, just call again here. This is, once you know what's going on, one of the most blatantly mind-blowing calls that uncover what's really going on here. Why is MGS2 similar to MGS1? This call exposes it in large part.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
No doubt.
Isn't that fucking weird? Raiden doesn't question it. And it just happens to be... What is this? Oh, I know this place. It's a level 1 of VR missions. Again, think of every time they say VR, use it interchangeably with MGS1, playing a video game. So, it doesn't make any fucking sense that Raiden would be okay with this if it was just, you know, little story about going about and rescuing the hostages, why does it happen that what is just happens to be the same as level 1 VR missions? Raiden is perfectly at ease with this. So why is MGS2 similar to MGS1? And the ways that it is to put Raiden or the player in at ease, in which MGS2 complies with your expectations and experience for the parts in which it's similar to MGS1. So Raiden is being reassured that you went through this, don't worry, you've been trained in VR, or, you know, you played MGS1, so you should be okay with this, you should be expecting this. The entirety of the game, not just the kernel, not just, you know, even Tanker, even everything that, even they tell you that Snake wasn't supposed to be there. No, the entirety of the way the game is made and written is made with the assumption that you know you have played the absolute shit out of MGS1. You know every event, every story component, every character, every line, every call, which is actually kind of insane when you think about it. And we'll see more evidence of this in a bit. But it turns out that there are some people out there who played the absolute shit out of MGS1 for about 20 years and know most things about it and can fully appreciate what MGS2 is trying to recall and put you at ease with. And in that way you can understand Raiden as a character, because Raiden is being kept under check really by these things that he is supposed to expect, because he played the shit out of MGS1. He keeps telling us he went through VR missions of MGS1, right? So what do they mean when they're saying this is level 1 of VR missions? It could mean two things, both connected to MGS1. Either, you know, the first area of MGS1, you have the dock area, you have the diving, you have the containers, you have the forklift, which is over there, you have the elevator. So level 1 of VR missions could be referring to the first area of MGS1. Obviously it's being recreated with some Snake going up the elevator, crates, forklift, dock, all that stuff. But also, if you play the actual MGS1 VR disc mission number 1, it starts you exactly here, the bottom left of the screen. There's, just ignore the right part. Anything past this crate, ignore that, and you have level 1 stage of sneaking, which starts you here. Then there's a hallway, a little corridor here, and then you go right, and that's where the goal is. You do this exact movement. From the bottom, go up, and then go right. And that's where the goal is, to move forward. In this case, the node. So, either way, it refers to the first stage of some VR stuff that Raiden went through. So, Raiden is okay with anything that conforms with his expectations from MGS1. Doesn't question it. He only starts, you know, getting confused and scared when there's other things that he's not, that are not in the simulation, such as Vamp, Fortune, the Bong. I mean, they're supposed to be there as, you know, stand-in for Foxhound, but I mean, obviously they have different powers, and Raiden feels that he feels scared of them and starts questioning reality. So Raiden is, again, going back and forth between, and this is important because it relates to Rose as a character next. He goes back and forth between video game logic and real life logic, because he's okay with whatever we had from MGS1. He was, or at least he said, he's being told that he should be okay, because they keep telling you, you've gone through this, in a simulation, in VR missions, or whatever. So you should be okay with this. And for a lot of things, he is, really. And if not, you have the Colonel to reassure you, or Rose to reassure you in any way. But for anything else, Raiden starts questioning reality, and he starts applying what perhaps you should never do in a game, real-life logic. Except his knowledge has to be limited in order to, have him continue going through the events at all. Because Raiden cannot be allowed to essentially be written as a person who played MGS1 in real life and then put in MGS2 and applying the same real life logic too much, because otherwise he would know who the Patriots are if he's, because they say that he read in the Dark and the Shadow Moses. He would know who Nastasha Romanenko is, he would know what Snake looks like, he would know a lot of things that, say, the average rational person who's played MGS1 and knows a lot about it would say in this situation. Colonel, you used to be on Snake's side. I read about you. He would recognize Bliskin, which he doesn't. He would recognize, I don't know, Ocelot. He would recognize a lot of shit from MGS1, which he's not really allowed to. So it doesn't go that far as to saying, oh shit, this is like the video game that I played. But he does still question reality in a way in which he gets scared. This is like a nightmare you can wake up from. What the fuck is happening? I think if you put anybody who just played MGS1 in real life through the events of MGS2, they would pretty much bitch and be scared like Raiden. Unfortunately, it doesn't sit too well with, just wanting to be a badass and rescue the hostages and save the world, which is the action movie that people wanted from MGS2. So Raiden goes constantly back and forth between the logic, video game logic from MGS1 that he's okay with, and real life logic when he starts questioning what's going on with him. It would have been an entirely different game if they actually made Raiden completely aware that he played MGS1 as a video game, and now he's been thrown into supposedly real events of MGS2 with so many connections to MGS1 that you stop and be like, wait, holy shit, what the fuck is this? Is this MGS1? Who the fuck are you? But it gets close enough. They don't quite do that, but it gets close to Raiden questioning that kind of reality. And when you have a new feature, they quickly start to introduce video game logic to it for it to make sense, and Raiden is fine with it, such as here.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
So, it's safe to assume that the Colonel is just bullshitting Raiden here. This is just, again, a thing that carries over from MGS1. Even though they probably have the technology and the means to do it now, you should know that you can't pick up enemy weapons from MGS1, so here's why. And Raiden's like, oh, okay, I know the item boxes. That's what I played with in MGS1. So he's, again, at ease. He's been put through what he expects from MGS1, and he's perfectly fine with it. So he's like, oh, yeah, item boxes. I know those. But yeah, he's probably bullshit. Even though I said applying video game logic, this is actually a very real thing. Obviously, it happens in MGS4 or Prominence, but in real life, some dumbass state governor out there somewhere, I don't know who, somewhere, they're trying to promote, what do they call them? Smart guns, which is exactly this. Guns that use your, I don't know, RFID or some shit, signature, biometrics or something, I don't know, to actually be fired. They think it's doable. It's been proposed in real life because they think it will make guns safer. Not to get too political now, but a lot of people who try to legislate guns don't seem to realize that a gun is a fucking tube of metal and a pin when it comes down to it. So there's no way, there's no like ways to circumvent that. So a lot of stupid people thinking, and what that does is add the cost, add the technology, add the points of failure, make guns unreliable and more costly, and just a fucking logistical nightmare to do that in real life. So yeah, a lot of stupid people trying to regulate guns out there when they don't fucking know the first thing about them. But let's not get too political for now. But it's actually kind of, it blew my mind when I saw the article. Like, holy shit, nanomachines. They want fucking nanomachine guns, essentially. Anyway, yeah, let's move on here. So sometimes I spend so long in this screen that the guards glitch and wake up when they should still be down forever. So let's see what happens. So there's a couple things. Yeah, they're supposed to sleep indefinitely, but sometimes the game glitches and they're actually awake when you leave the screen. Tends to happen when I spend a long time here. So there's a few things we can do. We can, well, for one thing, there's a lot of fields that are missing here. The original had sex and blood type and something else. Don't remember. Well, you could see the year, the birth date as well. Here you only get code name, birthday, no year, nationality. Anyway, hey, Raid from Night, welcome guys. The one thing that we can do is obviously put Kojima's name down. I forget what else they had, but whatever. So as soon as you hit enter on Kojima, oh shit, I typoed it. Hideo Kojima. Hideo Kojima. Fuck. I had to go all the way to that. Wait, what? Okay. As soon as you hit enter, the rest of the information changes to his information. The year is hidden. Maybe he was starting to feel old, but it's 1963. And what we get here, it actually says, you'll notice that there's two Japans. There's Japan and Moon Runes Japan. That actually says Konami. So when you put Kojima, it changes to Konami Japan. Because apparently Konami owns your soul. Your nationality is Konami Japan. But here's a little fix for today. There you go. No more Konami. So that's pretty interesting. that they own your ass like that. Another name. So Toyota doesn't work. Another name that we can put is good old Shinkawa. My god, typing with this thing is so much fun. As soon as you hit enter, it's only the birthday that's changed because he too is owned by Konami Japan apparently. And you can see when he was born. This guy is Japanese Jesus. Maybe that's why he's so good. But if you don't know, Shinkawa is, among other things, the art director and character designer. He has a very unique signature style that you often see on Metal Gear art cover, disc covers, and all that stuff. A very unique telling style. That's him. But he's important because he doesn't just draw things. He works closely with Kojima, almost at the same level. A huge influence on how the characters are, you know, how they come up with characters together, their looks, and what they're going to be, and determines a lot of what you see in the game, the overall art style and the characters' looks, obviously. So that's why his data also changes the fields here. And there, I believe there is a third name that you can put here, which I never bothered to look up. But there's somebody else's. Yeah, and he also left Konami or followed Kojima. Obviously, worked on Death Stranding. He also worked on that. What's it called? Left Alive, which apparently is not that great. But if you look at the cover, it looks good because Shinkawa made it. That just makes me sad. I didn't hear good things about it. Yeah. 1 second you hear Left Alive is amazing, and the next line below, Left Alive was horrible. It seems like I gotta check it out myself. I don't know. But for today, we are going with Asbag. And today is the 23rd of May, so when we put today's date, you get a little happy birthday cake in the corner. And I think Asbag would definitely be at Konami Japan, so. But this is funny because obviously this is what shows up at the end in the dog tags when Raiden is about to throw them away. So let's just do Konami. Anyone you know? Nope, never heard a name before. Snake shakes his head. Throw it away. Konami Japan. Yeah, that belongs there. Okay, they're not up. Sometimes they glitch.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now.
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane!
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack,
What?
do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well, I'll keep trying till I hear the answer.
What a weirdo.
I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
What a weirdo.
What a weirdo. Okay. Let's start slapping people in the dick before it's too late.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining
Not a
consciousness.
Be
chance.
careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter.
So we're gonna slap him in the dick, but from behind. So kind of looks like an ass slap, but the actual hitbox is in the front. It's the dick. Don't worry.
Who's there?
It wasn't until MGS3 that they had a different animation for a rear hit. Let's go up here. There's not really much else. Okay. We do have a lot more to talk about up here. Roto with the 70 months resub earlier. Thank you so much.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
He's fabulous.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Not a chance. Got it.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Rose, but I wanted to slap those guys in the dick and leave. So that we don't have the caution in the background. And there's a lot more to do here anyway. Let's see. Ooh, an item. Sweet. Oh shit. Okay, mission's over. Turn off the console right now. The mission is a failure. That's the extent of Raiden's mission today. Now, okay. Let's see.
What's up, Jack?
Not a chance.
The Black Knight, thanks for gifting the sub to Comfort Zone Comic. And second sub, thank you. So we should just get the first call here, but...
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough? And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. We should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
Oh man, I know a lot of people don't like Rose, but this sort of completes the third reason why we have Raiden. I've been talking about for so long, and it connects to Rose in a way. So I was talking about earlier how, you know, Raiden is being put through the simulation, but the same way that the players are being put through the game and the way the game was written and the series of events that you go through, always with the memories and experience and expectations from MGS1 in mind. But what happens ultimately, another reason for Raiden to exist, there's this constant kind of like contrast between, you know, Snake or Kojima telling Raiden or the player to find something to pass on for themselves as he was trying to pass something on. And there's this struggle between that and the Patriots. The Patriots wanting to determine for, you know, everybody else how to filter out information, how to decide what to pass on, talking about all the junk data and all that stuff. And this is where Rose comes into play. Because another reason to have Raiden be the player and be the one to go through all of this is to sort of have, for the majority of the game, an empty slate with no background, because you don't know that he was a child soldier and all that stuff until late in the game. But also to have somebody who is not Snake, because, you know, Snake, he might not be perfect, but, you know, everybody looks at him as a hero and all that, blah blah blah. Meanwhile, Raiden is a lot more down to earth and closer to what an average person might be. And Rose plays a huge role in that. At the end, the Patriots try to kind of justify the process of the simulation, the selection for societal sanity that they put Raiden through, because Raiden pretty much gets accused of doing all those mundane things that I think most people would do. You know, sometimes you're selfish, sometimes you only do the things you like, you only think about the things that you like, sometimes you hide behind rhetoric, sometimes you deny some truth that might not be so convenient, either consciously or subconsciously, sometimes you're lazy, sometimes all of that. You can't do that with Snake, because Snake is inherently a video game character, hero, everybody, what else? Raiden, on the other hand, Raiden is just, again, a normal dude who played MGS1 and MGS1 VR missions and applies real life logic and real life, vices and real life laziness and all the things that they accuse him of that make him the perfect candidate for the S3 plan at the end. Rose is a key element in that, because she's the one who follows Raiden, she's the one who observes Raiden, she's the one who lived with Raiden, she's the one who's written to behave, at least according to Kojima, the most realistic, given Kojima's experience in real life with women, the ideal woman, and also his past experience with women. So Rose is the most important, most realistic character written in the series. If you do some of the save calls, it's scary. Flows to home, it hits certain things that she bitches about. Yes, people don't like her, but she has this key role of making Raiden more human. More, in a way, relatable. I know that's hard for us to grasp, because you wouldn't want to be like Raiden, but at the end of the day, he gets accused of all those real life things that the Patriots go through, and if you listen to it, they're right. It's what people do with society, with themselves, with their concept of truth, with, deciding which kind of communities to leak the truth into and what to process as information for the next generation, all that stuff. It's true that it gets heavily, apart from the fact that the huge amount of junk data isn't reality, but it's also true that people only select what convenient truth they want, and what convenient sense of self they want, and determining the size of which, the way they call it, leak whatever truth they want into little pawns afraid of a larger forum. That's all true. If you listen to what the Patriots are accusing humanity of doing at the end, they're kind of right. If people actually listen to that, the world would be a different place. But it's that struggle between, the Patriots being right and accusing you and taking the reins for themselves about what to pass on, and rising above all that and deciding to just do it yourself and do it right, like Snake or Kojima wants you to do. So you can't do all that with Snake. It has to be somebody down to earth, relatable, with real life logic and real life experiences that we are at least told about with him and Rose and all that stuff. So Raiden has this additional role of being the perfect candidate for the S3 plan. And keep in mind, Raiden is, again, parallel for the player. VR missions is just a parallel for having played MGS1. So there's a lot of that yes, Raiden has been put through, but it's not like you're just sitting there watching, assuming you're actually playing the game, not watching on Twitch, but you also go through all of that as the player. So it's hard for me to believe that Kojima just wanted Raiden the character to go through this without people stopping to question themselves. Of course, nobody fucking pays attention to that 10-minute call at the end. Somebody's like, just skip, or like, can you explain this? Or like, blah blah blah, okay, skip. But obviously they interchangeably use VR missions and you know, the video games that you play as Raiden and the player are connected. So as the Patriots put Raiden through this, Kojima is putting you, the player, through this. The Patriots simulations might have been the S3 plan, but Kojima's simulation is Metal Gear Solid 2 as a piece of software as a whole. So there's this struggle, especially since Kojima is trying to, you know, kind of make you go the Snake message way that he wants to pass on. The struggle between letting the bad guys do it for you and decide what to pass on heartlessly like that, or rising above that and doing it for yourself and doing it right. The Raiden is the perfect candidate for all of this, and I can't believe that Kojima wouldn't want, you know, got one, bitch, wouldn't want the players to question you at the same time as they go through it. Wait, got one. You can randomly slap the air, and as these birds take off, a kick might actually hit them. Rip. Now, here's more of a theme of revenge in certain other games. We killed one of their own, so now they're gonna take a shit on me. If you look up for too long. Uh-oh. Such a lust for revenge. So one thing that I'm not a very big fan of is the theory that there is a real MGS1 out there and a VR MGS1 that Raiden went through. Obviously they use the terms, at least to me, they use the term VR mission and video game interchangeably. They use the term Raiden and player, or Snake and player interchangeably to sort of permeate between the two realities. So I don't think that, kind of like how the stupid visual graphic novel does, that there is a real MGS1 out there that happened in the game's universe, and a VR MGS1 that is Raiden putting on a VR headset and having done that. I'm not really a fan of that assumption, because it would be such a huge fucking waste if they didn't refer to it as the same way, because I somehow went through all of this without mentioning breaking the fourth wall. Breaking the fourth wall means to go through, you know, the three walls of the theater stage, being where the stage happens, and the fourth wall being the audience. And if you go, that's where the wording comes from. But if you go through the fourth wall, you assume that it's the same reality. So as crazy as it sounds, let's assume MGS2 as a reality, and let's assume Raiden is a real person who just happens to have played MGS1 and MGS1 VR missions. And using the term interchangeably, VR mission and video game that Raiden played, you can now see if MGS2 is reality, that it's entirely fucked up, that someone else is playing it in a different reality, in the actual reality. But that's what Raiden does. He is a stand-in for the player, he is a stand-in for real-life logic, he is a stand-in for the average person to question themselves, to be brought back to Earth, sort of, by Rose's analysis and Patriot's analysis at the end of the game. The one thing that's crazy for Raiden is that you're not just some dude who played MGS1, you are now being played in a video game in itself. So that's why it constantly goes between the two realities. Because otherwise, it's kind of boring if you think about it. Real life is real life. These games is just their own universe, which is completely detached from real life. And they just have the real universe where things happen, and their VR universe where things happened. And at the end of the day, what the fuck is the point of it being VR if the game universe is already an assumed fake universe, fake reality in the first place? What's the point? To me, it's obvious that they're using terms interchangeably to permeate between real life and the game reality, with VR mission just meaning video game that you went through. Because Raiden couldn't have gone through a video game or through a VR mission without it existing in his universe somehow, and the universe in which it exists is ours. It's a piece of software that he went through. It just gets fucked because he's yet in another fake universe where someone is playing as him. So once you assume that and see the reason for Raiden to be put through all of this, it's only natural to make a connection as to how Kojima wanted to put the players through this. Which is the obvious answer here, because he wanted people to listen to his message through Snake's speech, and he wanted the development team to take over the development process with the series after that. So to me, it's extremely boring to think that it's completely detached from real life, just game universe and game VR universe, and there's one real VR mission, there's one real MGS1 and one VR mission MGS1 that Raiden went through in the game universe. No, they're obviously the same thing. Let's get the rest of the calls here. It's gonna take a while. Desert Dude, thanks for gifting the sub to Robert93.
If you see an approximately waist-high railing...
Wait, he's just talking about that now because I'm next to the railing. Fucker. Got him. Oh shit. Okay, let's not stand next to the railing.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the president was sighted on Strut B, right?
Definitely
head
not.
for... I see a lot of birds over there. The tanker accident 2 years ago released crude oil containing massive quantities of endocrine disruptors. The fish that absorbed them were then eaten by seagulls, which further concentrated the endocrine disruptors in their bodies. What sort of outcome this will lead to is still currently under review and is yet unclear. It just goes to show that finishing the cleanup of ocean oil spills does not mean that environmental restoration efforts end there as well.
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
A hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
They keep telling you it's Solid Snake, but they keep telling you that he's dead. See how Raiden tries to apply real-life logic of somebody who's played MGS1. During MGS1, Snake was a hero. You too went through that, Colonel. And it always gets dismissed like that. You went through VR training. Yeah, you played a game.
Punch is the basis of
Oh.
hand-to-hand.
Okay, now he's talking about... It's kind of weird he's doing it this early. These tutorial calls also hide something very interesting.
That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago. The tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil, the end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. Put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a terrorist, and that's that.
Okay. You know that they're bullshitting you. In the English version, it's obvious, but later we'll go over some details in the Japanese version as to why it's not so obvious, and people might have actually questioned it.
According to the SEAL team...
Whatever.
Best line there.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve, in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Yeah. Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility's structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
Those just sounds like a little joke there, but if you think about it, any military database that she would have access to would include the real purpose and the real events that led up to the Big Shell existing and at its front and all of that. So instead, they just gave Raiden whatever they give the public. A process that is completely made up, doesn't actually happen on the Big Shell, but it's supposed to be cleaning up shit.
According to the SEAL team...
Brochure.
Strut A is a pump facility that supplies the energy to circulate the polluted water drawn from the sea throughout each of the Big Shell's sections. The south side is the actual pump facility itself, while the north side is the control room.
It doesn't matter if it's the real Rose or not. Probably isn't if you want to put it logically that way. Oh, missed me with that shit. Quite literally. I was, somebody in the chat was like, oh, they're droids, they're both droids and not real. Another part that's really helpful to keep in mind is one of Otakun's lines later in the game, which is not just about the Colonel, but the entirety of the game. He says that the Colonel is in part your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experiences. The Colonel probably isn't GW per se. So, the Colonel is this image, this idea of what it should be, according to Raiden, or the player's expectations and experiences from MGS1. It's not exactly purely the AI itself. And you can see this because sometimes the Colonel corrects himself to more accurately recreate MGS1 lines. Sometimes the Colonel agrees with what Raiden, whatever fucked up shit Raiden does, like taking pictures of people's panties in the hostage room, or calling Rose fat, or masturbating in the bathroom. Yes, that is a thing. So it's Raiden's own brain that is shaping the Colonel to a small degree, not entirely, but to a degree, is Raiden's experiences that is shaping the Colonel. So when the Colonel agrees with what Raiden does in those fucked up situations, it's just Raiden agreeing with himself there. But I think it's safe to assume, there's no answer as to when it's a real Rose and when it's the fake Rose, but it's safe to assume that whenever you have like personal save call with Rose, the personal events, it might be the real one, or at least as far as the game's plot purpose for Rose is concerned, it's the real Rose, even though the AI Rose knows everything that real Rose does, of course. And then when she only shows up to trying to support the Colonel, she tries to encourage Raiden to do something he's not confident to do, and just pushing him in some way. And obviously at the end, during the call, she's definitely an AI. But originally Rose was supposed to actually show up at the end of the game in person with a different hairstyle and maybe even eye collar or something. Hair collar, sorry, and eye and hair collar. because she says, "You say you like the color of my eyes, my hair. It's not even real." So to confirm that the rose at the end would have been real, they would have changed her, made her blonde or some shit. I don't know. Instead, they specifically left her the same in the final game because they decided to let the players decide for themselves whether she's real or not, when she's real or not. Very similar to the whole Inception thing. So yeah, specifically went out of their way to keep her the same looks, which by MGS4 we know that she's forced to be real in the actual universe of things, which is kind of stupid because she still has the same hair color, but whatever. Let's not get into MGS4, because it's not going to do any good.
According to the sea...
What's that supposed to mean?
Move in close to the enemy.
Whatever.
Okay, we're going through these tutorial calls, but there's one
Move in behind the enemy.
in particular.
Raiden, push the R2 or L2.
Not a chance.
What I don't want to get into is MGS4. MGS4 completely does away with its, different multi-reality video game slash VR slash simulation business. And MGS4 is just that boring assumption that the game is just the game universe, whatever, it just relates to the game universe, and it's a separate issue, whatever. It completely destroys everything that I've been trying to explain, that MGS2 tries to put Raiden and the player through. We don't talk about MGS4 or playing MGS2.
Once you see the codec
Definitely
screen,
not.
Raiden, when you're flattened against a corner, you have the ability to survey the scene behind you while staying concealed. This is called the corner view. Use it to find an opening in their surveillance and move ahead undiscovered. Strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. Peek by using the L2 and R2 buttons, and make jump-out shots with the weapon button. Take advantage of the different options.
So the interesting bit about this call is that he says strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. And that's the way they refer to as the controls from MGS1. So that's also how we know that it's MGS1 that they're talking about there. In MGS1 you could not strafe with the shoulder buttons, only with the D-pad, and you could not peek around corners. So every time there's a new sort of control involved, they will refer to it as not available in VR training. Which brings the question, but Raiden went through the VR training of the tanker, because, we played the tanker, and the tanker definitely has the controls they're talking about here. And this is where you gotta remember that we didn't have time to do it in the first release, but in the Japanese release, the European release, there was a condition under which the player, well, actually, let's start even before that. They were still deciding between having the tanker or the plant as a setting when making the game, and only when they realized that the tanker was too short, they included both. The tanker wouldn't have been the tanker alone would have been enough, and apparently the plant wouldn't have been enough, so they decided to put the plant there. But there's also conditions under which the plant chapter is the only one where you play if you pick the correct options when playing the Japanese or European version of this game. So it's just a leftover thing, in my opinion. I can't confirm this with the speculation, but I gotta work with what I have. The reason they still call it controls not available in VR training is because the plant was supposed to be the starting point. There is still a condition out there in which the plant was supposed to be the starting point, so you would not have had a tanker or the tanker controls. It's something that kind of would happen later, to have both tanker and plant. And it's a little confusing, because if you're telling me MGS1 controls weren't available in VR, then why the hell were they available in the tanker that we went through? And that's probably why. There's whole confusion about picking the setting, including the setting, deciding which setting to start the player at in the full actual completed versions that have that features. It's probably leftovers from all of that. That's the only thing I can assume. Anyway, the next tutorial call is even more fucked up, more interesting. Because he's just gonna explain what the controls are to do certain actions, but there's gonna be something completely nonsensical out of the context at the end of the call, and we'll see what it is and explain why it's there.
According to the SEAL team...
Not this one.
Flatten yourself against the wall and push the punch button to knock and create a diversion. You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
What? Why would you say that? And why doesn't Raiden say anything about it? This is one of the deepest, best hidden references to MGS1 that you would be absolutely insane to catch on your first playthrough. In MGS1, in the dock area, Campbell goes through all the tutorial calls. Eventually you'll finally get to the corner view and making noise tutorial call, and in MGS1 there's an exchange between Naomi and Snake for that call, because, you know, making noise to distract guards is deception. And as we know, in MGS1, Naomi has some sort of resentment for Snake, at least at first, because of what happened with Gray Fox. So as they explain how to make noise and trick people, Naomi butts in and says, "You should be good at tricking people, aren't you?" And Snake answers, "Only beautiful women like yourself." So in MGS1, it serves as a way to establish sort of the characters' feelings for each other, in which Naomi has resentment for Snake, and Snake just takes that as a chance to flirt with her. Just, you know, tries to be this nonchalant, whatever line as a response to that. Only beautiful women like yourself. So that's what happens in MGS1. In MGS2, this is no context to be there whatsoever, logically, by the events. Raiden isn't having that sort of exchange with anybody. It's just Campbell repeating the exact same line from MGS1. Purely because, again, this game expects you to know and have played the shit out of MGS1, know every call, every reference, every character, every story element, and Raiden certainly does. The player may or may not, which is why you know, a lot of people can't fully appreciate this game, and that's unfortunate. But as far as Raiden, the character, is concerned, he certainly knows all that, and he's perfectly fine with it. He doesn't question it. As long as it's something from MGS1, he's cool with it. So the Colonel has the entirety of the conversation that happens in MGS1 with himself there, even though there's no reason for it to happen in the current events at hand in MGS2. Raiden is cool with it, I guess, because he's MGS1 veteran, and you can already see that the AI is just sort of blindly repeating lines from MGS1. In this case, you might also maybe even consider it a mistake of the AI, kind of like when he does, when he corrects himself at the beginning. When we contact you, he messes up a little bit there. And he corrects himself.
Raiden, look at that wire fence.
Yeah.
You may be able to crawl through it.
Yeah. I got it.
Crouch down using the crawl.
Oh, shut up. I know how to crush. Door, how to open door. Why am I even getting this call? This is so stupid.
Raiden, the elevator's gone down. There's no need for you to return to the deep
Not a
sea dock.
chance.
Proceed with the mission.
Actually, that's another thing in MGS1. You also can't go back with the elevator. Even though it's still there, you can't go back. There should be a call about the door. I wonder if it just shifts the position enough if we're too close.
Raiden, that door is locked. You most
Right.
likely won't be able to get through. Find another way in.
Yeah, since this is another hole cut in the fence. Wow, thanks. By Snake. Then it should be a call about it. Before we go through it.
Colonel, don't you think it's strange that the fence is missing this spot right here?
Yes, I do.
You don't think that he got away?
It's possible. Be on the alert.
Roger that.
Hanging is referred to as a loot mode. Well, that's sort of what Campbell said. Oh, well, Pseudo Campbell says here. In fact, he's never referred to as Colonel Campbell, but if you look at his name tag here,
Raiden, look at that wire fence.
Campbell. You can read it
You may...
because, you know, you would expect it to be him. But anyway, he was referring to it as deception. Deception should be one of your strong points. So looting, deception, and it's repeated later by the ninja when trying to explain how to get past the biometric sensor. Deception is not an option here. They're talking about the same thing, same concept, telling the player, look, you can't do this little trick that you're used to doing to get past this. It's something entirely different.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
Yet another in-depth MGS2 Raiden beginning part successfully completed. Holy shit. There is, you know, another reason for all these repeated annoying tutorial calls, again, is because this was also supposed to be potentially the beginning of the game. But holy shit, it is
I'll go check the roof.
something.
I'll leave the first floor to you, okay? Understood.
I feel like I always cover a little something new or different, maybe lack something that I cover some other time and talk about something else. There is so much shit going on with MGS2.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a
That's
wall
wrong.
and hit the punch button.
Got it.
At this pace, I could take anywhere from 15 to 20 something hours. Okay, now we're just gonna go this way instead. Like if you do a bare bones story run with just the minimum amount of gameplay and cutscenes, it's gonna be like 7 hours. If you start looking into things and talk about things, 20 hours? I don't know. The Three Dogs gonna come back and be like, what the fuck, why is the game still going?
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Probably, yeah. Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president.
Is he safe?
He is safe.
What about the package?
Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money.
Good work.
Not
The
a
retrieval
chance.
is on the way. Come on home.
Roger that. Holy!
Alpha Zero, report.
Damn it! Cover the president!
Come in, Alpha Zero.
This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that...
Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
Why don't you do it?
Colonel, Mike Donger's in danger. I need porn from Strut F now. And that's what we're doing right now. We're getting the M9, we're getting some porn. I know, nobody cares about the Raiden and reality questioning analysis. What you want is the porn. And the twisted axe in the women's bathroom. Whoa, I don't know why I let that guy see me. There was no reason to. That hurt. God damn it! Waste of ammo. Potato aim. Anyway, I'll just get the porn and be on my way. So actually, since we found a gun, if you do some of the optional calls as shit happens, you actually see that Raiden is not completely clueless, he's not completely stupid. He does question things, and they always just tell him to, you know, settle down.
Raiden, didn't you?
Definitely not.
Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
Yeah, you don't want to actually think about it too much. Oh man, one of those guys is gonna wake up. We have to make our way all the way back there. At one point, like after the president dies, Raiden straight up says it. It's exactly the same. Oh shit. The enemy got our porn. Okay, all good. He says exactly the same as Shadow Moses, Ames, the president, the virus. And wasting a lot of ammo today, but whatever. And again, they just tell him to settle down. Don't think. Just obey what you were trained to do. In fact, I would imagine that Raiden figures this out as a character probably before most people do on their first playthrough. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, obviously M2 has a lot more going on than any of the other games. The closest thing would be M1 for being, you know, so deeply entrenched into M2's scope. But yes.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right. I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during the hanging maneuver. And once it runs out, you will fall.
Why don't you do it?
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Bye. Obviously, you have the bloody hallway here, but that's just one of the most obvious references. Don't need to point that out. But then there's more obscure ones, and we'll do a call about it later, actually. To me, even though the other games definitely have subtext to them that a lot of people fail to see, fortunately, nothing comes even remotely close to what MGS2 was trying to achieve. There's just so much that is involved in what Kojima was trying to tell people at MGS2. It just is a landslide. MGS2 as a take on things, as a project for me. There's nothing else comes close. So man, that's why it's my favorite. But obviously MGS2 needs MGS1 to work. You need to have played the fuck out of MGS1. So 2 and 1. There's like two sides of the same coin. And originally what the series is about.
Respond!
Are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
Get down!
is he?
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you? It has to be.
Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Right. What's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Here, take this.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The President is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
So somebody was asking something kind of interesting. If Raiden is the player, or an extension of the player, and has all the, knowledge that the player has, he doesn't quite have all the knowledge the player has, but he does apply a lot of his MGS1 expectations onto the game. Why doesn't he know what what Snake looks like? Why doesn't he recognize him? And like I always say, Raiden isn't allowed to really know or do too much in terms of real life knowledge and experience because it wouldn't really work too well. They just happen to go around saying, hey, I'm in a video game. The best you can do is make him confused. But I suspect since they kind of just put priority over trolling the player himself by having Raiden not react or not know, because people go like, oh fuck, that's Snake, I know that's Snake, I know Snake's not dead. And Raiden sort of kind of tries to fight that, but not nearly enough as a player would. But I think they heavily prioritize putting the player through, you know, the frustration of knowing that's Snake and not being able to do anything about it than having Raiden comment on it. However, Raiden is fine because as soon as we meet Snake, we get more of that MGS1 connection. Cigarettes and the exact gun from MGS1, which is not what Snake had on the tanker, by the way. It is a SOCOM pistol in Mark 23. It is exclusive to MGS1 and the plant. So Snake gives you his blessing from MGS1 in a way. So Raiden is fine with this, I'm sure. But yeah, in the English version especially, you know that they're bullshitting you. There's just a sense of frustration and not being able to go into the game yourself and tell Campbell to fuck off. Look, I know that's Snake. I know that Solid is not Solid Snake. I know the Snake is not dead. But Raiden can only do so much of that. He tries a little bit to argue his way through his events of, you know, VR missions that he went through or game that you played, and maybe even to the point where they want you to question whether the game that you played is the actual events. But he doesn't do it too much. He doesn't push that too much.
Think you can shoot that thing?
Yes. Let's mess with him a little bit. But Pliskin also has the mentor frequency. This frequency is given to a mentor figure who is hiding something at the end. Usually their identity, or, you know, in MGS1 it's Liquid posing as Master, and MGS2 it's Pliskin, Snake posing as Pliskin, and MGS3 it's a little different because MGS3 does deviate a little bit, but it's the boss, who obviously still has a secret since she defects. And then in MGS4 it gets a little complicated because they try to give this frequency to Raiden, and Raiden tries to act like a mentor figure for a total of 30 seconds to Snake, telling him how to follow some footsteps in the jungle because he's a ninja. So he would know that, except 10 minutes later he needs Snake to save his life and clings onto his leg and cries about his existence onto the plane and the later act. So I wouldn't say that Raiden is exactly a mentor figure for Snake in MGS4, but he tries for a grand total of 5 seconds and fails miserably. You also see how MGS4 doesn't exactly follow, but I think the most important parallel again is between MGS1 and MGS2. Mentor figure disguising himself. Well, let's call him.
He's asleep?
Dude, you put him to sleep. Yeah, he's surprised. We shot him with a tranquilizer dart. He's like, is he asleep?
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep?
An anonymous sub was gifted to Naughty Yuri Tier 3. Damn. Thank you so much, whoever. I'm trying to think if Naughty Yuri already had a Tier 3 sub, but it just works that way. But hey, thanks. It's 31 months resub. Now listen carefully here. He mumbles. in his sleep.
Wish I were that relaxed.
It's not in the subtitles, but he does mention Meryl.
He's still sleeping.
Liquid.
Huh?
Jeez, I wonder who this guy is. My dumbass when I first played this game, I was like, I don't know, 12. I didn't do all these calls, I guess. I thought it could have been yet another motherfucking clone. Ever since Liquid says, we were originally octuplets, you never know who might show up who might have survived at one point.
Wish I were that relaxed.
I mean, it sorta happens, because they do call Solid as a survivor of the project, but it doesn't really work well with the later events. Jeez, what happened? I don't know. If we get him exactly...
What are you trying to do?
If we get him exactly as I slap him... There's a whole set of grunts in the calls.
Get real.
Okay.
Right. Exactly.
Raiden's thoughts are the best. No, you can't carry him. This is him just fine.
Get real. Probably, yeah. Exactly.
Wait. Not you.
The Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
So obviously this is Kojima putting a little bit of his, whatever media experience into the blender, pressing the button, and out comes the Metal Gear game. The whole thing with the handcuff and the president having the passcode to the football for the nuke, all that stuff is inspired. Of course, like the name Pliskin by Escape from New York. Later when Snake reveals himself, Raiden even knows about it. He's like, oh, I get the Pliskin part. Like, Raiden knows about Escape from New York, yes. And then he only asks him about the Iroquois part of the name. Man, look at that cut. Also funny to look at how these random guys, M4s, look terrible. What the hell is that? And then you look at Snake's M4, and it's like somewhat more defined. Come on. It's the same thing, it's right there. These guys are obviously not important. My god, look at that stock. Okay, well, let me get the call about this guy.
The Navy captain and the president.
Get real.
Unbelievable.
What, again? How was his sub donation goal looking? It kind of got messed up because it was Three Dogs' turn to get a bunch of donations. So I had to look at what it was before and then start it again. Outside of the marathon, I guess.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely there as well.
Get real.
The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The president is in danger. Go now. Don't forget to log into the node in Strut B. The node for Strut B is
Hey, shut up. I wouldn't look too much into gun details. It wasn't really until MGS3 that they went with more details because It probably just doesn't have the shell deflector because of how flat it needs to be. You can see the forward assist at least, but just the model as a whole is, I mean, it does have, look, it's just flat. It's 2D, but it's there. That looks like the shell deflector. But they didn't really start making a distinction between characters and going more apeshit about the gun details until MGS3. And it's just a 2D shell deflector. That's not very efficient. But it's there. MGS3 introduced recoil, different penetration levels, and more accurate 3D models. MGS4 took it to another level altogether, having the best gun porn in the series. That triggered discipline too. If I explore out of bounds areas in this game, sort of, there's always something to show in the tanker. You can also glitch around, and you can, when it's time for Emma to almost die, you can actually glitch through one of the doors and the time gets reset. It messes up the whole game. But I'm usually not a fan of just glitching around. Anyway,
if you find an item,
I thought there was another call about this guy, but I guess not. Should be a call about the gun.
an item box can
Oh, shut up. I feel when you'll never know what kind of guns. I'm actually going to do an entire stream about building one, so you'll know about that one.
Colonel, who are Dead Sal?
Oh shit.
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
This game has a system where you ask something, and instead of telling you right away, Rose has to look it up. Except you can, like, start queuing a lot of things that she has to look up, and some of them get lost in the process. It's kind of annoying. Now, I don't know when she's going to talk about that, and you could ask about something else instead. I'm trying to get another call here.
Right.
What? Someone mentioned the name Vamp.
Yep.
Do you have any info on him?
Wait a moment, I'll look.
Just tell me. You know everything.
Right.
Get real.
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary.
I wonder if the Colonel is okay with the gun automatically, because he knows it's the gun from MGS1. That's what we're doing. MGS1 recreations, so that's fine. Oh, wait.
Think you can shoot that thing?
Right.
Oh, maybe the tranquilizer doesn't trigger the call.
Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive.
Sure.
Be confident. Do you understand?
Strut B is a generator facility that generates electricity for the big shell.
Maybe.
The first floor is its substation.
How cute.
Okay, now we gotta shoot him. For real. For them to be pissed about it. I mean, slowly, eventually, yes, all the Kojima games happen. Police Knots, Snatcher, Death Stranding. Not sure of, one marathon.
Raiden.
Come on, how are they not getting pissed? Does he have to shoot back for that?
What are you trying to do, kid?
Let me just get behind cover here, just very quickly.
Moron.
Raiden, what reason could you have to shoot someone while they are sleeping?
I can't believe you. And he was on our side, right?
I strongly disapprove. Hurry up and return to your duties.
Is he, though? Just staring. Okay, so to get him to actually say the line, I think we need to piss him off so much that instead of shooting once, he just shoots forever.
What are you thinking?
If you do it just a little bit, he only shoots once.
Damn, kid.
And then stops. Okay. But if you do it enough times, he keeps shooting forever. And that's when his line should change. Still not pissed enough. Okay. It is merely a 45 to the head. I mean, why would anyone be pissed? One more. Holy shit. What? Oh, there you go. Now he's going for it.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Yeah, and that's when you get the line. When he's actually trying to really kill me now, he starts saying that.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Changing sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours. Motivate, thanks for gifting 2 subs. Yep, later he says, I never said I was on yours. But, I mean, this is just a little hidden Easter egg optional call. I guess not really an Easter egg. But it probably stems from the fact that the main storyline was written by Kojima and the optional coda calls were written by Fukushima, so they don't really always agree with each other. Yeah, now he's pissed. Okay, I'll be on my way. Bye. We'll need this for later. He says, I'm not an enemy or something like that in the cutscene. Maybe he just repeats it here? Like the first thing he says after Vamp is gone says, hold on, I'm not an enemy, calm down. Does he use the same exact wording maybe in the call in Japanese? Well, here's the moment everybody's been waiting for. I want a dud storm like no other. If you're new to the channel, please excuse us, but that's the thing. Oh, here goes. Rip some dude's laptop.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president!
Ready grenades!
A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness? I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The president can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to Simulation 2?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire, too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
And I won't let you be just a dream. So if we lose viewers during the dud, cutscene is always because the chat crashes people's laptops out there with the dud storm or something. I don't know. Good job, everybody. So the dud spam is a thing. So one of the many faults of the English version is holy shit, Raiden's voice. If you listen to Raiden in Japanese, his voice is just as deep, if not deeper, than Snake's. He's a man. He sounds like a man. But in English, we got some deliveries and some, I don't know, some of the tone that they gave Raiden. I don't know. I feel it contributed a lot to people hating him with his personality and his looks. That voice does not help. So that's unfortunate. But he's not supposed to sound like that. Listen to him in Japanese. Do I even like this game? Yeah, this is only what the series is about. Yep. Yes, MGS2 is my favorite. We got a 6 months dud sub from Ketzer, thank you. And I'm going to do a few calls here so they're not in the way later when we do the important stuff, such as masturbating in the bathroom.
It's possible the terrorists will...
So when Raiden says there, is this according to Simulation 2? This is because the simulation, you know, being recreation of MGS1 and everything. This is the one aspect of gameplay that is different. This is something that was introduced entirely outside of the whole MGS1 thing, and MGS2 purely as a gameplay aspect. They had these idea notebooks that they would pass around the development team to come up with ideas to put into game, and somebody came up with the idea of putting bombs around and having the player find them and defuse them, which obviously wasn't a thing in MGS1. So when the idea of defusing a C4 is introduced, Raiden instantly questions it. Is this according to Simulation 2? Like, Colonel, this wasn't an MGS1. And since it wasn't an MGS1, Colonel's like, what are you talking about? That's not in a simulation. Of course it's not. The Colonel doesn't even know. What are you talking about? Just move on. And we are told later, as an excuse for all of that, as Ocelot explains it, Fatman was a different story. He was just a test. But it's a cool gameplay aspect. The bomb disposal run is one of the most stealth-intensive parts of the gameplay. So we'll do that. Let's get another. That's the thing in connection to MGS1. Another one, if we can get the Harrier call here.
It's possible the terror.
Huh? Come on.
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a V-STOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where did they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
So this is a more subtle MGS1 connection. In MGS1 you have a helicopter behind taking down 2 fighter jets, the F-16s, which is fucking crazy because Liquid has the best genes in the world, so he can do that. So you have one helicopter taking down 2 fighter jets in MGS1. In MGS2 you have the opposite. You have 1 fighter jet taking down 2 helicopters, which is a lot more feasible, I guess. You see the 2 helicopters at the beginning of the plant, and they get shot down by the Harrier. So 2 helicopters, 1 fighter jet, 1 fighter jet, 2 fighter jets, 1 helicopter, and MGS1. It's easy to not get that connection. And I mean, of course, the hind fight is a stand-in for the. I mean, the Harrier fight is a stand-in for the hind fight.
Once you put a choke...
Get real.
Maybe not. No more calls?
It's possible that...
Whatever.
Okay. Time to move on to all the twisted acts in the bathroom. Which is why we got the porn. But first... maybe we should do some save calls. Oh yeah, Rose calls. Everybody's favorite.
Jack, do you need to save?
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm really just trying to get her to talk about items. But she doesn't do that for a while, I think.
Jack, I found some information on Vamp. He's been a member of Dead Cell since it was first founded, and like Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin said, he's a master with knives. He's originally from Romania. He's apparently no ordinary knife specialist.
What do you mean?
He can parry bullets.
Yeah, I saw him do it. How the heck?
I don't know. Also, it looks like he secluded himself from other humans on several different occasions. There is no detailed information on him, though. Be careful.
So somebody was... It's a legitimate question. Asking if I'm planning to do a Japanese version stream. And the short answer is maybe I'll give it one more attempt. I'm not particularly thrilled about it because last time I streamed the Japanese versions, unfortunately these games don't have an option for English subtitles with Japanese voices, with the exception of MGS5. So the whole thing has to be in Japanese. If you only really are able to follow if you already know what the characters are saying in English, which some people might be able to, but unfortunately my experience was that the chat, apart from having maybe roughly a third of the people that we would normally have, for obvious reasons, the chat turns into a shitfest of just memeing every Japanese word there is, or repeating the same fucking meme Japanese words over and over, and nobody gives a shit. Like the chat, yeah, just becomes I don't know, a mess, which is unfortunate because the Japanese version of MGS2 gives you a lot more to fuck with the player, to give you the illusion that what they're telling you is true, that Snake is the leader of the terrorists, and you're being mind-fucked. But, yeah. It's been a while, so maybe we'll give another attempt in the future, but I can't see people learning on Twitch, so... let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do a couple more save calls because I want to get her to talk about items.
Jack, is that you?
Not a chance.
And also all the things that she has to look up.
Rose, are you okay?
Yes, thank you. It really scared me at first, but I think I've gotten used to it. I'll be behind you all the way, so don't worry.
I guess women really are strong.
Not quite. It's not women that are strong, it's me.
Just as long as I can count on you.
Actually, that's not true. It still scares me to death. But I'll be strong. I'll try. For you. Good luck.
I wonder if you could make like a undub ISO or something. Maybe. That would be worth it. Unfortunately, working with these games, data or emulating or even, you know, messing with the disk is not easy. Especially with MGS2, which is dual layer and always messes with things. But yeah, it would be great if we could get subtitles in English.
What can I do for you, Jack?
That's wrong.
Jack, when you get home, Let's have a homecoming party. Just the two of us.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll make dinner.
What?
Oh, what's wrong?
Well, that sounds good, but how about we eat out at that one restaurant instead? You know, the place that we went to recently with the amazing lobster? I really like that place.
Well, yeah, I guess that's okay too. Huh?
Nothing. I just love lobster. Yeah, can't wait. Woohoo!
Well, then I'll make a reservation. Promise me you'll come back safely.
Don't worry.
Yes. The only thing that stayed consistent with these characters between MGS1 and 2, MGS2 and 4, is that Rose is a terrible cook. There's an entire call in MGS4 about it. That's the only thing that stayed consistent.
Jack, is that
Hey,
you?
come on.
And there's another call about it with the rations, which unfortunately we can't get because there's no rations in European Extreme.
Hang in there.
Oh, finally, you have nothing else, which means you're gonna talk about items now. Probably including this. I have no idea which call you're talking about. It would be great if you could make, like, maybe a highlight of it or something somewhere.
What can I do for you, Jack?
I don't know.
By the way, Jack, what's that you're holding?
Well,
Look, if it's bothering you that much, you should just say so.
yeah? And if I do?
Just be patient, dear.
2 years and they haven't done. How is she pregnant anyway? I don't know. Must have been Campbell.
What can I do for you, Jack?
Not sure how I feel about that.
By the way, Jack, are you smoking?
Yep.
I thought you quit smoking. Why did you start again?
There are lots of reasons.
Look, I'm only thinking about your health, okay? Remember the last time you quit, how hard it was?
Yeah, it was pretty tough.
Wasn't it? So you should
I've got it, Rose. I've thought of a way to avoid all that pain and suffering.
What are you gonna do?
Keep smoking.
Jack!
Just kidding. I know it's bad for me. I'll quit as soon as I get back.
Now, I don't want to stretch things too much. This might be overreaching a little bit, admittedly, but I wonder if they're referring to the fact that you had cigarettes in MGS1, and then you didn't have them as a ride-in in MGS2 for a while. That's what quit smoking means. If she's talking to the player there. You quit smoking because we didn't give you cigarettes at first. Why? Quitting is easy. I've done it like 3 times already. Colossal Fish of the 43 months, thank you. Okay, now there is an exact order of things that need to be done. First, in the men's bathroom. Let's be proper here. We got a new sub from Andy. Thank you so much for choosing to support us. Glad you enjoyed the channel. So, by staring at the urinal, that's how you take a piss. Excuse me, can I take a piss?
Right, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary,
What?
could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Oh, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
What's that supposed to mean?
Okay, so they're okay with that. But if you crouch, then it gets a little weird.
Right, and I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
You guys don't sniff urinals? Must be just me then. Oh well. Here we have some more Kojima sound effects. Well placed sound effects. Thanks, Kojima, for these sound effects. Hold on a second. Now we gotta get in here while holding the porn. This is an entirely different combination. Lock yourself in the bathroom stall while holding the porn, and
Raiden, what are you doing there? With that?
I don't believe it. What are you thinking? Enduring your duties?
I highly disapprove.
Even though every one of us is scrambling to do our best to support you, this? And what exactly are you going to do? Drool over pictures of voluptuous girls?
Exactly.
At least use a picture of me instead.
Why?
I mean...
I completely disapprove.
What are you talking about?
at least use a picture of me. That's the craziest part. Rose wants you to fap to her. At least use a picture of me. Yeah, that's probably one of the craziest calls. Anyway, now we're moving on to the women's bathroom. Because twisted acts need to happen. Let's see. Well, just by being in here, this is wrong. But say I want to take a shit. Can I take a shit?
Raiden.
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying, but I'm beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
My duties are right here, though. Well, I guess even worse if you sniff the toilet.
Raiden, I'm at a loss for words.
I'm afraid to ask. Do you do that in my room, too?
Did you see that?
This is Raiden sniff Rose's toilet.
It's possible the terror...
Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look it up for
She's
you.
gonna look more shit up. Now, this should also not approve that I'm just in here in general. Just hang around a bit.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Right, Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else.
Hey,
I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
You guys are unbelievable.
There's Raiden slightly agreeing with himself there. Through the Colonel. There should be one more, but let me see. Might as well get the ammo here.
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
Yay, we broke up with Rose. Mission accomplished. That was the mission, right?
So, Jack, what do you want?
What do I want? Well, I'd like to save, if that's okay.
Then go ahead.
And confirm, this is usually the amount of choice you get. Yeah.
This is a joke, right? Rose.
What now?
What do you mean, what now? Save my data, please.
Fine. Don't you have something you want to say before that?
Like what? All right, I get it. I'm sorry. There. You satisfied?
Close enough.
You selfish.
What was that?
You're a
Nothing.
real egotistical
Just
woman.
talking to myself.
See ya.
Now she's fixed. Get some Pentazemin in here for the call later. So here we can see again what I was talking about earlier, how reflections are made. Which is not really a reflection, it's just a window in a parallel universe where there's another model. There's another Raiden there doing everything that I'm doing, but mirrored. And you can tell because if I shoot the wall behind me, there'll be bullet holes in the wall, but they're not in that wall. That's a different wall. That's a different Raiden. So, uh-oh. Either that or it's vampire bullets. If we could somehow glitch there, you could see two Raidens next to each other. Time to sacrifice the porn, see if the porn is reflected. Holy shit, I think we're gonna get banned. This is some hardcore shit right here. Oh, it does get reflected. They thought about it. Nice. Wanna flip the page. Damn it. Yeah, that one's jumping too. Interesting. But yeah, the holes in the wall are not reflected. I think claymores, if you put down a claymore, it's not reflected also. Anyway, here's a bomb for later. We don't need that yet. Now we have committed all those twisted acts in the bathrooms.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
I'm lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and... there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes. On every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card, issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The 2 of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And Who Dares Wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by Kodak from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
Okay, let's just run here. And we should be able to get this guy before he runs the corner.
Freeze!
Oh, just in time. Okay. Yeah, that never happened. Wait a second. No, we don't want to do that actually. Damn, that's probably too... Never mind. Okay, now we need a game over. I always start going efficiently, because bomb disposal is one of the things that you practice the most, but I missed something entirely, so we're gonna start over. That frame rate. The music slows down.
Jack,
But
what's going
thanks for the
on?
100,
Answer me!
1,000 bits,
Jack?
actually.
Jack!
1,000 bits. So we blew up the entire shell. And we'll go over the fission mailed, or rather the mission failed screen, I guess, while we're at it. So one thing that's interesting in the first place is that it says mission failed, like it does in VR missions, rather than game over, like you get on the tanker, you get an MGS-1. So that's a big, hint towards the whole thing being VR and whatnot. But again, refer to my opinion of it being that by VR to just mean it's a piece of software. It's a video game that you're playing, so it kind of makes sense because Raiden goes around changing the settings and the options using the computers with the game's interface, and then when you die you get this game interface, which also starts glitching around when GW starts messing around. But here you can actually see your real time at the time of death game stats. All that gibberish at the bottom is not gibberish. If you look carefully, the spaces are weird, but you can actually tell what it says there. So the first thing is arm strength, which is 0 right now. That's the amount of pull-ups I've done as Raiden. 0 right now. I actually need to get on that. Prudence is 24. That's the amount of saves. Ammo used, that's self-explanatory, 204. Alert number 1. I got 1 alert, which I guess right now the only alert that I got is the forced one on the tanker towards the end. Neut is neutralizations, which is really just kills. 16 kills right now. And then damage amount 175 is just a numerical value in relation to the health bar that you get. So there's some more stuff there. Camera position X, Y, and Z. That's where the camera coordinates are when I died, which is actually, this is a unique screenshot for our game over, so I don't know how that works. And then area move 138 is the amount of times we moved between areas, loaded a new area. So that's 138 times right now. And then vantage point W16B. Each stage has a code in that format. This one has W16B, so vantage point is basically which area did you get the game over in. So all that looks like gibberish, but it's not. How do I get information on what it means? Well, you can test it out yourself if you don't believe, or you can try reading it maybe, or you can Google it. I don't know what the stuff on the right is. That's a whole different bunch of... I would assume it's not gibberish either, but... Yeah, the tanker stats also count. I have an alert from the tanker. But the arm strength doesn't, because that changes between Snake and Raiden. Interestingly enough. Okay, let's... Instead of rushing there, we want to rush out. Because if you're quick enough and see something... Since Pliskin just left this way... This guy's knocked out, and there's somebody here in a box. How many boxes does he have? Yeah, he can destroy multiple layers of boxes. He will always have one. Obviously, we want to get... Oh, shit, that guy's about to wake up.
Freeze!
Yeah, sort of like... Oops, sorry. Stay down. So we're gonna get the calls about this. The only unfortunate thing is... the other story calls have priority over this, so even if we call Pliskin now, he's gonna talk about a bunch of other shit first. But yeah, you can destroy multiple layers of his box, he will always have some. Let's torture this guy. This guy is in a perfect position to be tortured. No radio, no running, no shooting. So if you fall down there, it actually triggers a game over scream from Raiden, but you don't actually die, because you just fall down there. Oops. Oh, sorry. That scream is usually when you fall to your death. Man, he must be confused. Tries to call for backup. Oh well, I guess I better leave. You can do it. Look at him go again. Yeah, I think Raiden is enjoying this. Don't worry. It will be over soon. Keep going. Nope. Still going. Finally. Now we can just jump on him to wake him up. Okay, fine, you can leave. How about you leave this way, though? Bye. Okay, time to get a bunch of calls here.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb.
Not a chance.
Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder
Right.
for the enemy. knock them unconscious,
Get
or
real.
take...
Okay, shut up. Something interesting. It's actually kind of unique because you have Pliskin and Rose both giving you information about mostly Dead Cell members and stuff like that. Raiden asks about. But like they said, Snake was not included in the original simulation, so it makes sense that they also had that sort of information. Although Snake's version is a lot better. But yeah, we have to go through a lot of those calls now. And then they'll talk about the guy in the box.
Shoot a fire extinguisher and the...
Stop telling me gameplay stuff.
Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a...
group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the Colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the Colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any. Vamp is a member of Dead Cell. Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
Right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
By the way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
Where to begin to explain this? So actually, I forgot to mention earlier, Vamp seems to sort of recognize Snake when he's introduced. And again, here, Raiden asks about it. That's because Vamp is about to say, you smell like something. S-something. So either he was about to say you smell like shit, or you smell like Solidus. Vamp realizes that it's him, it's Snake, because he smells like Solidus. And Vamp's sense of smell is highly sensitive, I guess, so he recognizes. He was about to say, you smell like Solidus, I guess. So that's what he was talking about there. But yeah, so there's a whole thing about Vamp is not for vampires because he's bisexual. Excuse me? Like, how does that make any sense? That's what everybody's wondering, right? Well, you have to do some mental stretching and also some lost in translation details, as well as some original ideas for the game, and it will make sense. Unfortunately, it's a long stretch, but it's the closest thing we have to an explanation. Also, the fact that Raiden is bothered by Vamp's sexuality is perhaps a cherry on top, because everybody, out there calling Raiden gay, whatever, but Raiden is the one who is bothered by this. So I don't think so, Monty Python. Probably not. So Vamp is for bisexual, because if you look up the term vamp, a vamp is usually a sort of femme fatale kind of character in a novel, in a movie or something. Somebody, usually a female character, who uses their, seduction skills and whatever to get what they want. So that's the definition of a vamp trope. So it's usually a female character. Now, Vamp as a character in MGS2 was originally supposed to be a female. There's artwork, very early artwork out there of a female Vamp by Shinkawa. So that was before Fortune was introduced or something like that. They decided not to have two female characters. So now the character Vamp, which was supposed to be, I guess, a literal vamp trope using seduction to get whatever he wanted or something like that as a female. Since vamps are usually females, but we have another female character, now he's a male, but he's bisexual. Because he still has to fit in the story with, I guess, Scott Dolph being his lover. Or something like that. That's the closest thing as well. If you include a little bit of Lost in Translation out there, that's the closest thing you get to an explanation as to why vamp equals bisexual. Because vamps are usually female, and he was turning to male. You could almost say male to female, or female to male in this case. I don't know, that's the closest thing. I'm not saying it's an explanation, but it's, as you saw, Raiden was perfectly fine with it. And Snake says it like it's nothing. Oh, Vamp is not for vampires because he's bisexual. Oh, of course. But of course. They're perfectly fine with it. That's why I'm saying probably a little bit also lost in translation out there. I wouldn't even call it Kojima logic, because Kojima doesn't really look or care into English voice acting or translation until it bothers him and he gets translators fired, but let's not go there. So yeah, there's actually more calls, because we still have to ask about the guy in the box. Several boxes here. It's like wearing all 5 boxes in the game.
Looks like the enemy sentry.
Definitely not. What do you know about that strange woman?
You mean Fortune? She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seemed to veer away from her in battle. People have heard her say that her fortune in battle was payback for the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell. Fat Man. Supposedly he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man. Something straight out of a sideshow. If he even has a bit of spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
Pliskin, I saw someone wearing a cardboard box just now.
A box? I don't know anything about that. You sure you weren't imagining things?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's one of the members of Dead Cell?
How should I know?
I don't want to fight someone like that.
Why not?
Because it looks so dumb. Anyone who's willing to be seen like that must be completely insane. I mean, he's a psycho, there's no question about it.
Yeah.
That's another thing you think Raiden would know about. He's played MGS1, right? And there's also plenty of MGS1 VR missions with the cardboard box. So why does he think it's weird? It's just one of those things that are, I guess, ignored. They're not given to Raiden's knowledge of MGS1, even though he keeps rambling about doing VR missions. Yeah, who could that be? Why would you do that? Now I think you can ask everybody about it.
Jack, is that you?
I don't feel like it.
And also, Weapons 80 is a mistranslation, so.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune.
Oh my god, just listen to this.
She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident. Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
Get real.
As you see, you get two versions of the same background on Dead Cell. It's kind of interesting. But I guess it makes sense because the Patriots never planned to have Snake there explaining shit, so they have to give Raiden some explanation. I'm trying to get her to, maybe it's through the Colonel. Look into, wait, is this the wrong frequency?
What's up, Jack?
Look into the guy in the box.
You will be able to move left and... A grip gauge is...
Did I already get this call? No, he's just going through tutorial stuff now.
Push the cross... Raiden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician. Follow his orders and disarm the explosives.
Okay, but exactly who is Peter Stillman?
Gotcha. I'll look him up. Hold on a moment.
More shit for her to look up. Okay. Don't suppose it's instant. I'm not really a fan of this system because you can easily
What
miss
can I do for you, Jack?
some calls this way. I'm gonna do some MGS 3. I don't think so. Well, maybe at the end of MGS 3. Probably towards the end. That's how it usually plays out.
Take it easy.
No calls. Okay. Maybe we need to go through here. We can mess around with Stillman a little bit. First, clear the area. Where is he? Oh. Shit. All good. That never happened. This guy's probably about to wake up. Close to it. Oh, that doesn't look too comfortable. Here, let me help you. Now we can mess around with Stillman. Is there ammo in here? There's nothing in here. Usually no reason to look below here. And here is a very unique box of potatoes. No, there's a box of apples. How you like them apples? Damn, they even have the core of the apple in there. Look at that. Nice.
Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs.
Yeah, that's another thing that I noticed playing the PS2 version again recently. There's no blood stains on the soldiers themselves. They just spray blood out.
I'm all right.
We can really piss him off here.
Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. I'm all right. I'm all right. You need to go and take care of the C4s now.
Alright, thanks for the 27 months resub.
Stop bothering me.
Oh, there you go. He's losing it.
Lay off the knocking already.
Stillman. Hey, Stillman.
You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Stop bothering me. You need to go and take care of the C4s now.
You're going to get 3 pants on the plant. You can't play music properly.
You need to go and take care of the C4s now.
Okay, let's call him. All he talks about is where the C4 is, though. I think, for now.
The sensor A that I gave you is set so that the position of bombs will appear on the radar. Didn't I say that if you don't first initialize the radar, you won't get anywhere? Now search for the node. If you're not sure where the node is, ask your superior officer. He should know. Right. There's still C4 in the strut where you are.
Where?
All right, let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
What the fuck, Stillman? If you know where the fucking bomb is, just tell me. This isn't a fucking game. People are dying. No, he has to fuck with you. Like, I know where the bomb is. Let me give you a hint. But yeah, we're not going to defuse this one yet. This is actually best left for last here. There should be something else.
Equipping yourself with Sensor A will bring up a visual representation of the odor of C4s on your radar. It will appear as a mist-like image. C4 is sure to be planted anywhere where there is a response. Search carefully.
Everybody, for convenience sake, everybody can see what you're doing, where you are, and what's going on, so they can talk about it. The official excuse is that I can see you through the radar, but yeah, Stillman wouldn't have that.
There are still bombs in that area that...
No. Yeah, that's what he talks about. Okay. I'm actually gonna have to be careful and aim this one shot that I have, because I messed around too much. When I get this. Okay. Normally it takes 3 hits, but if you shoot the weak spot, like the camera, 1 is enough.
Raiden reporting. The C4 in Strut B has been disposed of. The wall containing the transformer panel was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Yeah, I mean, for this marathon we have 2 streamers, but it's happened before. Single. We wouldn't do 5 days. I wouldn't do 5 days by myself, but that's kind of crazy. But usually solo marathons are like 30, 33 hours. I'm just 1, 2, 3, and 4. And a lot of people don't realize that there's multiple streamers in this channel. This is one of the optional bombs that only appear in higher difficulties, so there's no calls about them. Why would cartwheeling be a good sneaky move? Because it makes you go faster, especially downstairs. And to roll into people, of course. I messed that up. Stillman knows where all the bombs are.
The Sensor A that I gave.
What?
There are still bombs in that area that haven't been disposed of. Search carefully. No one's going to leave a bomb in a place that easy to reach. It would be more worthwhile to search convoluted areas that can't be reached simply by walking.
Raiden, another C4 down. There was one planted pretty high up on the ceiling. The coolant spray couldn't reach that far, so I had to get up on a stand to do it.
Just give you random advice of what it could be. But the question is, how did Fat Man get here? I'm really messing that up. A little animation cancel you can do to get up quicker. You just barely have enough time to get away before this guy wakes up like that. And I guess I'll go a little bit out of my way here and get some extra ammo. Just because I wasted so much. I think I might be on the other side actually. She'll never pick this up. There it is. Look here.
This is Raiden. I just finished disposing of the C4 in Strut F. Found explosives on B1.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, right? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
Let's see if we have any save calls now.
Jack, is that you? I looked into Mr. Peter Stillman's file. Full name is Peter Stillman, known as Pegleg Peter. He is a legendary bomb disposal technician. He is also a longtime instructor at the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal and a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad. But 5 years ago, he lost his leg in an accident. And since then, he hung up his gloves to focus on being a lecturer. He was called back into service because, as he said, he is the only explosive specialist who can stop Fat Man. Although no longer an active consultant, he is still without a doubt the #1 guy when it comes to disarming explosives. He should be very helpful to you.
Not a chance.
One more bomb defused. There was one I managed to find only because I took a good look in first-person view. You should try it too.
You know, as opposed to not looking in first-person view in life. How's the M4 build coming along? I'm still waiting on the barrel. It's kind of ridiculous, but that's how it is. Some of these places have like insane delays right now, so it should probably be by the end of the month, but we'll see. What am I doing here? I guess I'll just destroy these. Is the barrel made in China? No. Just high demand, back orders and whatnot. It's almost impossible to find certain things these days.
Be careful, there are Claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Stealth equipped Claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you contact me?
Let's just say I'm one of your fans.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too. But the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
See how Raiden goes in like, hey, I've played this before. I know who Deep Throat is. But they obviously have to tell him, no, that can't be it. Because Raiden knows from MGS1 that the person calling you to warn you about the Claymores is the same person calling himself Deep Throat. And, I guess they quickly changed it to Mr. X there because of that. Okay, we want to be somewhat efficient here because the timing is tight. I can shoot without a suppressor because of the conveyor belt making noise. Apparently it's loud enough to cover a gunshot, so they don't hear it. Get the box. Get the other two cameras. And the bomb just comes out as we do that. You know what? I should fucking execute everybody in here, actually. Excuse me. I always forget to do this later, and it's more trouble. So I'm doing it now.
Freeze!
For once. Now the support team will come to investigate, but we can get rid of them easily. Because there's actually something else you can do here. Normally I would have just left for the heliport. And we're just gonna wait here. Otherwise these guys are gonna get in the way. You know what ranking you get if you do no alerts but kill people? The second highest, I think, is Night Owl. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not as familiar with them, just 2 emblems or code names. Now these guys will come down and notice the dead bodies all on the same exact spot. So it's gonna be the 3 of them on top of each other. What the hell is going on? Are they stuck? Oh my god, they're stuck. You can hear the footsteps. They're up there. What? They're stuck somewhere. They're trying to walk into the wall or something. Maybe the door didn't open. They're walking. The fuck? I'm afraid to go up there. Oh shit. Come on, get down on... Okay. What the hell is going on? Oh my god! What? It's a party! Somebody invite me. So I didn't know this was a thing, but apparently it is. That's the party Fat Man was talking about. Yeah. The party's over for you. Fuck. Dude. Guess I'm lucky they're not alerting. Excuse me. If they see me, I'll be in deep shit. These are support people. They're gonna spawn all the others that I've killed instantly. I don't have a stun grenade. I thought about using a stun grenade, but can I trust them to stay there? If I could just trust them to stay there forever, we're cool. We're cool. Just stay there. I don't need to take them out. I can't believe it. Nah, I don't want to leave and come back, otherwise it'll... Because what I need to do is in this area anyway. Otherwise it would have just left. What the fuck? Whee! Okay. I want to risk it. I don't know. They're too far. Okay, fuck it. This must be the special forces. I don't suppose... Oh, there is a stun grenade in here. Oh, but you know what? The thing with them just do is, if there's an explosion, there's gonna be an alert no matter what. So that's probably not gonna end well. If I could just trust them to stay there, which you seem to, I can do my business anyway. Okay, so what I want to do is get the camera by using the box that we just found. And this is why there's 5 boxes in this game. There's one for each strut, and you can use them here to get on the conveyor belt, and each box goes to a different strut. It's automatically sorted. It's kind of a fast travel system. You don't really need it for anything. It doesn't allow you to do anything too fancy. But here, this box is actually within the same strut. It just takes me to a door, through a door that I can't open yet. This is a level 5 door. But if you use the box, you can get the camera ahead of time. And this is actually required for an Easter egg ahead. And I always forget to get it until it's too late and I have to backtrack and it's annoying. So this time I figured I would get it as soon as possible. But yeah, that's amazing. Those guys got stuck there. They're still there. You can hear the footsteps. Now here comes the actual problem though. I need to go up there. I need to go there now. They're still there. Hello? Yay, it's a train. I could go out and go back in, I guess. Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck with them. No. I'm not gonna fuck with it. If they're still there, I'm gonna cry. Yeah, we could have tried a few things, but I wonder if they're gonna get stuck again. Should we? Okay, let's see if they get stuck again. If it's consistent. The thing is, all the bodies disappeared. Huh. This is weird. Probably because technically I left with those guys still awake. The game just assumes that they found the bodies and cleaned them up. No, I don't know. Or do dead bodies just disappear when you change areas? They're supposed to find the dead bodies. That's the thing that makes them stop. Fuck it, I'm just gonna wait here. See what happens. I can just walk past them now. Oh my god, I got stuck again. What the fuck? They're supposed to come down the stairs. Kojima! I want my money back. Kojima is responsible for this, I'm sure. Oh shit! Ah, fuck! See, this is why I didn't want to fuck with it. Wait, I want to see something.
This isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
Is it because they have so many people? Like, does it include a response? Is that why there's no bodies here? And that's why they're getting stuck consistently? That's so weird. I've never seen this in this game before. Played literally hundreds of times. I love it. We must mess with it. And the node isn't gonna do any good. The radar is off anyway. Once more. The AI is adapting. They're evolving.
Communications with Stradi have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Oh, now they're not stuck. Okay. Never mind. Bye. That's what's supposed to happen. My god, what the hell is just... I don't know. So this scene is interesting. This is the first appearance of Solidus, and it's only over the radio. And it's not randomly. It's because he's supposed to sound like Snake.
I've taken care of that annoying fly. What's the situation over there?
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja, complete with a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference? I've never seen field gear like that ever.
All right, we'll intensify patrols. Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out, then.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Of course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
I saw a female soldier. Russian. Must be Olga Gerlukovich.
How do you know?
Unlike you, I've been briefed.
She's not a Dead Cell?
No. She commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the Big Shell.
That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
Okay. So, again, in the English version we got shitty equivalent of the experience, what should have been, because this first appearance of Solidus here is only over the radio and with Olga. So I mentioned earlier that Olga has the same voice actress as Meryl in Japanese, and Solidus has the same voice actor as Solid Snake. Big Boss and Solid Snake and Solidus all have the same voice actor in Japanese. So technically, Hader should have done this. Not that John Syke and Rip didn't do a good job, but it just isn't the same experience. Because when they tell you that Solid Snake is the terrorist leader, and you hear Solid Snake's voice coming from the radio without being able to see him, what Japanese players heard is essentially Solid Snake talking to Meryl over the radio about finding the guy in the ninja suit, finding the guy in the cardboard box. So imagine the amount of like MGS1 fuckery that's going on there in people's minds. Solid Snake talking to Meryl about a ninja and a cardboard box dude. Especially the way that he says, I've seen someone use that box trick before. And he also talks about, I've taken care of that annoying fly. In Japanese, the way that Solid Snake and Liquid Snake refer to taking down Hein, taking down the F-16s, is also the same way. In English, it got translated 3 sentences from 3 characters in 3 different ways, but they all mean the same thing. I took down that flying thing that was annoying me. Except Liquid says, I gotta take care of, I gotta swat down something. I don't remember what he says exactly, but it's slightly different. And then Snake says, I gotta go swat down an annoying fly. And then Solidus says, I've taken care of that annoying fly. So they all say different things. In Japanese, it's all the same sentence. Liquid, Solid, and Solidus all use the same way of referring to shooting down the planes or the helicopters. A bothersome fly, annoying fly, swat down fly. So that's supposed to be another major MGS1 reference, which is lost in translation, lost in MGS1. I mean, in MGS2 English localization, because they changed a lot of stuff there. Both the localizer and the voice cast. So imagine Japanese players listening to Snake talk about shooting down that annoying fly the same way he does in MGS1. Talking to Meryl, talking about a ninja, and talking about a man in a cardboard box. The amount of MGS1 fuckery that was going on in Japanese players' minds is immense. We didn't get half of it because we get dumbass Russian accent with entirely different voice, so-called terrorist leader. So you know that they're bullshitting you in this version. That's why I said it's a lot more believable. Imagine if you heard Solid Snake, David Hayter's voice as the terrorist leader. You start to believe what the colonel says, maybe, or you start questioning what the hell is going on, for sure. But no, we didn't get the half of it because the people directing, localizing, and choosing the voice cast didn't have any fucking clue what the game was supposed to convey there. So that's annoying. And there's the whole thing with accents also going on. I'm gonna take it out on this guy. It's his fault.
Freeze!
You wait for the splash. You always wait for the splash.
Freeze!
No. This guy's gonna go down a little more violently. Turbo speed gravity engaged. Might as well get the other... Oh, the other box isn't here yet. Oh, it is. That's why there's multiple boxes. So we can go to different struts. Fuck if I remember which one is which though. I think this might be strut F. I don't know, I don't want to risk it. Oh yeah, the box trick rings a bell, rather than having seen it.
Jack, do you
Oh,
remember
no.
the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right. Sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There were all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler Building, and then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed, we went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler Building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
I want to hold you in my arms.
Take care.
I want to hold you in my arms. I don't know what the deal is with this area now. Are these guys gone forever? I guess they are. And the reinforcements are about to come every time we step in here. Because nobody's radioing in. Shall we wait to see if they get stuck again? One more. Yeah, all boxes work in any area. They don't care what the box looks like. Yeah, they're not getting stuck. I'm out of here.
No sign of the missing man. Everything else is normal.
Except we need to go the other way, but okay. The box only matters when you step on this platform. It takes you to a different strut. I think this is strut F stuff. Do we want to risk it? Fuck it. Let's see where it takes me. I don't remember. You can tell by the description. Daily supplies. Could be strut A, actually. Well, let's just see what happens. This is gonna fuck up my bomb disposal. It's definitely not gonna take me where I need to go. That's for sure. So I don't know why I'm doing this. We've got 11 months resub from Gay Frogs 1. Thank you. Where the fuck am I going? I don't know. But I guess it's a good example of this fast travel. It is strut A. Yep. You can tell here because there is a pile of whatever the boxes look like. You end up next to the pile of same looking boxes. So, we are nowhere close to where I need to go. And the next thing is strut D. So, yeah, I messed up. I guess we'll quickly go through here. Don't get stuck in the corner. I'm not doing strut D backwards, holy shit. So now there's a cipher again. Oh. Okay, just like usual, except how the timing is messed up. Fuck it. I'm back here again. Okay. Oh, this is bad. I heard the first punch. That means somebody's coming from downstairs. They're gonna find that guy instead.
Freeze! Move!
Okay. I like that. Just improvising with things that I don't usually do. And we are back. And Strut E. The claymores are gone. Okay. That's so weird. Okay. Oh, these guys are back. Okay. Okay, now we can resume the normal schedule. Yeah, Strut D is kind of the most insane one. It has 3. Three bombs, and that guy who notices you as soon as you enter. And this guy who reports. Stop backseating, Colonel. Felt bad with the $5. Thank you so much. Kind of low on ammo. Also, these guys are about to wake up already. Wait, before we do that actually, because now Stillman is gonna be sad. Let's see if we get any regular calls from him.
The sensor aid. No. There are still bombs in that area.
Please don't just talk about that. Bombs, huh? Oh, come on.
There are still bombs.
Whatever.
Raiden doesn't care.
There are still bombs.
That's all he talks about. That's kind of weird, but okay. Maybe we can still get the call about Stillman, Fat Man.
In Strut D is
actually.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, They're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb 5 years ago. I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And the church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my life so well I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
All right.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me.
Oh,
I can walk
shameful.
with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience.
I see.
This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
Oh, shameful.
We didn't get the line. I know. I'm a coward. Exactly. Should be able to just leave here. Oh, that guy is awake. That's fine. Hey, look, it's this guy again. Somebody put the floor tile back. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, calm down. The 2 splashes. If you can freeze a bomb, why didn't he freeze it? I guess, I don't know what the hell he was out to do. Since he's a professional, he probably set out to actually dismantle it. He only had 2 sprays, so... and he messed up, I guess. But that's just a small example we're trying to apply real life logic to these games. point of the matter is, he dies. That's the takeaway from this. That's all you need to know. He's supposed to die. He even says, I'll go C4 myself. Hard to kill, thanks for the 14 months resub. Okay, this is the last bomb here.
I have the last C4 frozen. There's nothing showing up on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right.
Yeah.
Sealed C4, and in huge quantities.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section of the strut is demolished, Shell 2 will be well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will actually sink?
Not immediately. There'll still be 5 struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector. It's the thing you acquired from the safe in Strut C a little while back.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
It's all yours, Ryden.
Get
I'm
real.
going to study it some more and see if the freezing process will work. Don't touch the other one until I say so.
Okay. I'll stand by until you radio in.
Man, it's kind of a weird background we got there. All these resubs, it's AGN with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. So, again, maybe it's stretching it a little bit, but you know how Snake accidentally turns on Rex and then just won because it didn't have an on-off indicator? Snake just accidentally enables Rex, so maybe it's a parallel here that he also fucks up with the bombs. I don't know about that, but maybe. Ghost Rose 7 with the 4 months resub. Thank you.
How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Right. The one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
200 seconds.
200 seconds?
Right. Move! Get to the bottom of Strut A now!
Why don't you do it?
Fopaz, thanks for gifting a sub to Udrig. What's the remaining time? Hold on, I gotta check the difficulty. Loading. Oh, 200 seconds. Excuse me. There's plenty of time. We can even fuck with this guy here. You're coming with me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the conversations are the same, but Raiden freaking out.
Freeze!
And would you believe there's a call about this?
Raiden, the elevator won't move when enemy soldiers are in it. Draw enemies out of the elevator. Get real.
Ah, missed. I was dumb. Solidus 1833, 25 months reset. Thank you. Uh-oh.
Raiden, Bliskin, listen carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
Fat man has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
With a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes.
Yeah.
As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
Yeah. No!
Pliskin, get away from Strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Raiden, keep your distance.
Not sure how
Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Why don't you do it? Get real.
It's not the same timer. This is a timer for the bomb in Strut A. In Shell 1. Stillman's bomb is a separate timer. But still, yeah, he could have. 30 seconds, plenty of time. And now the Stillman's dead. Raiden has a breakdown. It's kinda actually, you can sort of hear in his voice. It's kind of decent.
Colonel, Stillman is dead.
I know. Pull yourself together, Raiden.
I can't. I can't do this alone.
Jack, are you listening? All right, calm down.
Stillman is dead. There are no more explosive specialists.
You're fine. I won't let you die.
Rose.
All right then. Is Sensor B equipped?
Yes.
See if it responds or not. Jack, no matter what, you have to bring an end to this crisis.
Okay.
Yeah, they just had different timers, I guess. So, on Extreme, the European Extreme, the bomb is actually up here, which is easier to reach. But I guess that we're just counting on the fact that people would look around here first. On normal, it's like below here, the submarine. On hard, it's on the other side of the submarine. And that thing about the 7 feet range, 7-foot microwave range, that's bullshit. At least for this bomb. It's definitely closer than 7 feet, and it's not going off. Which is strange, because it could have done that. Well, you need to stand as far away as possible, like they tell you. In VR missions, there's actually bombs like that. I guess those were added later, so maybe.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell stable?
Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the president. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
Henry with the meme subs. Thank you. I'm pretty sure we scared her away, but...
Right. The terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
Yeah. What?
A hostage has been killed. Shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the president.
What about the other hostages?
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well, hey,
looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the president. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
68 mods from Hustle Bones. Thank you so much, man. Okay, so we need to go back up, but he didn't specify how, so...
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming.
I see.
Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster. Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower. Left and right to face those directions.
No shit.
Yeah.
The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
Right.
So... Arata doesn't care. He swims in the air and doesn't give a shit. Raiden is free now. Can even clip through the door. If only we could fight Fortune like this. Let's see if the bugs get bugged. Sometimes the bugs disappear when the camera changes. Should be fine. Maybe. Oh, the bugs stay for once.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come. Show yourself and finish me. Like you finished off my father. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you? Maybe you can give me death. My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry! Kill me, please!
Okay, so like every boss fight, the volume levels are absolutely fucked. The music is loud, and the voices are too quiet, but... there's subtitles, at least.
Fortune's railgun packs some power. A direct hit will kill you. Do not present her with a target under any condition. Stay behind cover. Right. Rose did a bit of research on Fortune's weapons.
The big rifle that she carries appears to be a personal railgun.
railgun?
Yes, an electromagnetic gun that fires bullets with magnetic force. As a movable conductor, it uses plasma electrons to boost acceleration capabilities. The kinetic energy of the ammunition is approximately 10 megajoules. Incidentally, that of a 140mm smooth bore gun ammunition is 20 megajoules.
I can't believe something like that even exists.
It's not available, though. What she has is only a prototype.
That thing sure doesn't sound like a prototype.
Problems with the rail plasma and inter-rail electromagnetic release have yet to be solved.
What?
Evaluations exist
Can't
to
hear you.
criticize it as unacceptable as a field weapon because of the high risk of accidental discharge.
But hers doesn't?
Most likely, probably because she's lucky.
Unbelievable.
Either way, it's a weapon that she alone can wield, that's for sure.
Yeah, and a weapon that's uncontrollable, too.
Be very careful, Jack.
I do wonder. I wonder why they fucked it up so bad. It's kind of annoying. But that's okay. Her railgun is no match for my box, so... I like how they pull you with a little health bar. Just wanted to show that it's dangerous. But yeah, it doesn't kill you in one hit, surprisingly. And it's done. What is going on? It's not...
Fat Man just contacted us directly.
Oh.
Fat Man called us?
Yes. Looks like he...
No, you can't get close to her.
He specifically asked for you, Mike.
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, right?
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 200 seconds remaining.
So he's planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about backup?
None. There's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
It's not that the box is immune, it's that the box helps you move tightly back and forth. I was actually out of the trajectory of her bullets there. The lightning sparks that you see is just visual effects.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later. Then.
Now! Damn!
Vamp. you gone? No. No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? Alone again? Cheated out of death again? How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough. I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
Them.
I can't die twice.
Don't think about it. Don't try to apply logic. Yes, it's the electromagnetic field that she's supposed to have, blah blah blah, whatever, but of course none of that applies to the metal. Like, shit. I knew that Claymore was there. I don't know why I didn't stop. All the metal that she has around her, you know, anytime anything gets close to her, there's just so many ways in which it would be noticeable if you apply real life logic to it. But as always, it's probably better to just look at the original intention, what's going on here. Fortune cannot die even though she wants to die, and before you suggest that she throws herself in a volcano or something, if you notice when she actually does die, spoilers, she's rather happy of her military background, soldierly heritage or whatnot, so she probably wants to die in battle. She's kind of proud of it, so I think that's what she's going for, trying to find somebody who will kill her. Oh man, now we're gonna have to do Fat Man with this little health, which could be okay. But yeah, I mean, she even has a handgun to her side, so how would that work? How would the bullets in that magazine work? Obviously, it only works when it's convenient for the plot. And here's the twist, most bullets aren't even magnetic, so there's also that. It just works when the plot requires it, okay? Same with Ocelot, when Ocelot is wearing it. And if you try to get close to her during the boss fight, there's like an invisible wall. You can't punch her. But honestly, people trying to poke little or even big holes with logic in the events of these games, that's not really the way to enjoy it. Wow, how did I miss that?
So you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man. Is he Dead Cell? I am Fat Man. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer, and can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time and life. Don't you love this sound? I used to hang around department store clock counters. Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start. Yum. Good year. Let's drink the Stillman, shall we?
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
So that's what's going on, huh?
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you'll know soon enough. And I could care less what they plan to do. My ambitions are much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nuts! No one's gonna give a damn about you!
Oh, yes, they will. I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them.
Like hell you beat Stillman. He had your number.
What did you say?
You have nothing of his courage. Or... What are you laughing at?
That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. It set me free, you know. Opened the way to a new dimension. So that I could become the emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist! That is why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat. Let's move!
So something interesting about Fat Man's line there, which is a little weird in English, again pointed out by our local Japanese translator analyst. Janko, you're there? You want to talk about the whole thing that died 6 months ago, that died 6 months ago, inheriting Stillman's courage or whatever that Fat Man was talking about. That was interesting. They sort of mixed things up there. Oh man, the fucking music. Yeah, let's lower the volume a little bit. Okay, little cheap little 28 mons, thank you. Oh, I shouldn't have paid that. Hold up. Use the bomb to bait him here. Holy shit, the music really is loud. Oh, I messed up. I can't believe that every time there's a boss fight, I can't talk over the game. Oh my god. Of course.
Right, what's wrong? Right.
The biggest bullshit about this fight is how you hit him and he keeps sliding forward. He keeps sliding fucking forward. So that happens. Yeah, right. Oh, come on. Holy shit. Probably the safest thing to do there. And I'll let him get away. Oh god. He almost hit me again. Okay, he's activating the bombs now. That's actually good, we can use it as bait. What a shitty Batman fight. Oh, come on! Oh, I really thought it was gonna slide into me and kill me there. Only one little slap. And then he didn't take damage anymore. Yeah, that was close. Really shitty Batman fight.
My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
The party's over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean? What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Where is it?
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn!
Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big show with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
Alright, so there's a pretty well hidden Easter egg here, which requires waiting. I know, most difficult thing in the world. We're gonna wait until there's like 10 seconds left on the timer. Jeez, where could the bomb be? And as somebody was asking earlier, yes, his nails are painted. He has, like Snake says in the call about Fat Man, he gives himself manicures, so look at that. And then he says, I have beautiful hands. Yes, I saw that. I just wanted to chat. I already knew about that. The chat. This was for the chat. You didn't really realize how fat he is until you looked under his suit. Okay, just a little longer. What is Ryan doing there? Should work around 10 seconds. Couple calls here. Because, you know, 10 seconds left, but freeze time.
Colonel, where's that bomb?
We have no information on that. Sweep the area.
Hurry, Jack.
The bomb has to be somewhere on the heliport. Use whatever means necessary to locate it. Raiden, have you located the bomb yet?
No, not yet.
Hurry, Jack. We don't have a lot of time left.
He wouldn't have had the time to find a good hiding place. It must be somewhere near him. Take a closer look. Raiden, the bomb?
Nothing yet.
Where is that damn thing? We're running out of time.
Have you checked under Fat Man's body?
What? Of course not. It can't be there.
You don't know that.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's there?
Just a hunch, all right?
Look, Rose, I know what I'm doing, and this is my life on the line. You don't have any experience in this type of work, so just...
Raiden, don't turn down a good suggestion when you hear one. Check it out.
Because, you know, you have 10 seconds left to live, but let's argue. I've done this a lot longer than you. You don't know the first thing about it. Please shut up. Okay.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone. That leaves...
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Defused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell, too?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the central core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the president and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the president is?
No, that one's all yours.
The president is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
So naturally now there is the I told you so part of the call.
Jack, do you need to save? Jack.
What?
You know what I'm talking about.
All right, all right. The bomb was where you guessed it would be. You were right. You saved my butt.
As long as you realize that.
I was pretty surprised, though. I never expected to find it where I did.
You must think I'm pretty clueless, huh?
Of course not. And I have a pretty healthy respect for the woman's intuition thing now.
That is such a sexist thing to say, you know that?
Come on, don't be mad. I apologized already.
Don't sweat it. I'm just messing with you. I want you to recognize that I can help you through this thing, and that I care about you.
Rose?
Hang in there, okay?
God, imagine any modern game having the word sexist in it, in any way, shape, or form, let alone as a conversation. So the thing with the ninja that's about to appear, in the English version we got the Russian accent ninja. Totally doesn't give it away or anything, no. But like I was saying earlier, in Japanese, nobody has any accents. They just speak, I guess as clear as I understand it, neutral Japanese. So they can get away with doing things such as reusing the DARPA chief's voice actor for Ames, because Ames is a stand-in for the DARPA chief, and it can also, not give away who the hell the ninja is right away with the accent. But the other interesting thing with the accent, not the accent, but the ninja's lines, some of them are repeated word for word. In fact, the actual audio file, I believe, when the ninja mentions something that's from MGS1, it will actually change to the MGS1 voice actor, the MGS1 audio file itself. The first thing that the ninja says is, or one of the first things is, "I'm like you, I have no name." And in the Japanese version, you hear the exact file from MGS1 of Gray Fox's voice saying, "I'm like you, I have no name." Now, if you add that to the fact that, the first few trailers had Snake instead of Raiden, and there was a part where the ninja shows up, you have Snake with the ninja saying, "I'm like you, have no name." So you get extra trolled there. Yeah, the directional lines thing, figures it would be the same as well, but it's not in English, obviously. Not only the voice is different, the line is a little different too. So we didn't get that. So the ninja has a total of maybe 3 different voices it has Grey Fox's voice when he says, "I'm like you have no name." Then it has neutral Olga voice the majority of the time, and then another time when it switches back is when the ninja explains how the key card works. Again, word for word explanation from Decoy Octopus or DARPA chief in MGS1. And I think it's, again, the exact audio file. The voice changes to the DARPA chief's voice. Which, wouldn't it actually mean that you hear fucking Ames ahead of time, technically? But I guess you don't know that yet because you haven't met Ames, so that's interesting. But technically you hear Ames' voice from the ninja. Because Ames and the DARPA chief have the same voice actor in Japanese. Because Ames is supposed to be the stand-in for the DARPA chief, dying first of heart attack. Anyway, we didn't get any of that, and I think there was supposed to be actually a more complex system in which Raiden's nanomachines would fuck around with the way he perceives the ninja's voice, based again on his expectations and experiences from MGS1. And I think it would have somehow interfaced with the ninja's suit. That's a concept that was not explored, but was there at one point. So yeah, people who localized this and went with the voice cast had no fucking idea of what they were trying to convey in here, so we didn't get any of that in English. Instead, you get a good old Russian accent. I'm like you, I have no name. Okay. Seems legit.
You passed with flying colors.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like. But come, let's get out of the open. Follow me.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lali Lulelo. This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
All right. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup, including a relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president.
Who is it?
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail. Ames has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect unamplified. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. Take this. This security card will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here. I suggest you hurry. They have a nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal nuke came from the airport Shadow Moses infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the controller's vibration function on.
What do I need a cell phone for? Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
Whatever. So when the ninja says deception is not an option here, it's again referring to the same kind of deception, like all the little gameplay tricks that you've been using so far, as Colonel was talking about in the tutorial call. deception should be one of your strong points. Same deception here is used as it's not an option here. This is something new, something entirely different to defeat the lock there. Let's see. Now the BDU is kind of OP because it essentially gives the equivalent of camera index that you would get in MGS 3 or something. You won't notice as much at this long range, so you can walk around. It's good even after you lose the mask. It's secret camouflage, yes. And we need to get the AK here. Shoot the wall, distract the guy. Now I'm glad I have the camera.
Looks like you've got an AK.
Yeah.
If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK, you can pass for one of them. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's core are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's core.
Hold it! Why are you here?
Nope, I'm going back. Oh, that was close. I did waste a little bit more time there. It normally doesn't happen. Okay. This thing doesn't move. And now we have a whole lot of messing around to do.
Got a minute, Jack?
Rose?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Great. Shoot.
I've located the grave site.
And the body?
Exhumed for DNA testing.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body belongs to Solid Snake.
So the head of the terrorist group must be...
An imposter.
Right.
You sound disappointed.
I guess I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the flesh.
I get you. But it looks like he's not behind this incident.
Raiden, the president needs you, I think. Disguise yourself as enemy personnel and infiltrate the core section. Your priority is to contact Agent Ames.
Okay. We need to get the call about Raiden's walk and how fat Rose actually is. Also the box and the BDU calls. Let's see.
What's up, Jack?
Hunter Solar, 17 months. Thank you so much, man. Good to see you.
Jack, I know you're probably doing fine, but don't get discouraged.
This is the jelly call.
Remember, Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin is with you too. You'll be all right. What's wrong?
Nothing.
Don't give me that. Every time you say nothing, it's always something. What's wrong?
It's just that, you know, you seem to think pretty highly of him.
Well...
Yeah, Pliskin's the kind of guy you can really depend on, isn't he?
What?
What?
Yeah, Pliskin is one heck of a man, isn't he? He's so cool, so confident.
Yeah.
But he's nowhere near as cool as you. You'll always be my number one. Always.
But that's not what I meant.
You know, you're kind of cute sometimes. Bye, Jack.
What a weirdo.
What's up, Jack?
No.
This is the AI Rose. There is no single answer to that. There's just Rose as a concept.
Jack, how's the mission going?
Fine.
fine? Is that it?
Look, I really don't feel like talking about the mission. At least with you. I want to talk about something else.
Okay then. Let's talk about you.
Me?
Yeah, your least favorite subject.
That's not...
Oh yeah? Then go ahead and say something.
Like what?
Anything. Tell me something about yourself.
I can't think of anything interesting to say. Why do you want to talk about me so badly?
Because I'm curious.
But why?
Is it really that strange to want to know more about someone you love?
No, it's not strange, but...
You know, sometimes Oh look, now we're talking about me, not you. Why won't you tell me anything? About what you were like as a child? What kind of things you liked to do? What kind of people your parents were? I've never heard you talk about any of that. Why? Don't you think it's just a little bit unusual that I don't know anything about my own boyfriend's past?
Rose, when I get back, I'll tell you everything.
Is that a promise?
Yes, it's a promise.
Tell me that isn't genius. Tell me that isn't realistic. Oh look, now we're talking about me, not you.
Jack, do you need to save?
Rose.
So, have you decided to talk yet?
Nope.
That's too bad.
Why are you so interested in me all of a sudden?
Because I'm curious. More so than before. Does it really bother you that much?
There must be some things you don't want to say.
Like what?
You know, those things you don't want to say.
Let's see. Things you don't want to say. Like that you've been married before? That you're 80 years old? That you used to be a woman?
Rose.
What exactly is it you won't tell me? Do you think I'd hate you if I knew? Do you really have that little faith in me?
No, it's nothing like that.
Then what is it?
It's...
It really bothers me. The fact that there's a side of you I don't know. Sometimes I just can't help myself.
You've got me right now. Isn't that enough?
No, it's not. I'm sorry. I know I'm being greedy, but it's just not enough.
Sorry guys, we gotta give Raiden that human aspect of relationship with Rose. And remember, Rose is based on Kojima's ideal woman.
What's up, Jack?
Yep. Intellectual, high class. That's how they define her. Or something like that.
Jack, have you remembered what day it is tomorrow?
No.
I see.
You said you had something you wanted to talk to me about? What was it?
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why does it have to be tomorrow?
So I can build up enough courage first. And so you won't run away.
I would never do something like that.
Liar. Every time I want to talk about something, you suddenly remember that you have some work you have to do, or you get a stomach ache.
Hey, that's not...
You know it's true. What are you so afraid of?
I'm not afraid of anything, and I won't try to run away.
Is that so? Well then, we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you have to come back, okay?
I know.
Holy crap, I'm really trying to get her to talk about the box here. But there's a bunch of shit lined up.
What can I do for you, Jack?
Because the box and the BDU calls are related.
You know, Jack, there's something that bugs me sometimes.
What?
Why are you going out with me?
Huh?
Is it because I'm beautiful?
Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? And where do you get off calling yourself beautiful?
Well, it's the truth, plain and simple. I'm too smart not to realize it and not sarcastic enough to be modest about it.
Is that so? Well then, your schedule must be booked solid with dates.
You bet. I've even hired a private secretary to deal with all of them. But she cancels all of my appointments except for yours.
Ooh.
Sometimes it really does bother me. Sometimes I think all you want is a pretty face to accompany you to parties.
What are you?
Just to make everyone jealous when they see you with me.
You're being ridiculous.
Oh, really? But you never talk about yourself. I never know whether it's really me you want by your side, whether you'd ditch me if you found someone prettier.
You know that's not true.
Really? Then would you still go out with me even if I weren't beautiful?
Of course.
Do you like me for me, or is it my reputation?
Do you really think anyone would say your reputation? I'm just joking. Of course I like you for you. Honest truth.
Really? Thank you.
Whatever.
Whatever. So you guys can ask Jankel about if he's still around. Any Japanese translations or equivalent you'd like to know about. But the interesting thing is that since MGS1 and MGS2 were localized by different people, certain lines, but they're, supposed to reflect each other a lot. Certain lines were changed when they're supposed to be the same or a reference to something in MGS1, and sometimes it's a little hard to catch because of that. So the interesting bits in comparing the Japanese versions is that they are correct in that aspect. Things that are supposed to reflect each other actually reflect each other. In English, they were made by different people. So that's what the interesting part of looking at the Japanese version is. Because you can find even more connections that might have been lost in translation or something. Oh, come on.
Jack, do you need to save?
Wrong.
And then she twists Raiden's words and actions around and ugh.
Jack, tell me, am I really helping you out?
Yeah,
No.
you're a huge help. I'm lucky to have you as an analyst.
But didn't you tell me just a little while ago that I should change my job or quit or something?
Yeah, you were pretty pissed off.
Why did you say those things?
Well, you have to work overtime and stuff. It sounded pretty tough.
But you didn't mean it, did you?
I was wrong about a lot of things then. I just thought that if we had more time to spend together that...
You were thinking of your own danger.
Well...
Don't you think it's selfish to expect everyone to be at your beck and call? I'm not your personal possession, you know.
That's not how I think of you.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Listen, I like you, and I like the me that likes you. But I do not like being summed up as Jack's girlfriend. The very thought of it makes me shiver. There's a lot more to me than just being your girlfriend. The fact that I'm doing the job I want to do is part of that, understand?
Yeah, of course
I want to be recognized, first of all, for who I really am. Especially by you. I don't want you, of all people, thinking that I'm just your girlfriend.
That's not what I think at all.
Can you really say that?
Absolutely.
Really? I'm glad.
Okay, that's perhaps not the most interesting thing to have in a game, but it is written with maybe some of these conversations are so realistic that I'm being led to believe that's where Kojima put his experience with women in the game. Some of these are actually excellent in what they are. And remember, all of these, they become extremely relevant. This relationship between Rose and Raiden being explored in such ways, it becomes extremely relevant at the end, where the AI Rose kind of starts blaming Raiden and explaining why Raiden is the perfect candidate for the S3 plan. Why, he does all the things that they accuse him of. Because Rose knows Raiden really well. Or at least has this struggle with him of trying to open up and trying to do whatever these realistic relationship conversations are about. So she is definitely in a position to judge Raiden in that aspect. That's why she was sent to spy on him, really. So all of these come to fruition in the end. What do I mean is whether Rose is real or not, it's up for discussion. It's not set in stone anywhere. So any point you might want to think she's real, she's not real. I mean, obviously at the end, conversation is the AI. Probably. Very probably. But at no point there is a clear distinction between fake or real. It's just up in the air. So she's just there as a whole, as a character.
Jack, do you need to save?
Once we go through all of these, she might talk about the items. Shizzle, thanks 78 months. Holy shit, man.
What? I can't believe this. What are you wearing?
Oh, it's a disguise.
A disguise? What kind of disguise?
Well, I was hoping I could use it kind of like camouflage. You know, fool the enemy into thinking I was a box.
You'd have to be an absolute idiot to be fooled by that.
Yeah, maybe. But there are more idiots in this world than you think.
You mean like you?
What?
Never mind. Anyway, good luck. You'll probably need it with that stupid box on your head.
Uh-oh, she does the box. See, that's the problem. Now we're gonna call her fat.
Raiden.
Whatever.
Best conversation. Raiden. Whatever.
Even the most successful disguise can't protect you if you decide to blow your own cover by attacking the enemy. Do not engage the enemy while you are in disguise. Ames is most likely being held with other hostages.
Sure, but I don't even know what Ames looks like.
Use the directional microphone to distinguish Ames from the other hostages. It's the only way. According to our information, Ames has a pacemaker. This should make his cardiac pattern fairly distinct. Use the directional microphone to locate it.
Get real.
Isn't the directional microphone supposed to be somewhere in the core of Shell 1?
There's a very long and convoluted way of calling Rose fat through the Colonel here.
Raiden, don't act in any way that will excite the enemy's suspicion. A perfect disguise can be ruined by a single odd behavior. Be careful. If you make physical contact with the enemy while in disguise, the disguise will be deselected. Keep that in mind.
That uniform's probably not even close to your size.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, it feels pretty tight.
It's probably a better fit for Rosemary here than you.
Excuse me?
Colonel?
Just an observation. Let's get back to the mission, shall we?
That was inappropriate.
Shut up, fatty. I wonder if that's Raiden's way of, you know, since the Colonel comes from his, in part, his brain, that's Raiden there thinking that she's fat. I don't know. But that's what you get. We're dissing the box.
Jack, do you need to save?
I don't know.
You know, that really looks good on you.
You think so?
Yeah, everything looks good on you, Jack. Everything but that stupid box.
What?
Nothing. It'd be nice if you were this stylish all the time.
It's too much of a hassle.
Well, at least you could care a little bit more about how you
I
look.
don't know. You care enough for both of us.
Yeah, that's true. But I want to be beautiful.
You want people to compliment you?
Yeah, especially you.
Me?
Yes? Is that strange?
Not at all.
Really? Well then, next time be sure to compliment me.
There you go. Twisted it around enough, and now it's about her. Perfect. Either Shrill with 25 months. Thank you. We should be able to get a brief Meryl reference here.
Pliskin, do you read me?
What's up, Raiden?
I just ran into a guy decked out like a ninja.
A
ninja?
Yeah. Do you know anything about this?
No. Can you trust that costumed freak?
I don't know. But the colonel told me to follow the guy's instructions.
And like a good soldier, you'll do it, right? I'll let you in on a little secret, kid. The ninja that was publicized in the Shadow Moses incident no longer exists. The guy you met has no connection whatsoever with the incident.
And how do you know that?
Because I do.
Huh?
Just be careful who you trust, okay?
Pliskin, do you know anything about a Secret Service agent named Ames?
Ames?
You've heard of him?
No.
Listen, if you know anything...
No. I got the name mixed up with someone else. Forget it.
Get real. What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it. Talk to you later, kid.
Not a chance. Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
All of these calls, he's a dick to him.
Listen, kid. You're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed.
There's a whole bunch of calls where Snake is just a dick to Raiden.
So, you've got an AKS-74U.
Huh?
If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK,
No doubt.
you can pass for one of them.
Yeah.
The AK is an outstanding rifle in terms of precision and reliability, as evidenced by widespread licensed manufacturing, not to mention large quantities of illegal reproductions. The AK is in high demand around the world. It is often used as reference for the design of new rifle models. Designs for Israel's Galil, Finland's Valmet, and other rifles are based on the basic structure of the AK. You have a smaller model of the AKS-74 that was designed for use by Special Forces personnel. The stock will only extend to a maximum length of 726 millimeters, a feature that makes the rifle easier to handle in small spaces. The AK can be fitted with a suppressor. With a suppressor, you won't have to worry about your gunshots being heard. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this.
Right.
Only the guards in Shell 1's Corps are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's Corps.
Does he have to talk about the uniform for it to make a reference?
I see you're wearing the enemy field uniform. Looks pretty good on you.
Cut it out. It's bad enough that I'm dripping with sweat, wondering when somebody's gonna see through my disguise.
Don't worry, and quit being so sensitive. At least your walk won't give you away.
My walk? What do you mean, my walk?
Nothing. Forget I said it. I'd worry more about the fact that the uniform's a little small for your size. It just might come off when you bump into an enemy. Normally, a proper fitting uniform is issued to a soldier. You're just going to have to fit your movement to the uniform.
There you go. My walk? What do you mean my walk? This is a very brief Meryl reference there. You don't even need to walk, you can just run around. So you absolutely need the disguise here. For this camera. Let's go mess with the parrot. Best part here. Everybody on this floor does something unique. I wish they had more rooms like this. All these guys here. We can just go there for now.
You have the directional microphone. According to our information, Ames has a pacemaker. This should make his cardiac pattern fairly distinct. Use the directional microphone to locate it.
Okay, after you first get here, then if you leave, now this guy's stretching and he's gonna run around. So that guy is, I guess, exercising, he's running laps around here. After we leave there, these two guys will start talking to each other. The only reason this guy exists is so that you can bump into him. Really. he does have a unique animation once he's done running around. One more lap, maybe? Yep. He's going for it. There he is. MS Cannondale with a 36 months resub. Thank you. One more. Okay. Yeah, basically, he only exists so you can bump into him with the uniform on. Come on. You're done. Okay, there you go. And then he has this very unique animation. He gets tired or hurt or something. And then he falls asleep standing up. Okay. Okay, you're done. Meanwhile, these two guys, as long as I'm in here, they will keep talking forever. Now let's look what this guy is doing exactly. He's pointing over there, making a boob shape. Over there. Dude. Boobs. Over there. That's what he's saying. Boobs. That guy, oh yeah, boobs. Oh my god, boobs. So there's boobs over there, apparently. That's the gist of it. And the parrot is picking up a few new words because it's right next to these guys. Boobs. Okay. And as we get close, they just go back to their positions. Oh, this guy. Okay. Now the parrot is going to give us a few hints about what they were talking about.
Whoa! Ba-boom!
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Good morning. Whoa! Top of locker. Top of locker.
Oh, there you go.
Whoa!
Apparently there's some whoa on top of the locker. And some baboon to go with it. So you look at the top of the locker here. And there's a porn stash, which looks like just one, but for some strange reason, the way to get it down is to kick it, and suddenly there's porn everywhere. This must be the baboon he was talking about. Yeah, let me just stuff this guy in here, I guess.
Freeze!
Now, I don't know if you want to punch somebody in the dick just as they were looking at porn, but... yeah. Which guy was this anyway? Okay, not the one I need. We still need the guy on the left here.
Hold it! What are you doing?
A little whack to the face and... oh shit, he's gonna see him. Hold up. I need you alive. But not you. Oops. Oh, that twitch. Never mind the blood on the carpet. Just hide him in here. Okay, that never happened. Get up. Somebody spilled some ketchup over there. This guy is our only way to look some very hardcore porn here. Because all he does is go from one computer to the other. Clicking, open the images. Oh my god, get this off Twitch. Say you want to make a collection of all the posters in the game, you gotta follow this guy around. Yes, Police Knots is another Kojima game. Oh my god, we're gonna get banned. Okay. That's what this guy does. So you have those two guys having a conversation, one guy running around and this guy looking at computers.
Please don't.
Nope. Okay. So both Emma and Otacon have a Police Knots poster in their offices.
There's a desk that stands out.
It's awfully customized.
What kind of dork brings all this stuff to work? Must be a super freak.
Super freak dork, Emma, yeah. Should also have, maybe not here, actually. Where the hell was it? Oh, there it is. The Moai head, one of the few. MGS2 actually has multiple of these. There's one on MGS1, of course. But this is more of Konami Easter egg than a Metal Gear thing. It's in a bunch of Konami games. Penis Enhancer. Speaking of Penis Enhancer, a few more things the bird can say. Okay. First of all, we can torture the little fucker. Mask of Truth, thanks for the 52 months.
Whoa. This sucks. This sucks. This sucks. Venus in Cancer.
This sucks, Penis Enhancer. Oh, okay. So the whole Venus and Cancer thing is a mistranslation. Cancer and crab are the same word in Japanese. What he's supposed to be saying there, it's not Venus and Cancer. It's not like the zodiac signs or anything like that. It's actually supposed to be a reference to the Venusian crab. Venusian crab is a monster from what was it called? It came from the outer space or something. Fuck, I always forget what it's called. The movie. It Conquered the World, not It Came from Outer Space. It's one of the many movies. You know, there's all sorts of crazy shit that Paramedic also talks about in MGS3. So It Conquered the World has the monster, the Venusian crab. And apparently that's Emma's favorite monster. Paramedic also talks about it. And I think it's also Paramedic's favorite or something if you unlock her additional info in MGS3. It's definitely there as well. So yeah, it's a mistranslation. And that's what Emma repeats too in her sleep. And that's why the parrot says it, I guess. Also, the cage has similar properties to Fortune's device.
Hello? It's him. Someone get over here. Enemy sighted. Requesting backup. Enemy sighted. Requesting backup.
It deflects bullets. And what happens when you throw a grenade
Top of locker.
next to Fortune?
How?
It's
Top of locker.
I forget the word, guys. What is it called? Yep.
Whoa.
Exactly. It doesn't go off. Oh, come on. It's like embedded in the screen. Oh, there you go. It came off. We can now play with it. Oh, it actually has like text on it. Kind of wasted the stun grenade to do this. But whatever. That's kind of impressive. Stun grenade. Close enough. And perhaps the best thing we can do with the bird is teach it a new sentence.
You must be Ames.
Ba-boom!
We're trying to have a conversation here. This is highly philosophical.
You must be Ames.
You must be Ames. Ba-boom!
You must be Ames.
Oh.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Nah, he doesn't trigger an alert. You have bigger problems. If their guards awake as you shoot the bird.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Ba-boom!
You must be Ames.
Come on, you little fucker.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Ba-boom!
You must be Ames.
Whoa!
You
No.
must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Whoa!
Just be patient.
You must be Ames.
Whoa!
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Whoa!
You must be Ames.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
There you go. You can teach him
Top
a
of
new
locker.
sentence.
Top of locker.
You must be Ames.
Top of locker. Top of locker.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
You must be Ames.
You must be Ames.
Oh, you must be Ames.
You must be Ames.
You must be Ames.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Now, if only he would say that when Otacon is crying in the cutscene. It doesn't actually change
You must be Ames.
what the bird says in the cutscene.
You must
You
be
must be
Ames.
Ames. You must
You
be
must
Ames.
be Ames.
No,
You must
you.
be Ames.
You must be Ames.
Okay. Some parrot teaching simulator here.
What's that bird?
Parrot, isn't it?
Probably a large budgie. Parakeets get used to humans easily and are talkative, so they are real playful and fun. Hurts when they bite, though, and keeping their cage clean is quite a task. Having one isn't all fun and games.
You sure know a lot about parakeets.
I had my own once.
I didn't know that.
I never mentioned it?
No, this is the first time.
Really?
Yeah, there's probably a lot of other things that I don't know about you yet.
Yeah, actually, well, there's a lot more.
Rose?
Jack,
What?
after this mission is over, let's talk about lots of things.
Yeah, let's.
Good luck.
I wonder if Kojima knew somebody with a parrot. And that's why it's a thing. Anyway. Ba-boom! There's also a,
You must be Ames.
Ghost Babel. And some of the Enders posters here.
Time for a treat.
One more thing. You know, since Arsenal Gear is a super secret project, they put a picture of it here. What is this?
Colonel, what's this door?
I don't know.
It's huge. What the hell is it? It's not in our intel.
Raiden, we have no way at the moment to open that door. Leave it alone and proceed with the mission. Understood?
Yeah, what could that be? But it's cool. That's where the elevator to Arsenal is. Alright guys, give me a minute before we move on to the next floor. Because there's a lot more shit to do there. And I forget what it's like to just pause a game and go mind your own business without the pressure of, you know, thousands of people waiting for you. Zone at the End is considered a Kojima game. Not really. Kojima was a producer for Zone at the End. There's sort of mostly just lent his name to it, really. It's not really his brainchild or anything.
Pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
Did I see the stupid thing you did? No, but I believe you. Get some stun grenades here.
Freeze! Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
Not really, I don't understand. The sub message was, this is a Noah Chen sub. Is that stupid? Because if that's stupid, we have a problem. Yeah, that guy just goes down. Somebody donated. Oh, I see. This is a Noah Chen sub. Did you do tier 1, 2, and 3 or something? I guess that's how you would do it.
Raiden, one of those hostages in there is Ames. The only thing we know is that Ames wears a pacemaker. His heartbeat should sound different from other people's, so use the directional microphone to locate him. Once you recognize Ames by his heartbeat, keep the microphone pointed toward him. Then push the action button and call out to him. If it really is Ames, he should respond in some way.
What if it's the wrong person?
The guards may get suspicious and come running instead. Security could get tighter, too.
Try to be sure before you take the risk.
Don't call out to a hostage with the action button until you're fairly sure that it's Ames. If you do make a mistake, switch the microphone for an AK and get out of there before a guard gets suspicious. If you're discovered inside, they'll cut off your retreat and call in the reinforcements. You won't make it out of the room. The mission will be over if you're discovered. Don your disguise and look for Ames while deflecting the enemy's suspicion.
When is the rifle build stream? I already answered this a couple times. I am waiting on the stupid barrel, which should happen towards the end of the month. So maybe next month, early next month is gonna happen, hopefully. Hello. There's a lot of guards in here on Extreme. But we also have a lot of shit to do.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
$16 or $18 barrel? Neither. That's actually part of the reason it's taking so long. Oh, nope.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What
Okay, so I just disappeared in here, so... Nothing to see here. I'm fucking invisible. Yes. Down here, we're safe. So let's start asking people around.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Oh, okay.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you?
My name's Jennifer.
You're Jennifer.
Stay away from me.
Okay, learn her name.
You're Jennifer.
Stop! Don't touch me.
This is actually one of the most fucked up things in this game when you think about it. Excuse me.
Then perhaps you're Ames, right? Then perhaps you're Ames, right?
That's the guard of his Ames.
You're Jennifer.
Stay away from me.
It's kind of fucked up because they programmed her to slowly open her legs when she's asleep so that you can take a picture. Naturally, that's what it's for. Because those triangular panties are too hot.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Look at them polygons.
Jack, what the hell are you doing? You are sick, you know?
Rosemary.
Colonel, was I wrong in what I did?
Perhaps. There are certain things that a person can and can't do.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
You understand?
Yes.
Come out of this thing alive, both for yourself and so as not to waste your training.
No need to tell me that, Colonel.
Right. And I recommend you not throw away that picture.
Colonel?
What?
You're not joking. Are you?
Continue your duties. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Right. Retain your cover at all costs.
Definitely not.
Wait, what? There should be another call. Maybe she needs to open up just a little more. See, the call here triggers depending on how open her legs are. Right now they're not open enough. Okay, now it works. Somebody programmed this.
Right. What are you doing? You forget yourself.
I can't believe you. What's wrong with you?
I highly disapprove.
I'm just...
What do you mean, I'm just?
Rosemary, you're right. One shouldn't stoop to vulgar levels just because they've set foot on the battlefield. But I can sympathize with you there.
You what?
Nothing.
How twisted. The both of you.
I'm convinced that's Raiden just agreeing with himself there. Whenever the Colonel is like, I can sympathize with you there, don't throw away that picture. Because remember, the Colonel is created partly through Raiden's own expectations, experience, memories, and brain in general. So that's Raiden agreeing with himself there. What's wrong?
Don't call me unless you need something.
Now she's uppity.
What do you want?
Goodbye.
What, need to save?
Oh.
Yes.
9 months reset from Dumb OGG, thank you. Okay, so another way in which we can piss her off, just in case that wasn't enough. Let me see if Raiden's getting tired.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
The longer we wait, the more lines there are.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Eventually Raiden stops giving a fuck. But yeah, another way to piss her off is to beat the hostages. Except they're gonna see me every time we do that.
Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
So now he's gonna sniff me. Sniff, sniff. Okay, I smell good. Can I go now? Okay, thanks.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
We need a few more slaps. What seems to be the problem? Oh shit, almost bumped into me. They're not actually spelling me. They just come close to investigate. Ah, there it is.
Raiden, you appear to be enjoying yourself slapping around defenseless hostages.
I can't believe you. I didn't think you were the kind of person to do such a thing.
Good thing you saw him for what he really was, huh, Rosemary?
Yeah, I don't know this person anymore. Goodbye.
Yay, we broke up with her again.
What do you want?
She's still pissed. Let's actually save.
What, need to save?
This marathon is release order.
Goodbye.
Okay, she's just pissed. That guy's a little scared. Excuse me. We gotta go this way.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
Let's ask this guy if he's Ames.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Uh-oh.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Guys, I think I have solved the world's energy problem. I have an infinite source of piss here.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Hot, steamy piss.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
In the shell one
Was there a noise just now?
She's gonna explode any second now.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Let's wait around some more for Raiden to get pissed, because there's a couple more lines. And also...
Hey, you! Just wait a minute.
Time for inspection again.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Hey,
Nope,
you,
I'm
just
gone.
Wait a minute. What are you up to?
The one thing that I forgot to mention is, because we're not done objectifying women just yet.
You're Jennifer.
Reporting no
Stop! Don't touch me!
Apparently the D-Mic gives you the ability to instantly tell people's measurements. But only women, of course.
35, 25, 37, 35, 25, 37.
So what's actually happening is that there, you can see he's just reading these numbers.
$35, 25, 37.
But the thing is, only female hostages have those numbers next to them.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
Come on.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
New sub from Bryce Elroy 42. Thank you so much for choosing to support us. Oh, come on.
What are you up to?
Oh god, oh god, oh god. What's up, guys? Yeah. So only female hostages, meaning her and middle-aged ladies, really, that's all there is. I guess there would be one here, because they just reuse the same model of the desk. Yes. There you can see behind her the numbers.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
So, thanks to Kojima's infinite wisdom, we get the measurements of the females. And the middle-aged ladies are, here, it's most clear. Let's get back
No problems in the hall
here.
on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
What are you up to?
37, 37, 37,
She's a cylinder.
37, 37, 37.
Yeah.
Hey, you! Just wait a
Hacked with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Okay, holy shit, leave me alone. Yeah, these guys. Okay. She's a barrel. Okay, here's actually Ames.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Wait, let me see if Raiden's pissed yet. Some different lines.
It'd be a huge help.
Nope. It's like a combination of amount of times, amount of people you asked, and just time passed. There's at least another line or two. 86, 58, 88. I'm glad this person's not here, because I don't know how big it would be.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Oh, no piss here, at least.
37, 37, 37. I bet you're not Ames either.
There you go, he's getting pissed.
I bet you're not Ames either.
Oh, this guy is an endless source of piss, too.
I bet you're not Ames either.
I actually didn't know that.
I bet you're not Ames either. Frankly, I don't care whether you're Ames or not.
There you go. Raiden doesn't give a fuck anymore. That's the final line. Hello.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
Display cool. I think we can Go to Ames now.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
As long as nobody's looking this way. Okay.
You're Ames, aren't you? You must be Ames. Keep still and listen to me. I'm not a terrorist. I got in here using one of their uniforms. I'm taking off the tape. Stay quiet.
Who told you about me?
An informer calling himself Mr. X, dressed like a ninja.
I see. Take this thing off me, will you? I'm Richard Ames.
Secret Service?
No, I was set in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like you.
What?
You're here to find out where the president is. We have little time, so I'll be brief. How about switching to nanocommunications first?
Nanocommunications?
Right, silence beats talk when it comes to safety. Are you on?
Right here. Do you really know where the president is?
Almost certainly. He was moved to the first floor of Shell 2's core section.
The first floor. The core of Shell 2. Is he still there?
I don't know. I can't get a response.
You don't think he's been like the other hostages?
Hmm?
A hostage was killed in retaliation after the SEAL 10 disaster, remember?
What are you talking about? Regardless of what they do to other hostages, they won't touch the president.
What makes you so sure?
The case.
You mean the nuclear button they took?
Right. And the case won't do a thing by itself. That case may be the single most advanced example of a weapons failsafe system. The password is nothing less than the physiological data of the US president.
Physiological data?
The president's own vital signs, heartbeat, brainwave pattern, blood pressure and so on are constantly monitored and relayed by his internal nanomachines. This information, along with the DNA pattern, serve as a biometric password, unbreakable even by the latest parallel processor supercomputers. The password entry itself cannot be performed unless brainwave patterns and heartbeats fall within normal parameters, rendering chemical and other forms of coercion impractical. In other words, the login must be made of the president's own free will. As a failsafe, the input must also be reconfirmed hourly, even after the initial login. If a valid confirmation is not forthcoming, the system will automatically cancel the login.
And that's why they can't harm the president.
At least until the bird flies.
Is there really a new model of Metal Gear here?
Absolutely. The black case serves as the launch key to Metal Gear as well.
Why would they hide Metal Gear in an offshore plant?
Haven't they told you anything? The entire thing was planned. The oil spill, the tanker accident that caused it, everything. The big shell was built specifically for the development of a new Metal Gear model. The inspection tour was to check its progress.
What's going on around here?
Wait. Here comes Snake.
That's him?
Use the microphone to listen in.
Nah, I think we'll listen to something else.
To come all the way to New York just to get hit with a bowel attack. What luck. Oh! This one's worse than that one up in Alaska. Come to think of it, that commander chick really reminded me of someone. Who is she like again? Oh. Oh yeah, she's like her. Now that's a time I'd like to forget. Ridiculous that I had to get jacked for everything that was on me. When I think about it, that's when everything started to hit the skids. It's a shame. Up to that point, I was steady cruising on the elite course. Oh, here we go again! Oh! Still, that Russian crew is a pretty decent bunch. The President's escort guys get on my nerves, though. Oh, whatever. For now, just gotta hang in there. Oh, there's no paper.
For Johnny.
Fat Man is dead.
It doesn't matter. Saved us the trouble of getting rid of him ourselves.
Why did he betray us?
Who knows? They're a band of lunatics to begin with. Nothing they do should come as a surprise.
I'll have his background rechecked, just in case.
You think he was working for them?
We can't discount the possibility, especially with that intruder still at large.
Yes. The man in the sneaking suit.
You know more about those suits than I do.
But Foxhound was disbanded 4 years ago, so it must be the Patriots. What about the damage to Shell 2?
The circulation system for the contaminated water has been damaged. The water being drawn in is overflowing, and the lower block of the central section is flooding.
Seal the connecting pathway between Shells 1 and 2.
The Simtex and IR sensors are already in place.
Any effect on it?
No.
What about the President?
The password entry has already been made to the Black Case. In 1 hour, we'll need a confirmation from him. His work is done after that.
Make sure you keep him alive until then.
Yes, I know.
What about the unit's activation?
Almost complete. The code has already been entered. All we need now is for the girl to start the system.
The usual method, I assume?
No. The drugs took care of everything.
Only a few more steps to outer heaven.
Who is that cyborg ninja, Shalashaska?
I cannot even guess.
What about you?
I'm having the matter looked into.
Olga, don't cast suspicion where it isn't due.
Where it isn't due? When you watched my father die and did nothing.
It's been 2 years ago, Olga. Let it go.
I read the case file for Shadow Moses, by the way.
Olga, how could you suspect me?
I know that the ninja is not one of my men.
How meaningful you make that sound. If Sergei were still alive...
If the old man were still alive, I wouldn't need to take orders from you.
Olga, Sergei was my best friend.
If you sell us out, I'll kill you myself.
Listen, daughter of Sergei. Don't ever let me see your gun pointed at me again.
If you wish, I'll put a bullet in your back instead.
Stop this infighting. I took you both in when no one else would. You think any government would have you as irregulars in this political climate? The worst kind of wet works, maybe. But even that's doubtful. I recommend against switching camps. You've nowhere left to go. It's happening again?
This damn right arm. Liquid! It's almost as if it's having its revenge!
How much do you think we spent on that arm in Lyon? The best transplant surgery team in the world.
I never trust a Frenchman. There's something going on. The incidents are becoming more frequent. Maybe that man's presence.
Ocelot, I leave this place in your hands. I have the intruder to take care of.
Yes, King.
Is that really Solid Snake?
That's what he claims.
I thought Snake was dead.
Solid Snake did die. But he's also here in the shell. Either he survived or there are two of them.
Two of them?
And that's impossible. Anyway, what did you manage to catch?
They said password input was complete.
I thought so.
You said the password entry into the black case had to be made by the President willingly.
That's right.
So this means the President is cooperating with them.
It would have to be, yes.
Why?
Probably tired of being a puppet, but it wasn't a smart move to betray us.
A puppet?
We're running out of time. They will fire a nuke. You know what you need to do before then.
Fire the nuke, but it's nowhere close to the ransom deadline.
Ransom?
$30 billion in cash.
What are you babbling about? The nuclear strike is not a threat. It's been the objective all along.
They plan to slaughter millions of people.
No, a high-altitude detonation. You've heard of the Compton effect?
Total disruption of electronic equipment caused by EMMA pulse.
Textbook answer. Well, when an average nuclear warhead goes off within the atmosphere, the result is an electromagnetic pulse of up to 50 billion megawatts. The EMMA field can reach tens of thousands of volts per meter, and most electronic equipment will be toast in an instant.
If one of the key movers of world economy stops functioning, it could mean the beginning of a global depression.
But that isn't their aim. What they plan to do is liberate Manhattan. Pull it offline and turn it into some kind of a republic. Hence, Sons of Liberty, I suppose.
Sons of Liberty?
Damn! Ocelot is coming. I'm going offline. Search my pocket. Hurry! It's a security card. You'll be able to unlock doors of up to level 3 security. Use it to get to Shell 2. Take care of the President before they launch the nuke. He's coming here. Pick up your AK.
So as cool as it is to have Ocelot during gameplay, there isn't anything special that we can do here except maybe take a picture of him.
He's coming here.
That doesn't do anything. There's no call about it. But it's such a strange moment. Ocelot in gameplay.
Pick up your AK.
If you equip a weapon, if you try to shoot him, if you try to run away, do anything, it's just instant game over. So...
What do you think you're doing?
I asked him to remove these. I'm ill, you see.
I always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars.
What are you talking about?
No need for denials. We know what you are, Colonel Ames. They knew that the President was planning to betray them. So they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
You!
Sorry, Colonel. You failed to carry out your duties.
You'll never escape the Lali Lule Lo.
Is that so? What the?
You tricked me. I understand now. Ocelot.
You? Which team are you with? Show me your face. You know who he is.
No, he is not one of mine.
Identify yourself. We meet at last. Hold your fire! We need the hostages alive!
Hurry! Get away!
but you died!
Leave this to me.
Colonel, Ames is dead. Looked like a heart attack.
That's unfortunate. However, we do at least know where the president is.
So there really is a new type of Metal Gear in this place?
Apparently. We're still looking into it.
I've also been told that the nuclear strike was what the terrorists were after from the start, not the $30 billion.
Right. It was a cover-up all along.
Colonel, what are you keeping from me?
I am not keeping back anything. It's not as though I'm told all the facts either. I'm pulling in all the favors I can to look into all this. Just be a little patient. Our priority should be with the president right now. We can take it that they've completed the password entry and are preparing Metal Gear for nuclear strike. Get to the president as soon as possible.
But the president is cooperating with them.
According to Ames, yes. But it's also true that they're about to get rid of the president. There's something else going on here. And the president may be able to tell you what it is when you see him in person. Once they get the confirmation for nuclear launch, they'll do it. You need to rescue the president before then.
Jack, I agree with the Colonel. You need to protect the president for now.
All right.
Yeah, you can just wait here. Oh, what? He's leaving. That's weird. Oh man, he might be back before the elevator opens. Oh. That's really weird. This guy usually comes back. I wonder what I did differently there. Okay. Slap this guy in the nuts, but from behind. It's really tough here without a chuff grenade and without the suppressor to shoot the cameras. Oh, come on, take aim. I think there's ammo here. Oh, I got him. Yeah, he's gonna go down, whatever. And oh, okay. Okay, now that the caution music is over, we can do some calls. I don't want to do it with the music in the background.
Get out of Shell 1. According to Ames, the president is on the first floor of Shell 2's core. Cross the connecting bridge from the north side of Strut D to get... Looks like you've lost your balaclava, Raiden. You'll no longer be able to impersonate enemy personnel. Raiden, rescue the president. Head for the first floor of the Shell 2 core.
Colonel, is the president one of them? Ames said that the president entered the code with his own free will.
But you heard how they are planning to get rid of the president, right?
Yeah?
They are going their separate ways?
No. First off, the president is not necessarily extra baggage for the terrorists.
Yeah.
If you have your doubts, you should address them when you meet him.
Roger
What's
that.
that supposed to mean?
Do you think Ames was telling the truth about the football?
Rosemary?
Roger that. Jack, I'll look into it for you.
Oh no. Now we gotta call her. Whenever that actually works.
Get out of Shell 1.
Not sure how I feel about that. Colonel, apparently Ames didn't even know that the hostages were killed in retaliation for SEAL Team 10's incursion.
Yeah, the hostages were probably in a different room. Raiden, focus on your duties. For right now, concentrate on rescuing the President. Head for the first floor of Shell 2's core.
Yeah, Raiden is doubtful. He knows it's bullshit.
Colonel, I saw the terrorist leader. Is that Solid Snake?
Yes, he's the terrorist who sunk the tanker 2 years ago. Raiden, do you think he's some kind of hero? You heard him, right? Solid Snake is a terrorist. You must fight him. Do you understand?
Oh man, this would be a lot more meaningful. You heard him, right? If he actually had the voice he's supposed to have.
Colonel, the Outer Heaven that Snake mentioned?
Ah, yes. It is a despotic military state, built by a guy called Big Boss, the greatest soldier in history, and Snake's father,
A guy.
genetically speaking.
He tried to restart it?
I don't know, but word has it that his brother Liquid Snake hoped for an Outer Heaven also. It might have had some special significance for the two brothers.
Some guy called Big Boss, yeah.
That ninja helped me again. Do you have any information on him?
Sorry, I've looked around, but nothing.
I don't know what he wants, but he is trying to help you. That much is certain. Don't let your guard down, though. Keep in mind, Raiden, that this is a...
Okay, nothing more. Maybe call it Rose now. We might need to change areas for it to work.
What's up, Jack? Now that I think about it, it feels kind of fresh.
What does?
Before, I could always rest assured that I'd see you again. Now it's different. Now it feels like every word we say to each other counts.
That's great. We could make this into a book and sell it. Want to improve communication in your relationship? Send your man off to fight a war.
Jack.
Rose, you know my life's at stake here.
So is mine.
Rose?
I'm sorry, but I'm really worried too. I can't help but feel like I'm fighting this battle along with you.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
Yeah. Same thing. This Forkin guy, $5 donation, thank you. The Voltec guy from Fallout 4 should got himself a good career in the military.
Jack, do you need to save?
She's trying to appropriate Raiden's risk there, I guess. Whatever. Just go along with it.
See ya.
What? Nothing. Okay, you might need to go in first.
Jack, do you need to
Get
save?
real.
Man, I'm getting kind of tired. No sign of 3 Dog.
Take it easy.
She actually has no calls now. That's amazing. Okay, so we are here for PSG-1. is still going. Oh, no, he's not there yet. Okay, it doesn't matter. New stuff from Jay Burnett. Thank you so much for choosing to support us. Welcome aboard. 3Dog is the other streamer in this channel, this marathon. I'm not doing 5 days by myself, because that would be pretty crazy. What are we doing here? Let's move past this. Yeah, we managed to switch streamers without killing the VOD. Or possibly the online status of the channel. There's a little trick you can use to do that. Doesn't work all the time. But maybe we find a way now, I don't know. Okay, so now I gotta go out of my way to get a couple calls. Pliskin isn't picking up. Until we walk through the door there. Nope. Yeah, the problem is usually 12 hours wouldn't be a big deal for me, but the timing was really bad. Because 3Dog picked when to start, and I had to adapt my sleep schedule to it on the go, which didn't work too well.
Raiden, can you hear me? Pliskin, where have you been? Checking around. I'm in Strut H right now. How's the situation over there?
We have a lead on the President's location.
Where is he?
Shell 2 core, the first floor.
I'm cut off from the core where I am. It's a mess here.
Alright, I'm on my way to Shell 2 right now.
There are IR sensors in place on the connecting bridge between Shells 1 and 2. If you break the beams, the Semtex will go off.
Yeah, I heard them talking about that.
Target the control units and destroy them. Make sure you don't shoot the Semtex.
What do the control units look like?
Take a look with your binoculars.
That's the Semtex. And that must be the control unit.
Okay, before we deal with this, let's go back now that he's around. We can get a few calls. Okay.
In order to get to Shell 2, you'll have to disable the IR sensors on the connecting bridge.
Not a chance.
The reinforcements that rush up whenever you're discovered by the enemy are the President's Special Security Unit. They are the cream of the Secret Service and have previously served as members of CAT, the Counter-Assault Team, which is part of the Presidential Security Force. These guys have seen more action than you'll ever see in a lifetime. Their equipment is based on the Land Warrior system, which has been an Army development project over the last century. You've been with Force 21, so you should know what I'm talking about. It's the latest infantry equipment enhanced with advanced data communication and processing features. The system is designed to treat each infantry soldier as a single terminal in a network. The helmet has a mounted display that provides everything from sensor and map updates to directives and commands from a command outpost. Through a data link, the soldier is also provided with video and graphic information such as current location, including the placement of friendly units and rendezvous points. Also included with the package are various targeting systems, biosensors, GPS receiving units, and the latest data processing equipment.
If I remember right, didn't the Army have a problem finding a battery with enough longevity to power the equipment?
That's right. But the development of a sealed membrane battery capable of withstanding the wear and tear of combat situations solved that problem, making the system practical. On top of that, the weight of all this equipment is no longer a problem, thanks to the DARPA-developed exoskeleton technology with human strength amplification capabilities. A soldier may look slow and clumsy in all this equipment, but don't let that fool you.
Former members of the President's Special Security Unit are equipped with ceramic-plated armor. Attacking any spot other than the head is pretty much a waste of time. For results, go for the head. Actually, the best course for survival is to avoid any direct confrontation with these guys.
He forgot to mention that they also have dick armor, which is a very exclusive feature to them. We got another new sub from Blue Normal 1. Thank you so much. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Okay, so since he mentioned them, let's look at these guys. Basically the precursor to the SOP system. It does the same shit, but it's not nanomachine based. It's just physical equipment that you see in the soldiers. But obviously the same concept. So after you meet Ames, learning that the president is working with the terrorists, it causes the reinforcements to change at this point in the game. Now that we know the president works with them... Oh shit, I forgot about that guy. I mean, we want the backup unit here anyway, to look at them. But now they changed to these guys that they just described, the presidential escort unit, because the president is working with them. This actually kind of works, except there's a lot of them. Nope. Okay. Just slowly execute everyone so they don't get in the way here. Before these guys wake up, we'll keep one alive. Cool effect here, actually, when you shoot them in the face. Maybe not all the time, but her helmet sometimes, maybe not. Maybe they need to be awake. It should shatter. You should see the insides get bloody, but maybe they need to be awake for that. That's kind of weird. Okay, there's just this guy now. So as you can see, he has different gear. He has all the shit that Snake was talking about. And if you listen to them talk on the radio, they don't have Russian accents anymore, but American accents, American gear. Yeah, they do use that grenade launcher. Also, that's not fun. But more importantly, yeah, he has dick armor. Let's see if we can put that to the test. Oh shit. Shooting them in the dick normally kills them, but yeah, see, he just takes that like it's nothing. Dick armor. Now even Tengus have dick armor. And another thing, since these guys are so thick, you can't grab them. Oh god. Oh shit. Was that enough for them to respawn? Yes, it was. Okay, good thing we have a PSG-1. Because... oh man, they're gonna keep spawning forever. Yeah, that's not good. European extreme alerts are no fun. See how they... as long as I keep killing them, they will respawn. If they alert in the process. Oh god, oh god. The alert is over. Somehow. Oh shit, you have to turn around, huh? Just like Snake said, it's not a great idea to take on these guys. Then again, I do have the spray. They still cannot. They still can't compete with that. Okay, alright. Oh shit. Everybody calm down. Everybody's asleep now. You... oh shit, not everybody's asleep. Everybody get the fuck out of here. These guys are gonna get up any second now. There goes another one. This guy's too far to be thrown from there, so we'll just get him up and get him down from here. Careful. Oh shit, there's some other dude. I had no health left. I'm surprised I dealt with it for a little bit.
Come in. Right.
Too many people and waking up too fast. But yes, dick armor has been demonstrated. There should be some other interesting call or two. Dick armor too strong.
In order to get real. In order to get what?
I wonder if he's only talking about this because I'm here.
In order to get, not sure how I feel.
That's annoying. Then again, this is a kind of okay checkpoint for this.
Freeze!
Where's his dick? Sometimes you just can't find their dicks. Oh man.
Nothing here.
Isn't there another guy? Oh yeah, there he is. He's about to wake up too. Oh, okay.
Nothing here.
But you see how they slowly ease themselves onto the other side? That's not me. I didn't do that. It's not my kill.
Freeze!
Mo. X-Crap Lore with a 44 mods. Thank you. Wasn't me. So now that nobody's reporting, they're gonna come check. If we could at least get their lines, like their accents are different. A lot of people think it's like an oversight or something. Like, why don't these Russian support guys have Russian accents when usually they do? But there's actually a story explanation. Let's see what else we can get here. Oh shit, he's gonna repeat the same line again, isn't he?
In order to...
Yep.
In order to...
And we're never gonna get the Golukovich call now.
The reinforcements that rush up.
This one again. There might be hope.
In order to...
In order to get...
Have you ever heard of Outer Heaven?
Outer Heaven?
Yeah. Know anything?
Yeah, fuck those guys.
No. What about it?
The terrorist leader mentioned it. Something about being close to reviving Outer Heaven.
Is that right?
Well, do you know anything?
No. But whatever their goal is, they're probably up to no good. We've got to stop them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, totally. Never heard of it.
In order to get... You know, I thought I heard of AIM somewhere before. DIA would mean we're talking about Nastasha's ex-husband.
Nastasha? Nastasha Romanenko? Isn't she the one who wrote In the Darkness of Shadow Moses? Where is she now?
Your guess is as good as mine, but she's probably still a heavy smoker.
So since we're doing this call before he reveals himself as Snake, there's one less line there. Normally it would include, yeah, she helped me out in Shadow Moses, whatever. But he still kind of gives himself away by mentioning that she's a smoker, so...
If you shoot those pipes, I'll know. In order to get... to throw something.
There should be a call about Grlukovich. And how Grlukovich essentially did Peace Walker before Peace Walker was cool. But it's annoying to get.
Put your thermal gun.
He's just going on about tutorial stuff now.
Raiden, look at the enemy.
Ah, damn it. Was it maybe Colonel
use the
who talks about him? No, I'm pretty sure it's the Pliskin call.
You can't reach Shell.
I don't know.
It's kind of annoying to get some of the calls here.
Right. Rosemary has completed her search.
Jack, I found data on the briefcase used to unlock the nuclear launch codes. It appears to be a fail-safe system using the President's DNA base order and input of his physiological data as its key. The lock is said to be impenetrable.
In other words, the President himself is the only one who can enter the password.
Right. On top of that, as Ames mentioned before, the password becomes invalid when the President's brainwaves, heartbeat, etc. are not within normal limits.
So the President entered that code by his own free will after all. But why would the US President lend a hand to terrorists?
How should I don't have information like that.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't.
Also, it seems that the need to reconfirm the code after a set amount of time is true.
Meaning that the President is safe, right? How about the story of the Black Case also serving as the launch key to a new model of Metal Gear?
That wasn't in the records.
Stories of a new Metal Gear model aside, it is certain that they have finished inputting the code and are trying to launch the nuclear warhead. Meet with the President and ascertain the truth. Hurry. You must meet with him while he's still alive.
Not a chance.
As opposed to meeting somebody dead.
You can't
Okay.
Strut D is sediment pool number 1. It's a facility where extracted polluted water is stored without being disturbed, so that its large pollutants settle and are purged from it.
select a weapon and you can straight.
I'm pretty sure it's the Pliskin call, but he's just rambling about tutorial calls. That's annoying.
Right. A full life gauge will get real.
The stream is going to be 5 days straight, yes. But we have multiple streamers, just in case somebody's wondering.
The consumption of the O2.
Like multiple, I mean 2.
Without the balaclava, you won't be able to disguise. Real.
Damn it. Why isn't he talking about it? It's such a cool call. It's like the idea behind Peace Walker before it was cool.
When you swing up. If you see a likely
Nope.
In order to get
Holy shit.
Jump down right onto the enemy's head. Get real.
Oh, speaking of which, yeah, that reminds me. We need to work out as well. Hey, wait, no, we gotta get these guys. No, we gotta clear this area completely then. Shit. Oh, fuck, I got off too early. Damn. Well, at least we got to hear them talk. I got up just a little bit too early. They were still looking this way. Man, that we're in deep shit. Oh man. I always forget, it's right in this is the last area where you can effectively work out. Oh man, what a fucking mess. They all respawned here.
Freeze!
Get over there, holy shit. Oh, he didn't even fall off. God damn it.
Freeze!
Don't even think about it. Okay. Slowly now. Oh shit, they're all waking up. Oh shit, I shot the wrong one.
Freeze!
Everybody's taking turns getting up. Okay, get the fuck out of here. And then when the reinforcements guys come. Oh shit. I always forget about that guy. Yeah, no. Oh, he saw him from below. Yeah, no wonder. Let's see what I can do now. Nothing, fucking mess. Kinda works. See how efficient they are whipping each other up during alerts. Damn it! This freeing destroyed D of every enemy presence.
You were right. Answer me.
Is
Right.
something. Oh shit. Okay.
Freeze!
Fuck, I'll just kill him. We can dispose of the body whenever. I kind of wish I picked up the suppressor for this. Okay. Last guy, we can shoot him. Doesn't matter if he alerts for a second. Okay, that's much better. In fact, it might be better to just leave one of these bodies here to lure them. And then just patiently wait for them to show up. Now, if they fall in the water, it doesn't count as a kill. Not that I'm going for no kills here, obviously. You know, we need some sort of cover. Because what the AI does when they see somebody go down, they bust out the binoculars and they look your way, so you need to hide like this.
Intruder. Stay on guard.
Shit. Everybody just respawned here. Did they respawn from behind my ass? Yep. Oh man. Oh. Hi. That was unfortunate. Fuck those guys. Holy shit.
No. No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
But I learned something from this. What we can do is the usual trick when they first notice the first dead body, when the three support guys appear, they all stand together. So I think we can do something about it. Ah. I'll just wait in the box next to them and get them all at once. Holy shit. What is aiming? Nobody knows. Yeah, fuck that guy. And that guy. Oh shit. He didn't die. Now he's dead. Now this is not gonna be pretty if I don't get there in time. Whoa. Fuck! So close! I just wanted to wait for them here. See, that's a grenade. You can hear the grenade get loaded. Holy shit.
Raiden!
One day we'll clear this area. But today is not that day. Oh, actually that saves the fact that that guy is down. It's pretty cool we got to see the grenade in action. It's pretty rare. Oh, it does not save the fact that he's down.
Somebody there.
Maybe I haven't registered yet. There's actually no other parts where you can drop and catch after this. So that's why I really want to clear this area. To get all those stupid calls. Okay, you're going down. People don't seem to understand the difference between improvising something and doing something as is the usual. And he woke up from it. Use this guy as bait. Now we have plenty of time actually before they get here. There's also some Bliskin calls that I'm trying to get, which don't happen anymore after this. Oh yeah, this might be too close. Hopefully this works. Holy shit.
Communications with Strut D have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Huh? Huh?
Little fuckers. Okay, got him. Ah, fucking finally. Now everybody's dead here. Let's save that with a checkpoint. The idea was good, but I didn't do it right. See, nobody. Oh shit. Actually, we can't really save that. Wait, no, never mind. Even if they do call for an investigation now, the guys who would investigate are all dead. It's 3, right? What I only see 2. Are these 2 stacked together? Yes, they are. Okay. Everybody's dead. Now we can work out in peace. Let's begin with level 2. Rip.
Why are you late with your status report? What's going on? Respond. Communications with Strut D have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
No, nobody else comes if the investigation squad is already dead. That's why we're fine. Yeah, this is some extreme working out. If I miss the grab, I die. It's pretty easy though, here. It's a pretty generous window. This is sort of a point of no return here once you get past Shell 1. So there's some things to take care of. Also very little sneaking left in the game after Shell 1. The game is essentially all boss fights, essentially, and cutscenes, boss fights.
Raiden, your grip has gotten stronger. Guess your hard work has paid off.
No doubt.
Jack, you're great.
Hey. So that's 10. I think we're gonna get like 40 to see all the calls. The only sneaking that's left after this is on the way back with Emma, essentially. Okay, so Raiden has a call for level 2, now we're gonna get level 3. And I think somebody, which I tried with Snake, so it must be Raiden. Somebody has a call for trying to get another level past 3. Where to just tell you, look, that's enough, stop. There's no more. Holy shit, that looked like a mess. Yes, I would highly recommend doing this in real life. It totally works. Make sure there's a few sharks in the water too while you're at it. No, I don't think the punch gets stronger. That's level 3.
Raiden, your grip went up again.
Jack, you're truly amazing.
Wow, all of that. We're at line. Okay, I'm gonna call Pliskin a little bit now.
In order to get... Think about what the ideal spot to aim for is, depending on time and circumstances. Go for the central nervous system if you feel like it. The coolant spray can be a weapon as well. Spray it into an enemy's face and he won't be able to see for a while. Necessity is the mother of invention. Keep improvising if you want to stay alive.
Oh, you're another first of it, of course. He's not talking about Grulukovich though, which is really, really annoying.
In order to get...
Not sure how I feel about that.
After you take someone...
Get real.
Yeah, the loading time is much faster
In order
on
to get
PS2.
to Shell
I've had this exact call happen here. But it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen this time.
Jack, is that you?
I don't know.
Hang in there.
No save calls, no Pliskin calls. We are probably good,
In order to get to Shell...
but I know that Grulukovich call is there. He's just refusing to talk about it. That's really fucking annoying. Let's see if by some miracle coming from here changes something. Also, this will save my level 3 grip.
In order to...
In order?
Punching is a basic move in hand-to-hand.
Real.
While running, you can execute a roll by pressing the crawl
see.
button. For short distances, you
Definitely
can
not.
jump, and if you bump into an enemy just right, you can send the enemy flying. You can also
Definitely
jump
not.
over any floorboards that creak every time you take a step. Enemy soldiers will hesitate to attack if you're holding one of their own men hostage in a stranglehold. This move is ideal for
Probably,
escaping tense situations.
I don't know.
In order to get...
I mean, the call that I'm trying to get isn't related to the grip. But there might be another call for trying to get level 4 grip, which doesn't exist. So we gotta count manually here. I was 1, do 9 more. It's 2, 3. I just tell you, look, that's enough working out. Move on. Oh, they might still call, actually. I might not need to keep count. What's that for now? We'll call that 5 or 6 or something. I don't know. Fuck it. Probably not the greatest idea to get the chat to count together. That's a known Twitch meme. Oh, there it is.
Raiden, how long are you going to keep doing that? Forget about doing pull-ups. It's about time you return to your duties.
I don't feel
Jack, don't get too carried away. There are limits to everything, you know.
Okay, so they let you know that there's no level 4. That way. Was it worth it? No.
In order...
I had no doubt he would say that.
If you hold down the L1 button, you can move.
That's what I'm trying to get. That's called the Peace Walker call. It's Peace Walker Russian edition. Lukovich Peace Walker. But I can't seem to get it.
In order to...
Really fucking annoying.
Bulletproof equipment will not protect your enemies from a grenade's blast or shrapnel. A well-placed grenade could turn the tide of battle to your advantage.
I wonder why.
You can't reach...
What?
Handguns are aimed...
What?
Everybody's just giving me most random tutorial calls. Fuck it. I guess it's not happening. Tiger T, thanks for 2 months. Welcome back. So we get this weird suggestion flashback or flash forward thing. We spend a long time when you come into this area, the game suggests where the units are, because presumably they think you're stuck on this. But what's even more interesting, let's go into first person here. So I know that there's a control unit hidden behind a flag here. But if you change the controller, or if you have a second controller, I guess. Hey, I need to charge it, actually, pretty soon. But controller number 2. Oh shit, now I can't unpause. Ah, fuck. On PS2 you can do this with one controller. On PS3 it seems like you need... Okay, fuck it, need another controller. This one is impaired. Okay, now I have controller number 2. And for some, I don't know, insane reason, if you tap L1 on the second controller, you can make the flag move. This is Andrews 2 co-op right here. The only co-op there is in MGS 2. Hey bro, can you like tap L1 so I can shoot this thing in that specific screen? This is the only use for a second controller. Maybe there's some other insanely well hidden thing. I don't know. Like, what is this 1 second controller input that matters? But yeah, if you absolutely cannot get that, the flag moves with L1 on controller 2. The hell? Imagine a co-op MGS2 run. The second player does nothing until you get here, and then presses 1 button. I think the way that you're maybe supposed to find out about this is in some guide. I learned it from somebody in the chat who mentioned it. What? Holy shit.
Right. You didn't get all the control units.
Yeah, no shit, I only got 1. You don't want to blow up the camera here. So, oh, that was close. Okay. That was a control unit disguised as a bird. Look at these birds. They're really angry, salty looking birds. You could almost say that they're angry birds. I guess we'll get the call about shooting birds here. Why not? I'm wasting phantasm energy or whatever.
Right. Do you actually enjoy abusing helpless animals?
I don't believe this. I had no idea you were that kind of a monster.
Definitely not. I don't understand you, right? If you're satisfied, get back to the mission.
How do you know that?
What a dimwit. That's pretty satisfying, not gonna lie. Jack Orion, thanks for the 4 months. Random question, when you enter the map of Big Shell, the zone you're in is labeled Supernova Point. Any idea what this means? Oh yeah, there's a couple interesting area names like that. Especially also later in Arsenal. But no, that's something that probably deserves a little bit more research. But I would imagine it has something to do with, like, maybe the beginning of a project, or I don't know. Maybe somebody does something in some field out there where they use yeah, there it is. Supernova Point. It's not where you first enter, just anywhere that you're looking at on the map. If you look where the cursor is, it says right next to it, supernova point. So it's not even the beginning. It's like what you're pointing at. I don't know. I would say there's a lot of gibberish, but I mean, like the stuff on the bottom right, you can't read, even the HD edition. Actually, I can. The lines, the three words at the beginning, at the top of the window in the bottom right, I think it says... Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Original beach system? What? That's what it looks like to me. Original beach system. Reach? Oh, maybe reach. It's so low resolution. That's not even funny. Okay, original reach system makes a little bit more sense than beach. See, search. I don't think that's enough letters for search. Operational reach system. Yeah. Holy shit. I could have sworn it's just gibberish, pixelated stuff, but that's some of the stuff that, what are the other three words? I wonder what it looks like on the original on PS2. Now I'm kind of wondering. Operational? It really looks like original. No, it is operational. Holy crap, those pixels. But yeah, you have that and you have supernova point, which isn't any point in particular except what you're looking at. It's just where the cursor is on the map. I wonder what the deal with that is. There's some more significance to the map, like later when you get to Arsenal, you see the World Serpent. Or rather, the World Turtle with a serpent wrapped around it. It's fucking weird with the pixels there. Anyway, that should be all the units. So, sort of point of no return here, so I just wanted to make sure I got most of the calls. I know there's that one Gorlukovich call, but yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna give it one last attempt. Now that the control units are taken care of, maybe he won't fucking repeat that all the time. Oh, he's gone. Of course, he's not available anymore because now that we destroyed the control units, he's on his way here, I guess. Well, that's not happening. That call is not happening. Yep.
Raiden, I found us a ride.
I'm all ears.
One of the enemy's Kasatkas.
Is it in good shape?
Full tank. I'm heading for Shell 1 now. What about that Harrier?
It's not on the heliport here.
Good. I'll set this one down there then.
Can you cover the hostages? They're being held on level B1 in the core. Pliskin, you didn't happen to find any other places where hostages were being held, did you?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
How many hostages are there?
There's a few short of 30. One dead and several wounded.
The Kasatka's cargo area will hold 13 max.
What about the other Kasatka?
I sabotaged it. It can't come after us if it can't get off the ground. We'll have to make 2 trips.
Can you fly a Kasatka?
I have a pilot who's flown the civilian model, the KA-62 in VR. There's not a whole lot of difference between the military KA-60 and the civilian model.
Cleared for takeoff.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner, Otacon.
Otacon?
Hey, Raiden. Nice to meet you.
Intruders! Over here!
Damn! Raiden, I'll talk to you later.
Colonel, I need some answers from you. Who exactly is Pliskin and his partner?
I know what you're thinking.
It keeps coming back to Shadow Moses. And now this Otacon.
AKA Hal Emmerich, PhD, a Shadow Moses survivor.
Rose?
Snake and Otacon both became fugitives after Shadow Moses, wanted for acts of terrorism.
An anti-Metal Gear organization.
They sabotaged and destroyed countless Metal Gear units throughout the world.
And were responsible for the incident 2 years ago that necessitated the construction of the Big Shell.
Snake and his partner aren't terrorists.
Jack, why are you defending them?
I look back on what I've done here so far, and things like training and sense of duty alone won't get you through a sneaking mission like this.
Jack, are you okay?
You need something higher. I can't think of the right word, but it has to be pure will, backed up by courage, or ideals, or something like that. I'd stake my life on it. The Solid Snake that saved Shadow Moses couldn't turn into a terrorist.
Maybe that's true, but they went down with that tanker 2 years ago. We even recovered Snake's body.
And the DNA test results on the body say it's him.
Jack, I know what you're saying, but Snake is dead. He can't be here, not even as this Dr. Hal Emmerich.
But that also means that he can't be the terrorist leader behind this thing.
I've been waiting for you. A messenger from the Patriots. Where do I know him from?
So you're the boss around here?
No, not just around here. I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss himself. Solid Snake. No, that is not Solid Snake. What a pleasant surprise, brother.
Save it, you brother of mine.
Don't say you've forgotten me, Snake.
Snake?
Right, take cover.
Stop impersonating him.
Brother, I'm a whole different game from Liquid. That the best you can do, Snake?
Did I get it?
drown you fools for interfering!
Right. This is the Stinger missile launcher. The Kasaka can't stand up to the Harrier. You have to shoot the Harrier down.
Snake, we got company.
I'm counting on you.
Alright guys, the volume level is gonna be absolutely fucked. The volume levels, like every boss fight, but in particular with the Harriers, the Harrier itself is loud and the music is loud. And it's going to be completely fucked. No, not even 3. Yeah, I fucked up. Okay. I'm gonna try to get all the calls in a bit, once I know that it's happening.
I'll let you go out in style!
Sorry, invincibility frames. Hey, I got a $20 donation from Skeki. That's a pretty long message, we'll read it in a bit. Thank you. Yeah, we could shoot the helicopter, but I mean, nothing good comes out of it.
What the? Damn! What the?
Keep doing it, Otacon won't be happy.
I'll shred you to free. What the?
And there you had it, one person calling you bugs. Oh man. Anyway, get it down a little bit more.
I'll let you go out in style! What the?
It's so loud, he's right here. Leave. Shoo. Yay, give me some 45 ACP for this fighter jet. Thanks, Snake. Shit, a little late. I'm just kind of waiting for him to get the hell out, so it's a little quieter.
Is that the best you can do then?
Oh, should be a little better now.
Handguns and machine guns can't stand up to fighter jets. Use the Stinger missiles instead.
And the Colonel and Otacon pretty much repeat the same shit about the Harrier.
Don't start scurrying about even after the Harrier is blown away and is no longer in eyesight. When the Harrier is pointed in your direction, it should flash for a moment as it reflects the sun. Don't miss that flash. Locate it as early as possible and hit it with a Stinger. If you delay, you'll be attacked. Both wings are outfitted with an air-to-surface rocket pod. The rockets aren't guided, so moving should get you out of their way. Watch out for the blast, though. That Harrier 2 is equipped with cluster bombs. Each bomb is full of bombers, a combined munitions weapon. A cluster bomb has a huge effective range. There's no way to avoid one on the upper level of a connecting bridge. Escape by going to the lower level. The Harrier's exhaust is extremely hot. You cannot afford to get enveloped in it. When the Harrier draws near, run down to the lower level. The Harrier is outfitted with IR flare, a countermeasure that burns in midair with magnesium to deceive infrared homing missiles. Shooting a flare will draw any launch Stinger missiles towards the flare. Harriers are equipped with advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles, commonly known as AMRAAM. This is a type of active homing missile that uses a built-in radar guidance system for a fire-and-forget capability. The accuracy rate is quite high. Electronic interference is probably the only way to evade it. Use the chat to disrupt the missile's guidance system.
They're so wrong with all these little pieces of advice they give.
When the Harrier is hovering near the connecting bridge, the RGB-6 should also be effective.
I forgot to pick that up.
Both wings are outfitted.
Okay. Now Otacon's shit is a little more detailed, maybe. But overall, it's similar.
Right. I'll back you up the job. If I see you run short tonight, I'll toss him down. Right. You got those Stingers I gave you earlier, right?
Portable anti-aircraft missiles? I had complete VR training in those too.
Gee, I feel so much better now I got it. Hopefully you'll know how to use them in actual battle conditions too. Shoot the Harrier down with your Stinger missile. But remember that while you're aiming the missile launcher, you won't be able to move around. As soon as you see the Harrier headed your way, find cover. Why, hit the weapon menu button to do a weapon quick change. Make use of that's exactly it.
The Harrier 2 is an upgraded version of the world's first practical V-stall fighter plane. My ship
shifting the propulsion of the engine nozzles on the sides, the plane can handle short-distance vertical takeoffs and landings. The payload capacity of the Harrier II is considerably larger than its predecessor due to improved engine output. As a result, it carries more armament, starting with a 25mm machine gun pod on the fuselage module. There are air-to-surface rockets on both wings and various pods for air-to-air missiles and cluster bombs. You won't be able to take out one of these with small arms fire. The fact is, you'll need to use Stinger missiles. Right, watch out for the Harrier's cluster bombs. Cluster bombs are non-guided units packed with a couple hundred bombers for wide-range attacks. The bombs are equipped with timed fuses for detonation following release. The dispenser explodes, spreading the bombers across a wide area. Cluster bombs cover an extensive range. If you see one being launched, head for the floor beneath the connecting bridge. The Harrier II is equipped with AMRAAM mid-range air-to-air missiles. The AMRAAM is an active homing missile designed to succeed the SPAD. On the final phase of its guided approach to a target, the missile locks onto the objective with an active seeker and goes into full autonomous flight mode. In short, the AMRAAM is a missile with fire-and-forget capability. This aspect of the missile makes it ideal for fire-and-run tactics, significantly improving the mission survival rate of the firing aircraft. With a high-performance active seeker, the AMRAAM is extremely functional. Once fired, it pretty much zeroes in on its target with deadly accuracy.
And how do you avoid one of these?
I recommend chaff grenades. The AMRAAM's been reinforced against ECMs. In fact, the missile's been designed to home in on the source of electronic countermeasures. But that only applies to air combat. It's highly unlikely that the missile's equipped for tracking human targets with any precision. You should be able to sufficiently throw an AMRAAM off course with a chaff grenade. The minute you see one launched, break out the grenade.
That is the worst absolute fucking advice ever. There's no way the chaff grenade will go out in time, but whatever.
The Harrier II comes equipped with air-to-surface rocket pods on both wings. The Harrier II rockets are not guided. You can avoid direct hits by moving away from the targeted area following a launch. But watch out for the blast. You're currently aboard a Ka-60 Kasatka helicopter, a multi-purpose military aircraft of the Russian Kamov design. This copter is capable of handling various missions, including troop and supply transport, medical evacuation, target acquisition for attack copters, and all-weather scouting. Equipped with the latest avionics and electronic equipment, and the Kasatka can handle communication and electronic jamming as well as other special operations. The copter's designed for survival in combat, and the main systems are expandable. The rotors are capable of functioning if they've been punctured. In addition, the Kasatka features a polyurethane-filled fuel tank to minimize the danger of explosion. However, the Kasatka cannot hold its own against the Harrier. It's only suitable for providing you with air support. What I'm trying to say is that it's up to you to take out the Harrier.
That should be most of it.
Shoot the Harrier down with your
Yep, that's it. He's doing something now. He's behind me.
I'll let you go out in style!
Not yet. Oh, it missed. Oh, this might be slightly problematic.
Take this!
You want to talk about realism? Okay, I'm doing this. Kind of wanted to mess with Omicron a little bit more. highest difficulty. What I'm really trying to do here is get Ottoman's line. You bastard! Let's see if we can do that. There we go.
I'll let you go out in style.
Best line. Can you say anything here?
Shoot the Harrier down.
Nope, I don't seem to care.
Try dodging this.
Oh shit, that was close. That was really close. Might still die.
That didn't hurt at all.
That's also a very rare line. Except it did hurt. A couple more rounds and he's dead. Oh, where did he put that ammo? Okay. Oh shit.
I'll shred you to pieces.
And he's not actually kicking the rockets, he's, yeah, there's invisibility frames. Lord, let me get another, you bastard! Maybe not.
I'll let you go out in style.
This is it. If I don't die now.
Try dodging this.
That's so scary how close the explosions are. Oh man. Well.
There's something coming up.
That's Metal Gear! It's already active!
They got my eye! Fab!
running on water.
Don't worry, guys. According to MGS4, Vamp has tape on his shoes that make this possible. And conveniently ignoring the part where he also runs water. Oh man. Tape. Yes, I shit you not. It's tape is the explanation for this. Go listen to the Vamp call on MGS4.
Raiden, you alright?
Yeah. How about you guys?
Barely managed, but we're alright.
The chopper?
We need some time for repairs.
Oh.
The president's all yours.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
What?
Are you the Snake? They said you were dead.
No, not me. There are still too many things I need to do.
Snake, you're a legend, and that's why I need to ask you this.
Legend? A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
I'm here because I was assigned to this mission, not because I want to. If I could, I'd be out of here in a second. How could you come back to all this? Why keep fighting?
There's something my best friend said to me once.
What?
We're not tools of the government, or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at, but at least I always fought for what I believed in.
What about the DNA results from that body?
That was Liquid's body. He and Snake are identical on the genetic level.
Liquid?
A deception, for our own protection. We stole his frozen body from some organization. Kind of a hassle, though.
That's all there is to it.
Are you two really an NGO?
Insofar as we're a non-profit organization of civilians advocating a cause, yes. The cause happens to be the eradication of Metal Gear.
We work on our own, but it's a cause worth fighting for.
Why would you stick your neck out for something this risky?
That's the way I used to look at it, 4 years ago. I was holed up in the middle of nowhere in Alaska, drinking too much.
We have a responsibility to the coming generations, to the world.
What responsibility?
To keep track of the mistakes we've made as a species.
We need to remember, to spread the word, to fight for change. And that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
I'm not as arrogant as that.
What you do isn't grassroots activism. It's more like terrorism.
I admit that.
But our group, Philanthropy, received some information. A new Metal Gear prototype was being developed here, and terrorists were planning to raid the facility. The information came from a very reliable source.
So you're here to...
We're here to stop all that. But I also have a personal motive.
Looks like the terrorists have his sister in the big shell. We're here on our own, not under anyone's orders. We have our own battles. Otacon's here for someone. I'm not.
This is a military mission.
Jack, are you all right?
Just barely.
You almost gave me a heart attack.
Sorry, it wasn't intentional.
I know that, and I know I need to stay stronger.
Say a prayer for me, Rose, so I can come back.
You will make it back. I'm with you all the way, remember?
That means a lot to me, you know.
I'm going to save the data, okay, Jack?
Not a chance. Colonel, Metal Gear's already gone active.
It's not too late. You can still prevent a nuclear strike by securing the president and preventing password confirmation from taking place. Get to the president. He's in the core section of Shell 2.
I'm checking the satellite images. Looks like you can get to the core from the other side of Strut L.
The core hasn't gone under yet from what we can tell. Follow the railings down, then jump onto the pipes.
The only viable strut in the outer perimeter is the L. That attack just now doesn't make any sense. It's like they have no more use for this place.
Colonel, you were monitoring the codec calls. That man was the real Snake all along.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Don't let your guard down with him.
Why do you say that?
Because they were never a part of the simulation. They're an unknown factor.
You can take your simulation and... We're out here, we bleed, we die.
Calm down.
I suggest that you do, Raiden. Even if that is Snake. That has no bearing on your mission.
Colonel, you and Snake used to be on the same side. I don't understand. I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me?
So, if Raiden actually did read In the Dark and the Shadow Moses, he would know about the Patriots, he would know about Nastasha, he would know about Ames, he would know everything. Maybe he just looked at the pictures. That's the only explanation I can come up with. Raiden didn't really read it, he just looked at the pictures. But as always, you know, they try to treat Raiden as this person who has played MGS1 and VR missions, has gone through the events. But there's a lot that he doesn't know, there's a lot that's not covered. Simply, I guess most of it is in part to, through Raiden, fuck with the player a little bit more. In which, you know, you would have so much to tell Campbell about MGS1. After having played it yourself and being right in the situation, but you know, Raiden just isn't really allowed to either know or act on it. He doesn't take it too far under that aspect, because otherwise it would become simply too self-aware, I think. So instead of reading it, he looked through the pictures, and that's how he knows a little bit. Whoa, that jump is dangerous. What 2 months reset from Mike's rather. Thank you. This is how you get the AK suppressor right here. Sorry guys, I'm getting quite tired. This has been a 12 and a half hour shift now, but I was awake for quite a while before it because the timing didn't really work too well for me. So I'm kind of mumbling words here now. Because also, well, it doesn't work now, but she tells you how to put out the fire. Yeah, so the book In the Dark and the Shadow Moses has a lot of, well, for the large part, it has a recap of MGS1, but it also has a lot of what was going on behind the scenes during MGS1. Which was obviously added later as the concept of the Patriots was explored fully. They added sort of the behind the scenes of what was really going on with Naomi, what was really going on when they tell you that she's napping in MGS1. She's already being interrogated. Nastasha was basically being held at gunpoint by the Patriots under Ames' command at the time, being forced to cooperate, knowing a lot more, but not being able to tell Snake about it. There's a lot going on with Nastasha and Ames during MGS1. Ames was basically there with a group of Patriot, whatever, spies, soldiers, whatever, holding down Nastasha's home, forcing her to cooperate. You'll have to read. We did read it on stream once, but obviously it's a lot of text, it's a lot of reading, it's hard on the streamer, it's hard on the viewers because you're just watching text being read. That's not for everybody, but I would suggest anybody who cares in the slightest about these games to at least read it yourself once. In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, there's a lot of interesting shit in it. You'll learn that Ames was pretty high up in the ranks of the Patriots. You'll learn why Ames freaks out when he realizes that Ocelot is part of the Patriots, that they shut down his pacemaker. What he was about to say on his point of death, Ocelot, you! And then he dies. But yeah, Raiden says he read that, but there's no way he would have brought anything up. I don't know why he doesn't bring anything up. He looks at the pictures. Amazing Blanket is saying, taking the MGS fandom page with a grain of salt. It says that when Nastasha got the book published in the universe, it ended up being an abridged version of what she actually published. Maybe Raiden read the wrong version, and the one we read is the real one. There is an abridged... I don't know about that. Like, where's the source for that? Apart from the wiki, which is just anybody can go there. I don't know. Maybe there is a redacted version out there. I don't know, but even then, just so much. Even just by having theoretically played MGS1, Raiden should know and inquire a lot more about certain things. But he doesn't. He's just not allowed to take it that far because it would not work with the narrative of the game. We got a new sub from PB Ram. Thank you so much for choosing to support us. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard. Maybe, I don't remember something about that.
Jack, is that you?
What's that supposed to mean?
What's with the thought that Raiden played a not edited version of MGS1? I don't buy that Raiden played a different version of MGS1. There's a VR MGS1 simulation out there, and then there's also the video game in our real life. They're obviously talking about the same thing. They compare VR missions with video games and calling video game players all the time. So,
Talk to you soon, Jack.
oh, she actually has still no calls here. Okay, cool. Snake should have quite a few though. Don't you love how Raiden is a instant fanboy? He already renamed Snake Pliskin to Snake in the codec memory. So for me, the term VR mission and video game in our actual real life reality are used interchangeably in MGS2. It happens all the time throughout the series, so I don't like to think that there's another version of MGS1 out there, another version of the tanker, another version of whatever that Raiden as a character played only in this universe. No, they're obviously fucking with the fourth wall and going back and forth between this reality and the game's reality, and playing with the fact that VR missions in the game are just the game, a piece of software, which is a virtual reality in itself that you play. So when Raiden talks about playing VR missions or playing MGS1 VR, he's just talking about having played MGS1. Some people don't agree with that. Some people will like to completely detach the game universe from the real life universe and think, oh yeah, there's an edited version of MGS1 that Raiden played in this universe, and then there's a real version of the facts, which is what we played in our universe. I think that would be extremely boring, because obviously half the point of the game is to permeate between realities and try to break the fourth wall and pass on that message that Kojima's tried to make commentary so much about. So to me, it would be extremely boring and dumb that we just go like, oh yeah, it's just a game, it's just that game's universe. That's all they care about, the cover, that Raiden has a different version of MGS1. That's bullshit.
Raiden, you cover the president.
Wrong.
They're obviously playing and breaking the fourth wall with that.
So Iroquois Pliskin was an alias.
Of course.
And the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade?
Made it up.
That's just great. Anyway, I get the Pliskin part. What about Iroquois?
Iroquois is a Frankified version of the Algonquin word for rattlesnakes. It's what they called their enemies.
Algonquin?
The Algonquin Nation, one of the many groups of Native Americans who used to call Manhattan Island their home. The majority of tribes in what's now the state of New York were a part of the Algonquin Nation.
So this was a stronghold of snakes.
By the way, Manhattan means Island of Hills in Algonquin.
See, Raiden knows Escape from New York. I get the Pliskin part. Alright guys, I got some good news for you. 3Dog is ready.
This is not a pretty sight.
This is not pretty aim. Just enough with your invincibility frames. Holy shit, I just wanted to cut through both of them. So I'm gonna be triggering this checkpoint here, and then we are going to switch streamers. Dr. Construct with the 53 months, thank you. Why is Snake familiar with the native culture? Probably just Kojima putting together pieces of media, research, and whatever else.
What can I do for you, Jack?
It's also quite arrogant, going all the way through the trouble of making Manhattan be all about snakes. So this was a struggle of snakes. Like, there's just snakes everywhere. It's all about snakes. But it is quite interesting, the origin of the name, yes.
Talk to you soon, Jack.
It feels so good to be caught up with Rose Calls. She has nothing to yap about. Anyway, so Three Dog is ready. What I'm gonna do is upload this save to our extremely technologically advanced PSN Plus cloud save storage thingamabob. And then Three Dog is gonna log in, download the same save, start right off from here. Wow, apparently the change in resolution made the audio go out of sync. Classic. Okay, so we want this save right here. Oh shit, I don't think my PS3 is online. Yeah, little hiccup there. Oops, give me a second, guys. That's kind of necessary, like, you know. Totally forgot this PS3 was not online for a while now. I'm gonna have to hide my Wi-Fi password just in case one of you is sitting out my window, so that you don't connect to my Wi-Fi. You never know with these people. Oh no. That didn't show shit. Let's see. I love Kiefer123. Now you'd be surprised. But for reals though, my actual like SSID isn't showing up here. There's like other random people's Wi-Fi, but not mine. What the hell is the point? I actually have no idea. I guess that's why I had it wired. Fuck. Alright, let me find a wire. This is actually really fucking annoying. I think I got it. Sorry about the... It just sort of defeats the point of switching streamers quickly. Let me see what 3Dog is up to. Maybe I'll just upload this offline. And the thing is, I actually switched up a lot of my setup and cables and whatnot since I hooked up a bunch of new shit, so I totally forgot this PS3 needs to be online. Alright, let me see. Black Eyes Draken, thank for the 7 months resub. Excuse me. Come on, PS3, please. Don't fail me. Oh, this is fucking gold. I need to update the PS3. Hopefully it doesn't need to be 3Dog even fucking asked me if there was an update. I told him no, not remembering my PS3 was offline. But hopefully, I mean, the save doesn't matter. Nope, it really wants me to update. I don't believe it. Son of a bitch. Who the fuck even updates the PS3 anymore? What are they gonna do? Add features to it? Oh man, now to upload this save for 3Dog, I gotta update my PS3. That was dumb. Well, what we can do is hand over the stream to 3Dog anyway. I mean, not that it matters. It's gonna be the same amount of time anyway. I would play a meme video for you guys right now. Maybe. But they're all MGS5 meme videos. And we're playing MGS2 right now, so. It shouldn't take that long to update. I mean, I would put it on a USB and give it to him, and then, you know, he would do the same and get into his PS3. But believe it or not, that's probably not the best course of action because he's not very we're not very tech savvy. Like, I don't know if 3Dog has USB drive formatted to FAT32 and working with his PS3, blah blah blah, and all that shit. So in order to keep it as simple as possible, we just go by the online storage. Here, I can share this precious moment with you guys. We are installing the PS3 update, which I'm sure is going to pretty much make the PS4 obsolete. Because this PS3 update gives you 4K 144 Hz support, as well as PS5 forward compatibility. So, yeah. Absolutely, this is what we need. Why? All of my why. That is there a fucking PS3 update in this day and age? Exclusive PS3 update installing. I feel double stupid now because I told Three Dog, no, there's no update. Don't worry. I didn't have to update. Whoa, it just jumped to 100%. That's pro. Oh, man. It's because my PS3 was offline. I didn't realize it was offline. Okay. We are back on the XMB. Okay, so that never happened. I am now going to grab the save again. Hopefully it won't hiccup on me. This save goes online. Yes. Yes, I'm sure there's already MGS2 save there, but whatever. Let's see what else we have in this online storage. Shit from previous marathons. Let's delete it, just in case it gets confused. Okay, so all we have is the current MGS2 save online. Sorry about that, guys, but it was pretty funny, I guess. Streaming PS3 updates. All right. So last time we actually managed to switch the stream without Twitch recognizing us offline. Still one VOD, so we're gonna try to do that again. Yeah, another user's same online ID is logged in. I wonder who that could be. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off. And I'm gonna hand over the stream to Three Dog. You may or may not experience an actual offline time. If the stream isn't back in like 30 seconds, just refresh the page. Three Dog will be here. Continue MGS2. All right, thanks guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the marathon so far.
Hey, did it work again? Man, it's crazy how fast that came up. It was right after I started the stream, like less than 5 seconds. Hey, what's up, guys? Give me a sec here. alright. What's up, guys? It's good to be back. I'm a little bit tired, a little bit groggy. I haven't been awake for too long. I haven't had anything to eat yet. But I have a pizza in the oven. So I should be able to find time to eat that soon. There's a big cutscene with the president coming up. Bedaloom bean jump bomb chicka bomb bedaloom bomb bedaloom boom bom 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 chicka dump chicka bomb bomb. Hold on, my mic is being a bit weird. So where are we? Do I need to thank anyone here? Let me just look at recent events. Dr. Construct was the last person here on the list. 53 months. Okay. So strut L perimeter. Let's see. How do we do this? Run past this dude. Fucking knock to distract this fool. Hey, what's up, Wexford? What's up, everyone? Good to see you all again. I'll probably be here for like the next 12 hours. The arcade will take over towards the end of 3, I would say.
The enemy has already entered the nuclear launch code. Secure the president before they can confirm and finalize the code input. The president is on the first floor of Shell 2's core.
It doesn't matter, you being Snake. Some of the views will come back. Yeah, I don't think we got the seamless continuation of the VOD that time. But, it doesn't matter.
Hot! I'm going to go in my pants.
Hot!
Nobody's looking, right?
Right in my sympathies. Sneaking missions are called wet works for a reason after all.
Don't worry about it, Jack. It's okay.
Rose?
That is, as long as you take a shower the second you get back. Do we have a deal?
I want to hold you in my arms.
I want to hold you in my arms. Especially when I'm covered in piss. Best part about this is that the controller vibrates when the piss touches you. And if you're on the ground like this, it really rumbles because it's like constantly hitting you. Oh yeah. Now look at the detail as well. If we look up from here, just let it sprinkle all over our face. Look at that. Look at that glistening piss. See that? Look at that detail. Oh nice, he got the level 3 grip. Adam Zeddy with the $25. Thank you very much. Cheers again. I still need to thank Drunk Pack for that donation that I missed. Cheers, Adam. Lots of ciphers here. No chaff grenades? No? We can take them out with the PSG-1 from here, I guess. Oh, wow! Oh, yeah, of course, the other dude. You get an alert from here. I think we should be okay, though. Yeah, no, we're okay. There's another one somewhere. Yeah. Great start. Not taking any hits anyway, at least. I wonder if that was another cipher that came around the other side, or if that was one of the ciphers that was over there. Return your Yeah, that one's going back over there. Okay, cool. Okay, I think we're good.
Olga, Snake, he's here. In Shell 1.
My father had some unfinished business with him.
Olga, calm yourself. We will not change the plan because of your personal feelings.
Then screw your plan. I've been waiting for this day for 2 years, and I will send him to the bottom of the ocean, right next to my old man.
The launch comes first.
Damn it. Where is Ocelot?
Not here.
I don't trust him.
Don't talk that way about one of your own.
He's not one of my own. He left my father to die, remember?
Olga, we'll talk later. We need to get started on the final checks for the unit.
All right. I'm headed back there.
The upper connecting bridge to Shell 1 is down.
What about the chopper?
The cam-off is out of action. Take the oil fence from Strut L.
I'll tell my men to start pulling out.
Not yet. Their retrieval comes last. The intruder's still at large.
Snake.
What about the other man?
He's got luck on his side, certainly.
He survived that explosion. Listen, Olga, the code confirmation is in 1 hour. Keep the president alive until then.
I know. No one gets in here. Turn the currents on.
Of course. High voltage currents on.
The door stays shut unless the president manages to take out that circuit panel from inside the room. And it's no job for bare hands.
All right. Come back immediately.
One more thing.
What?
We leave for Russia when this business is done. I want half the money for that.
Of course. That was part of the agreement.
We start living for ourselves after this. If there's anyone who wants to stay here, I want you to take good care of them.
Gladly. Gerlukovich soldiers are the cream of the crop.
It's time they went free.
What happened to rebuilding Mother Russia?
The old man is dead. The world is a different place now.
It's your life.
Just as a reminder, I'm going to say this again, one last time. Don't try anything on us.
The feeling is mutual.
I'm in front of the room where they're keeping the president.
Everything all right?
No sign of flooding, but I can't get close to the door. The floor is electrified.
Don't test it. You'll be bacon.
Any suggestions?
Remember the Shadow Moses VR training.
Take out the circuit panel?
Right.
But there's no way into the room.
Try ventilation ducts.
Yeah, I think I see one.
Look for a remote control missile launcher. You can guide it through the duct into the room.
Then target the circuit panel. Got it.
Right, but make sure you don't hit the president.
The president is wired with nanomachines. If we know the frequency, I can raise him.
We've tried that repeatedly, but there's no response. It looks like the walls have a built-in radio shield.
So that's why Ames lost contact with him.
If you need to confirm his position, you can log into the node.
Understood.
Locate a remote control missile launcher first.
Alright, chat. Give me just like 1 or 2 minutes. Well, probably just around 1 minute. I'll be right back. Just gonna grab this pizza.
Snake, do you know where I can find some remote-controlled missiles?
Remote-controlled missiles. I saw something on B1 in the core of Shell 2. But be careful. Contaminated seawater's broken out of the tanks thanks to that explosion. Most of B1 is probably flooded by now. Raiden, the node for that area is inside a small room to the northwest. You'd better log in.
Nothing else from Snake?
Raiden, the node...
Alright. But before we do anything, we gotta try and cross this. His hair, man, the look on his face. Okay, what if we're in a cardboard box? I love how you can see him shaking through the hole as well.
What the hell happened? Raiden!
What's our stats so far? 64 kills, 8 alerts. Alright, let's go grab the Nikita. What's on the pizza? Pepperoni. Grab all these weapons. We can pick up these weapons earlier and strut F. But we don't really need to.
Colonel, B1 is completely flooded from what I can see.
You'll have to swim through.
I'm fine with swimming.
Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster. Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower, left and right to face those directions. The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
I didn't have time to get a drink. That's how dedicated I am to this stream, chat. I didn't want to let you wait another minute so I could get myself a glass of water. You see how committed I am?
You have the remote-controlled missile. Good job. Now head for the first floor of the Shell 2 core. Take out the power source and make contact with the President before the launch code can be reconfirmed. Hurry.
Here you can see the Raven doll again. Just chilling down here. Same one from the tanker. I'll grab a drink during the presidency. Oh God, must have went down the wrong way. And like in MGS1, we can get this little scene here, like with Otacon and the Darker Chief. Let's wake him up.
Who's there?
Come over here.
What the hell happened? Raiden!
Nikita missiles are pretty strong, huh? Leans up to the wall to listen in. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. Obviously, it's intentional that you can call him over to that part of the wall. Right here. Alright, let's see if we can do this first try. Nice.
What are you doing?
President Johnson.
Huh? So you're finally here.
You've been expecting me?
Your equipment, that skull suit, isn't exactly standard military issue.
Are you all right, sir?
Is this some kind of sick joke? I thought you came to kill me.
What?
I'm prepared to face the consequences of my betrayal.
What are you... What the...
You're a man? Well, who are you?
Foxhound, sir.
Foxhound? I see. Now things are starting to make a little sense. Switch over to nano-communication so nobody can listen in.
Yes, sir. Do you read me, sir?
Yes.
Mr. President, it's my understanding that the terrorists have managed to input the code sequence necessary for launching a nuclear strike.
That's correct. I punched the sequence in myself.
You're working for them?
If you asked me 2 hours ago, my answer would have been yes. Right now, they're keeping me alive until my vital signs are reconfirmed.
They betrayed you?
I wouldn't quite put it that way. I wanted power. They sought destruction.
But why stoop to terrorism?
I wanted absolute power.
But you're the president. You have power.
No, I'm just a figurehead.
What?
I don't have any control. The real power is in the Patriots' hands.
The Patriots?
The truth behind this country. I'm not surprised you've never heard of them. Very few are aware of their existence, even among those with code word clearance.
Huh?
Politics, the military, the economy, they control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country.
No.
Hard to believe, isn't it? But it's the truth. The space defense, income tax reduction, and national missile defense programs. Every policy that's been credited to me was actually done according to their instructions.
Space defense was initiated by Congress.
That's what the Patriots want the country to believe. It's all a show. Democracy is just a filler for textbooks. Think about it. Do you actually believe that public opinion influences the government?
No.
This country is shaped and controlled as the Patriots see fit. The people are shown what they want to believe. What you call government is actually a well-staged production aimed at satisfying the public.
Huh?
Don't look at me like that. I'm legally sane, you know.
It's not your sanity that worries me.
The Patriots. Even I don't know who the actual members are. Are they financial, political, or military leaders? No one knows who the Patriots really are. Even my instructions come from a cutout. All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men, known as the Wise Men's Committee.
Your office? The White House?
Merely puppets, pawns in a game. By pledging my loyalty, an insignificant son of a senator was awarded the presidency. Of course, that wasn't the only price I had to pay.
What do you mean?
Even if a pawn becomes a queen, it is still just a playing piece. I wanted to leave my own mark in history, but my ambitions were... You'll understand someday. I wished to be a member of the Patriots. I wanted to wield the power of a king instead of being an expendable pawn.
And that justifies acts of terrorism?
Yes. I'd intended to use the new Metal Gear as a bargaining chip.
Bargaining chip?
But I underestimated Solidus. He actually wants to challenge the Patriots, even if it means the destruction of the world.
What are you saying?
Whether you believe it or not, the balance of power rests in the hands of the Patriots. They regulate the country's various interests through controlled presentation, staging a drama that is palatable to the general masses. Can you imagine what would happen if they ceased to function? Picture a massive political vacuum, a space that every powermonger will try to fill for their own greedy ends. I'm talking about an unregulated power struggle, panic, civil war, chaos. Like it or not, the Patriots is an organization that must continue to exist.
So you changed your mind because you wanted to avoid global chaos.
Exactly. When I told Solidus that I wished to prevent disaster, he replied that pawns can never become players.
And who is this Solidus?
My predecessor, George Sears. That was the name the public came to know him by. I knew him by his code name, Solidus Snake. He was the third Snake, preceded by Solid and Liquid, a survivor of the Les Enfants Terribles project. Neither solid nor liquid. He was a well-balanced masterpiece that the Patriots saw fit to entrust with the presidency. However, he fell out of grace with the organization 4 years ago. When acting on his own, he started an incident.
4 years ago? Shadow Moses.
That's right. At the time, the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, together with certain influential parties, initiated the development of Metal Gear Rex and an advanced nuclear warhead. However, this did not fall in line with the Patriots' plans. What's more, Solidus decided on his own to send his most trusted man, Ocelot, to provoke Liquid Snake, bringing about the said incident. As a result, he succeeded in obtaining Rex and the data on the warhead. But in doing so, he ended up revealing the existence of both Rex and the Genome Army, a blunder that earned him the wrath of the Patriots. Shortly thereafter, Solidus was removed from the presidential office.
I thought he resigned.
That's the story given to the general public. Following his resignation, the Patriots selected me, their new pawn, for the presidency.
But that would mean that the presidential race was
That was quite a show, wasn't it? It was a well-scripted drama staged by the Patriots for the benefit of the public. Even the Democrats and Republicans were dancing to the Patriots' tune. Everything went according to plan, but for one exception. Following his resignation, Solidus' health was scheduled to fail him, bringing about his untimely death.
Capped?
Correct. But before the Patriots could execute their plot, Solidus went underground with the help of Ocelot. As he avoided pursuit, Solidus gained control of Dead Cell, winning over Colonel Golukovich's outfit. From there, he bided his time, knowing that his opportunity would soon arrive.
What opportunity?
The completion of the new Metal Gear project, an opportunity that would even his odds against the Patriots. By stealing the Patriots' most valued project, he would be able to place them in a very uncomfortable position. It's the only chance he has for survival. Once he has the new Metal Gear, he'll declare war against the Patriots. Needless to say, he must be stopped.
Metal Gear is already operational.
No, not yet. What you saw was Metal Gear Ray, hijacked 2 years ago from the Marines by Ocelot. That was not the new Metal Gear.
Then where's the new Metal Gear?
Right here.
What?
You're standing in it. To be more precise, this entire big shell facility is the new Metal Gear.
What'd you say?
No, I'm quite serious. The upper structure that you've seen is camouflage, designed to represent an offshore cleanup facility. The main structure extends from the foundation all the way down to the ocean floor. The connecting elevator is located on the B2 floor of the Shell 1 core. Arsenal Gear. That's the code name for the new Metal Gear.
Arsenal?
That's right. Arsenal. We're talking about an impregnable fortress carrying a load of over a couple of thousand missiles, including nuclear warheads, all protected by a horde of mass-produced Metal Gear Ray units.
Mass-produced?
The Ray unit was originally designed for the Marines to be used as a countermeasure against the Metal Gear variations throughout the world. The Patriots had Ray redesigned to protect the new Arsenal Gear.
So now anti-Metal Gears are guarding a Metal Gear.
Ironic, isn't it? That's not all. Arsenal Gear has full access to the military's tactical network, giving it the ability to exercise absolute control over our nation's armed forces, not to mention our nuclear armament. In short, Arsenal was created to be the core of our country.
What kind of idiotic weapon?
Weapon? No. You're not seeing the full picture. Arsenal Gear is more than just a military tool. It is a means to preserve the world as it is. It will establish a new form of control. The Patriots will use it to keep their place as the country's true rulers. Right now, they feel pressured and threatened.
By what?
They fear an overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it. The Arsenal plans include a system to digitally manage the flow of information, making it possible to shape the truth for their own purposes. In short, the Arsenal system is the key to their supremacy.
The key?
Yes. The GW system is the Patriots' trump card. Arsenal Gear will be fully operational when GW is successfully integrated. Once operational, it will be a completely new form of power for the Patriots to wield. I had hoped to seize the project from them, so that I would be in a strong bargaining position.
Bargain for what?
I'd hoped to trade my way into their ranks, but Solidus preferred rebellion. Outer Heaven, his plan to unleash a nuclear blast over the skies of Wall Street to break the Patriots' control over the business community, is also a key factor in his offensive effort.
Outer Heaven?
Listen, there isn't much time. The football served as the key for activating Arsenal Gear. I've already input the necessary code sequence. It won't be long before GW begins to establish connections with other external systems, and Arsenal Gear becomes fully operational. Stop them before that happens. That is your role.
Role?
You've got to find Emma Emmerich. She's the only one who can stop that thing once it's been activated.
Emma Emmerich?
She's the system programmer for Arsenal Gear. I believe she's somewhere on level B1 in the core of this building.
I thought the levels below us were flooded.
I'm sure they won't let her die just yet, as she's the only remaining programmer for this project. According to Ocelot, she was being held in a locker room located in the northwest part of level B1. Cut transmission and get moving. This is card 4. It'll give you access all the way to Emma's location. Give this to her when you find her.
What is it?
A program for disrupting the control functions between GW and Arsenal Gear. Take Emma to the computer room on level B2, Shell 1 core. She'll know how to load the program into the main system.
A virus?
That's right, modeled after Foxdie. A biological weapon designed to selectively eliminate personnel with a specific genetic code.
But why do you have it?
The Patriots had it engineered as a failsafe, and Ocelot forgot to search me. You've got to hurry. That disk is the only way you're going to stop Arsenal. Well, I've told you everything you need to know. There's only one thing that remains to be done. Now, kill me.
What the?
There's no time to argue. The final check for my vital ID will start any second. If you kill me now, you'll at least prevent the nuclear strike.
Cut it out!
Do it! That's your role! Pull! No! Good!
That's abusing your right to free speech, Mr. President. Or is it ex-president?
The president! Why did you...
Alas, my finger must have slipped. I'll see you around, carrier boy.
Forget him. He did us a favor. Without free will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion. My only real choice is to put an end to this charade. Let me at least have the freedom to end it myself.
What are you...
Find Emma. Stop Arsenal. This is my last order as your commander-in-chief. I'm counting on you.
Colonel, the president is dead.
I see. I'm sorry to hear that.
Where do we go from here?
Your mission was to rescue the president and eliminate the terrorist threat. However, given the recent turn of events, we will honor the president's last directive. You must put a stop to Arsenal Gear once and for all.
Do you actually think there's any truth to his story about this big shell facility being a front for Arsenal Gear?
I don't have the security clearance necessary to verify the facts. However, he was the president. I'm sure he knew what he was talking about.
Aren't you forgetting that he was part of the terrorist plot?
All the more reason why I believe his information is reliable.
Huh?
We're talking about a man who chose to die rather than risk a nuclear holocaust. Thanks to his sacrifice, the Nuclear Launch Authority has shifted to the Vice President, effectively eliminating the terrorist threat.
Colonel, when you put it like that, it almost sounds like I should have assassinated the President to eliminate the threat.
That was not my intention. I was trying to point out that there is certainly some credibility to the words of a man who chose death to protect the innocent.
The Colonel has a point, Jack.
What about the information he gave me on the Patriots?
That's a new one on me. I'll see what I can find out. Raiden, we're running out of time. Find Emma. She's supposed to be located on level B1, in the core of that building you're in, right? You've got to find her before Arsenal becomes fully operational.
Hurry, Jack.
It's up to you to make sure that the President didn't sacrifice his life in vain.
Understood. Raiden out.
What's your status, Raiden?
Snake, the President, he's been assassinated.
What?
There was nothing I could do.
What about the nuclear strike code sequence?
He died before his vital ID could be reconfirmed.
Then the enemy's lost their nuclear strike capability.
But that Ocelot guy obviously killed the president on purpose.
Why?
It doesn't make any sense. They had to know that they couldn't launch the nuke if they killed the president.
Maybe there's a way to launch without reconfirming the vital ID.
Or maybe they found a more effective weapon within Arsenal Gear.
You knew about Arsenal Gear?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me about it?
You never asked.
Am I correct in assuming you also know that the Big Shell's a front for the project?
You mean, did I know that the Big Shell, a fully functional environmental cleanup facility, was designed to camouflage Arsenal Gear? Yeah, I did. It's exactly what the President and Ames described, a massive cover story. The good news is that it hasn't really done much in terms of cleaning up the environment, so we won't have to worry about any toxic gas being released if we have to blow the house down.
Right. And when did you find out about all of this?
It took a while, but we uncovered the info around the time you took out that mad bomber. There's no doubt that Arsenal Gear is being built here. Then it was all set up 2 years ago, on that day. All of it.
2 years ago? What really happened here?
I took these photos 2 years ago.
I know these pictures. They were on the news, on several websites. If I remember right, the reporters blamed you for sinking the tanker.
That's right. Otacon, me, we were used.
We'd hoped that by going public with photos of the new Metal Gear, we could persuade the government. At least that was the plan at the time.
I've gone through VR training of the tanker mission before.
Yeah? Well, I doubt it accurately simulates the events of that mission. I'd infiltrated the dummy tanker to obtain proof that a Metal Gear was under development. Shortly after I made it aboard, an armed group led by Colonel Gerlukovich raided the ship and gained control.
Olga and Ocelot were among the raiding party.
Yeah, and him.
Who are you talking about?
A man that was supposed to be dead.
Their target was also Metal Gear Ray. But Ocelot eliminated Colonel Gerlukovich and Marine Commander Scott Dolph, and he hijacked Ray.
So he betrayed them?
I don't know what kind of deal was going down. All I remember is what Ocelot said at the time. Something like, "I'm taking it back."
Ocelot then sank the tanker, along with the soldiers of the Marine Corps.
How did you manage to get out?
Otacon managed to have a small boat ready for me.
That was the easy part. The tough part was not getting dragged down with the sinking tanker. Small miracle when you think about it. It turned out that the whole thing was a setup to lure us. Photos of Snake, taken by the Cypher, were released to the public. In turn, we became the world's most wanted environmental terrorists.
It was definitely a move aimed at putting a stop to our anti-Metal Gear activities.
But why did they choose Snake?
Since the Shadow Moses incident, Snake became sort of a hero. I think the Patriots weren't too happy about that.
You knew about the Patriots?
Well, yes, to a certain degree.
It seems like everyone knows about them except me.
They didn't choose Snake to be a hero.
So they decided to do a smear campaign.
I think the Patriots wanted to make an example of him so everybody would think twice before opposing them.
That's it! They set all this up just to nail you guys.
No, there's more to it than that. The Marines' Metal Gear Ray project, headed by Commander Dolph, was carried out in opposition to the Navy's Arsenal Gear project. To be more precise, the Patriots considered Metal Gear Ray to be a thorn in their side. Hence, they attacked the dummy tanker and stole Ray. They followed this up with a perfect plan. They immediately sent a fully loaded tanker to the same location and sank it. Then set up the facility to camouflage the development of Arsenal Gear.
And we fell for it. 2 more puppets in their show.
Colonel Gerlukovich and his daughter Olga?
Both fell victim to Ocelot's plot.
Was Solidus behind all this? He used Ocelot to get hold of Ray, huh?
No, he was underground, keeping a low profile at the time.
Then it must be the Patriots.
If that's the case, what's Ocelot doing alongside Solidus?
Forget it. We're wasting time. We can figure this out later. The nuclear strike's been prevented, but Arsenal still has a massive payload of missiles to deal with.
Right. If the opposition gets control of those missiles...
Raiden, you've got to find Emma.
Wait a second. Isn't Emma Emmerich...
My sister.
What's she doing here?
You got me. She's a computer whiz who specializes in neural AI and ultra-variable volume data analysis using complex logic. How she got involved in weapons development is beyond me.
Whatever her reasons, we need her in order to stop Arsenal.
Raiden, find her.
I'm on my way.
Alright, we're back. I had some nice time to grab some food there, finish off my pizza, grab a drink. Lengthy sequence. Let me grab this ammo. It's interesting. There's one of Otacon's lines there when he says, after the Shadow Moses incident, Snake became sort of a hero. I don't think the Patriots were too happy about that, and they wanted to make sure people would think twice before opposing them. Really reminds me of something Kojima said about Snake after the release of MGS1, that he became like this icon, you know, this video game icon. And that was part of the reason why he didn't want him to be the main character. He just thought he'd be, like, too unrelatable. And I think he thought that he had sort of completed his arc after 1, that there was nowhere for him to really go apart from to be this sort of mentor figure. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. There's a lot of blurring of the lines during that scene. Like it feels they're talking about the story of the game, but it feels like they're just as much talking about the advertisement of the game. You know, they're talking about Snake and Otacon being set up on the tanker, just like how the audience was set up into believing that the game was going to be something else. You know, we were given a demo of the tanker. They even show trailer footage in that scene as well. You know, Snake on the tanker shooting the FAMAS. That's all footage from the trailer and shit that you never really see on the actual tanker. You know, you don't get a FAMAS on the tanker. So they're really blurring the lines there. They're talking about the story of the game, but they're also tying it directly into the advertisement of the game. And obviously manipulation of information and all that is a big theme, so yeah, pretty interesting. There are some good optional calls here we can do.
Emma's probably being kept in filter chamber number 2 on floor B1 of Shell 2's core.
Any explanation on why Ocelot do all this? Stealing Ray, killing the president, and double-crossing Solidus? Well, it's all to set up the Patriots' goal of the S3 plan. You know, obviously excluding anything that we learn in MGS4. Obviously, MGS4 wasn't planned, but in the story of this game, Ocelot is not working for Solidus. He's working for the Patriots. And all of this has been preordained as a simulation for Raiden. So yeah, he's just setting things up how he's supposed to set them up, as ordered by the Patriots. Solidus is here so he can resemble the relationship between Big Boss and Snake, like it's explained later. All set up to mirror the events of MGS1. Who do I want to call? Colonel.
Raiden, locate Emma Emmerich and have her put the President's disk to use. Emma is on B1 of the Shell 2 core. The clock is ticking. Locate her before Arsenal gear goes online.
What's the advantage of doing the simulation? To create the worlds that they create in MGS4, to control the human race, essentially. Using Raiden as an example of the masses. To increase the power of their AI system. And to control the planet. But yeah, like that's all explained in at the end of the game, you know, the final codec call. Before you fight Solidus. The exercise is a resounding success. You accepted the fiction we provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were supposed to. The exercise is a resounding success. But yeah, with 4 in mind, it's really just best. You're better off not thinking about MGS4 when playing MGS2. MGS4, I don't think really does anything to improve MGS2's story. I kind of think of MGS4 Ocelot as almost a completely different character. You know, because it clearly wasn't an idea at this point in the story that Ocelot was doing everything to revive Big Boss. The whole plan, you know, MGS4 introduces the idea that everything Ocelot was doing was to revive Big Boss. And that just wasn't the plan. And if you try to take things from MGS2 to back up this story, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Yeah.
Colonel, I want some background information on Emma Emmerich.
I've got it right here. Direct from the National Security Agency's personnel files. Apparently, she was involved in some sort of high-level project, but there's no details on that. Her record shows that she resigned from the agency 2 years ago. Emma Emmerich, full name Emma Emmerich Danziger. Members of her family call her EE. After divorcing Hal Emmerich's father, her mother took Emma to England and raised her there. Danziger is her mother's maiden name, but she prefers Emmerich. After returning home to England, her mother married Robinson, a businessman. The following details are from a report filed with the NSA when she joined the agency. Just before graduating from high school, Emma injured Robinson in self-defense during an alleged assault on her person. As a result of this incident, she followed in the footsteps of her stepbrother, Hal Emmerich, and left home to enroll in Oxford. It is believed that at this particular point in her life, she was extremely angered by the fact that her brother failed to protect her. Consequently, she lost all family connections and is very resentful. She seems to believe that her brother is to blame for everything. While attending Oxford, she was noted for her success in a deciphering event sponsored by British GCHQ.
They may not be blood related, but she sure sounds like Otacon's sister.
There's more. Raiden, do you recall a certain situation that's more or less become a legend among hackers? To refresh your memory, at the time, just about all of our nation's communications and information resources were concentrated at NSA in Fort Meade. In fact, NSA's basement facility operated round the clock to amass data obtained not only from public communications, but everything from satellite to wiretap operations as well. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that whoever controlled the NSA facility could move the world. On January 24th, in the year 2000, the facility suffered a total system shutdown for a 73-hour period.
Did they ever figure out the cause?
It's believed that a small group within the government had arranged the incident with the assistance of a notorious group of crackers. The result was a full review of NSA's safety measures, which in turn led to the decision to shift the data-gathering operations to an isolated location that would be safe from physical attack, as well as cyber terrorism.
And where might that be?
My security clearance couldn't get me that information, but I did find out that one of the key members of the hacker group was none other than Emma Emmerich. Although she started off as a specialist in artificial intelligence and complex logic, Emma is now regarded as a computer genius.
That would make her a prime candidate for recruitment in the intelligence community, wouldn't it? And knowing most of the intelligence agencies, I doubt fair play was a major concern in their recruiting efforts.
Your assumption's correct. The government played on her weakness, her strong hate for Hal Emmerich, the brother who left her when she was 6 years old.
She hates him that much?
When she was 6 years old, Emma and her father were involved in a pool accident. She survived, but her father drowned.
What did the police have to say about that?
The report states it was an accidental death.
Isn't that about the time that Otacon left his home and family?
Exactly. But I don't have any idea why he chose to do so.
Does Emma blame Otacon for her father's death?
I don't think so. Her hate seems to stem from the fact that she believes Otacon abandoned her. You see, although the two weren't directly related, they were said to be very close. It's rumored that sibling rivalry was what launched her career as a hacker. 4 years ago, the government leaked her the details of the Shadow Moses incident. In doing so, they were able to recruit her for the NSA. I also have little doubt that they also used the NSA hacking affair as a means to convince her to cooperate.
You think that her hate drove her to frame Snake and Otacon?
That, I don't know.
Great call there. It's rare that you get an optional call like that that has music and everything, unique music. Don't think I'm exaggerating when I say whoever controlled the NSA facility could move the world. Really characterizing the NSA as the real-life counterpart to the Patriots almost. Especially with the metaphor we get later of the turtle, the world turtle with the world on its back. Like literally moving the world. That's what Arsenal gear is supposed to be. Turtle with the world on its back, shaping history. And obviously in the world of this game, it would be the Colonel, the embodiment of the Patriots who run the NSA. Let's see. Black Dynamite with the 34 months, thank you. J Cash Money with the 27 months, thank you. Lectral with the 38. And the name that I can't pronounce because it's in some Asian language with the 29 months, thank you. Never heard that call? Like 20 years? Yeah. I mean, this game is full of so many optional calls and Easter eggs and stuff. But yeah, cool backstory. And a really interesting touch as well is right at the beginning of the call, before he segues into the backstory about Emma, he says, apparently she was involved in some sort of high-level project, but there's no details on that. This is the high-level project. This game, the story of the game, the S3 plan. This is the project right here. So it's really cool detail. And another very similar detail later when Emma says, apparently they were going to bring in some complex new data for GW to study, and then all this happens. Little does Emma know that all this that's happening is the complex data. She is the data that's being studied quite creepy when you think of it that way. Very sinister. You know, her being the developer of GW, looking forward to this new data coming in. She is the data. Her life is being used as a part of the project. She's being killed to serve the project. There's some other good calls we can do here.
Raiden. The tranquilizer rounds vary significantly in effectiveness depending on the part of the body they hit. Hits to the extremities, such as hands and feet, take a long time to show effect. On the other hand, a direct hit to the head or the heart will instantly knock out the target. Use the first-person view to aim carefully.
The real question now is why you wouldn't do things according to what is actually established beforehand. Well, it's because MGS4 is a very meta game. It's a very crazy game. But we won't get into that just yet. It was quite deliberate on the part of Kojima to really throw everything away and have all the characters revert back into shells of who they were, and to really just throw the previous games down the toilet. That was part of the plan. But yeah, it still is weird. Like the strange thing is as well, like they obviously in MGS3, right? It just so happens that we learn in MGS3 that Ocelot's father was dead and could speak to the living while he was dead, and while he was alive, he could communicate with the dead. Right? So they went to the trouble of like reinforcing this idea how Ocelot could be controlled by Liquid, right? And then in 4, they just get rid of that. No, he was actually hypnotizing himself the whole time, and no, Liquid was never in control. Like, it was so clearly that was so clearly the idea with this game, and with 3 reinforcing it even more with the Sorrow. And then, no, sorry, that's not how it's gonna go. Like, that's the thing. Like, when I see Liquid taking over Ocelot at the end of this game, and Ocelot is like, no, not now, right? But apparently that was all part of the plan, according to MGS4. Ocelot is just acting to fool the Patriots. I mean, like, you can come up with some crazy headcanon that, you know, Ocelot needed to do all this so the Patriots wouldn't know, and, you know, that allowed him to, you know, do what he does in MGS4 to take down the Patriots, but, like, it's so flimsy, you know? When it's, you know, and it's so clear that it just wasn't the idea with this game, and then especially with 3 introducing the Sorrow, it's just like, come on, man, you're really gonna just reverse that whole thing now and turn it into something completely different? Like, maybe if they built up to it well in 4, like maybe if there were all these little details and everything, but the whole plan to revive Big Boss and all that, the whole story of 4, it's like, yeah. It's not like this game, that's for sure. The writer for MGS 1 to 3 left MGS 4. No, Tomokazu Fukushima was the co-writer. He wasn't the primary writer or the primary idea man when it came to MGS. He largely did the optional stuff, optional codecs. Dave wrote MGS4, yeah. But, no, 4 was the way it was because Kojima was basically going through a midlife crisis. And he thought that he wasn't ever going to be able to pass the series down to his team. That's what he wanted to do with this game. Ever since 2, he had a really dysfunctional relationship with the series. You know, there's so many interviews with him regarding 4, where he goes into all of this, saying that, you know, he started to think that his team just didn't understand him. You know, the fan backlash to MGS2 had a really big effect on him, I think. In the very first trailer for MGS4, not sure if you remember it, it shows like all the team members taking their seats. It's a very meta trailer, and Snake symbolizes Kojima in the trailer, and he's looking around for his director's chair, and on the back of the director's chair it says Alan Smithy, and Alan Smithy is a pseudonym used by film directors who want to disown the project that they're working on. So that should be a very early signal that something was very wrong with MGS4's development. You know, he really didn't want to make that game. And yeah, like he said in interviews, I began to think that, you know, I couldn't pass down the series, that Old Snake is the representation of this middle-aged game designer, and I only have to show that I have the will to continue, and he was just being so miserable about 4. No, I don't think he hated 5 at all, actually. I think he actually wanted to make 5. He was almost the opposite of what he was making 4 in interviews regarding 5. You know, he did the whole Moby Dick Studios thing, the Joachim Mogren shenanigans, and he blatantly stated in one interview that this is the game that I want to make right now, almost because he knew people would be wondering, you know, because his relationship had been so dysfunctional. It almost felt like he had to say that. No, I don't think so at all. I think he probably felt like he got a new lease on life after 4. I'd imagine that was a breath of fresh air. Because like with Peace Walker, it kind of feels like that. Well, that's how Peace Walker feels to me, anyway. Peace Walker feels like a breath of fresh air after 4. Felt like he had more freedom to do what he wanted to do instead of having to answer all these questions that 2 left off with. I don't think him really wanted to throw everything and start in... Or... Oh, you being Snake, you're not typing very well here. No, I don't think so, you being Snake. I think he linked only things he remember and fuck the rest. No. Kind of hard to respond to what you're saying there. Did your opinion change on Kojima after Death Stranding? I really enjoyed Death Stranding. But no, not really. I'm just glad that he's free to make new things now. So I just hope we keep getting new IPs and new genres and just weird, crazy new games. I'd like to see him make a horror game after PT. But who knows?
Raiden, are you reading me? This is Otacon. What's your situation?
Wet and miserable. This place is flooded. The seawater that's been pumped up is pouring into the building.
I see. Listen, there's something I have to tell you about EE.
Don't worry about her. I'll get her out.
She's afraid of water.
What?
Yeah. When she was 6 years old, she almost drowned with my father in our swimming pool.
She can't swim?
Well, yes and no. We used to swim a lot together when we were kids. In fact, she swam like a fish until that day when she almost drowned.
That pretty much coincides with what the Colonel told me.
When the accident happened, I was in my room. I learned later that EE was calling me for help. She didn't doubt for a minute that I'd be there. You could see the pool from my room, but I didn't realize at the time that she needed my help.
What were you doing?
I was...
So Emma survived the ordeal?
Yeah, but my father didn't.
So you blamed yourself and left your family?
No. EE seems to believe that was the case. The fact is, I betrayed her.
And you think she can't swim because of the traumatic